Predator League 2026, the League of Legends tournaments. We've had 4 weeks, 6 stages, and one epic showdown. The fiercest teams in the country are ready to battle for the crown. This is Predator League Philippines 2026. Question is, who will rise to the top? My name is Giyang, with me is Kauri, and we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. We're now on the semifinals, the playoffs of this tournament. It's gonna be the top 4 teams in the tournament as well. West Point Esports Academy, Fervent Esports, Naos Esports, and MCOM Esports. Kauri, ito na, magsisimula na tayo. Hindi na tayo mga best of ones, best of threes na tayo. Tunay na balagbagan na.
Exactly. We are now finally at the last 4 teams. We've seen them fight, struggle, lahat-lahat this past few days, even weeks. Simula pa lang ng ating brackets, but now it all comes down to this, one slot for each teams na magtatapat-tapat sa ating semifinals. And like you said, it's going to be a best of 3 series, kaya ngayon mas makikita na natin yung versatility ng ating teams. Pero syempre, Predator League wouldn't be here without without the help of Gab. Syempre, Predator Gaming is authorized to officiate Predator League Philippines as an official tournament registered under the supervision of the Games and Amusements Board, Gab, in the Philippines.
Yeah, so for Gab, thank you so much for letting this happen. You are keeping the dreams alive for our Filipino esports players, especially those that are enthusiastic about League of Legends. We are seeing now developments in the competitive scene here at League of Legends, thanks to Predator Gaming, thanks to TNC, thanks to Gab as well, and thanks to the support of the community as well. If you're a fan of League of Legends and you have been tuning in on Predator League for the past couple of weeks, you will love these matches as well, and you surely understand what's happening right now in the scene as well. Naos Esports, after acquiring Capybara and some of the members of their team as well, now stands as one of the pillars in the competitive scene as well. They had their match yesterday against West Point Esports Academy. It was a tough one. The longest game that we actually had in the entire tournament. 40 minutes or 42 minutes. That's how long the game went. Ganun kadikit, ganun katindi.
Exactly, and that was just the caliber of both of these teams. And not to mention, in our first head-to-head, I think we have West Point Esports Academy versus Fervent Esports. Now, this is a very interesting one because Fervent has actually been on fire recently, while you have West Point Esports Academy, who's just, playing their own game. They're just in a league of their own. As they're going to be the first team that is going to head on to the semifinals, or the first semifinals matchup, I'm just curious to see as to how can they play out this best of 3 series. Since it's fearless draft, makikita natin talaga dito yung magiging adjustments, yung mga bunot talagang deep into their bag of tricks nga naman.
Malalim. I mean, all the teams that are here are meant.
Yeah.
We're gonna be going into the tournament format as well, and some of the details that we're going to be talking about, especially those that are really tuning in, wanting to know what is going on. This is the format of the tournament. We're going to be showing it to you guys, but you've seen this already as well, especially if you've tuned in to the live streams, the past couple of live streams that we've had over the course of 2 weeks. Group stages, of course, tapos
already
na yan.
Done.
Nasa semifinals na tayo, the playoffs already, top 4 teams, and the biggest difference here is that it's no longer best of 1s, it's best of 3s, and fearless draft pa.
Ooh, so that is actually going to add a lot dito ngayon sa ating labanan, sa ating semifinals, because they're just one step away from grand finals, which is going to be happening at November 16. So they're fighting for a slot to actually play on the LAN tournament for the grand finals. Tough competition that we have here. We are down to the last 4 or the best 4 teams talaga na natitira dito sa ating tournament.
Oh yeah, best of the best. Yung pinakamaganda pa dito, di ba? On-site tournament on November 16. This is what separates every other tournament organizer there is, especially for League of Legends and Predator Gaming. Kaya lagi ko din sinasabi, sobrang malaking pasalamat natin, hindi lang tayo actually, but especially the League of Legends community, because it also stands as a hangout place ng mga tao. Parang get together ulit, magkita-kita, a big gathering as well. Speaking of big prize pool as well.
Big prize pool.
100,000 prize pool in total. 100 goes to the champion, 50 goes to the second place. Na pinakapaganda dito, lahat na naman nakita nating games ng mga teams na nakasali dito na broadcaster, the top 8 teams, compensated lahat. Pero ngayon, ang pinaka-pinaglalaban nila kasi hindi lang yung prize natin o yung prize pool natin, but it's the pride. Yun ang pinaka-importante. They want to be crowned as the best of the best in the Philippines, especially here at Predator League.
Yeah, and speaking of the prize pool, here is now the current state of our playoffs bracket, or the semifinals, as we can say. We have semifinals A, WPE Academy versus Fervent Esports, and semifinals B, which is later, MCOM Esports versus Naos Esports. Again, it's going to be a best of 3 series for both of these teams. Fearless draft tayo, and only 2 teams will actually move on. Syempre, sa ating grand finals, which is on November 16. So, a lot of action is to be expected today. A lot of heartbreaks and a lot of dreams, getting put to rest. Dito ang makikita natin ngayon. But that's how the tournament progresses, at makikita natin talaga kung sino ang magsa-stand out sa ating 4 na teams ngayong araw.
Sometimes in order to move forward, you have to leave something behind, right? And it's a competition, it's a race, it's a battle, it's war. West Point Esports versus Fervent Esports. Next up, MCOM Esports or MCE versus Naos Esports. Again, best of 3 ito. I will be saying this many times over the course of this live stream because this is an important change in detail, right? Hindi na to yung tipong lasunan lang na sinasabi ng iba. Kasi kadalasan kapag best of 1, ang pinakatawag dyan ng mga competitive players natin is lasunan. Kasi syempre, one chance lang eh. Walang bawi, walang kahit ano, tapos ang daming available ng mga champions, ganun, pwede ka magkamali, especially kung wala kang warm-up, di ka ready. Parang there's so many micro and also big factors na pwedeng maka-affect ang performance mo sa game. One mistake lang, GG ka na kaagad. Munti ka pa nga yun sa side ng West Point Esports kahapon, di ba? They were ahead by 10,000 gold, and then bigla na lang naka-comeback yung Naos Esports. But one tiny detail that I did also discuss in my live stream just earlier morning, kasi di talaga ako makatulog nun. Sobrang di ako makatulog kagabi dahil sa laban ng West Point Esports and ng Naos Esports. Like, dude, the details of it, yun explain ko doon, basically, is sa bandang dulo na talaga yun, nagpo-push sila Mist. The reason why they won the game is because of the dodges na ginawa niya sa dalawang abilities. Yung flag and drag ng Jarvan, tapos yung handshake sana ng Renata. Naiwasan niya pareho yun by like millimeters. Sobrang millimeters, o by a pixel. Ganun kadikit na sana nun. And those 2 abilities sa dodge converted to additional 8 auto attacks.
And it's those small details that changes the fate nga naman dito sa ating labanan. But still, we're going to still be seeing Naos Esports actually playing in our semifinals matchup. But it's a tougher road, I think. Pero the same goes din naman sa West Point Esports Academy. Ngayon, yung mga isang pagkakamali na yon, pwede nang maibawi since, the best of 3 series is actually where teams will shine. It will show their adaptability. Can they actually keep up their momentum? And there's a lot of factors as well. Mentioning that this is a fearless draft, let's just say na both of this series goes to a decider or a game number 3. That is where you'd have to actually, have the background on your opponent and still have the right set of champions still up and available for you to actually lock in and, give out your best siguro dito sa ating mga matches. So, a decisive 2-0 is actually what the teams would want since magiging mahirap nga yung challenge ngayon. But this was the most picked heroes dito sa ating tournament. As you can see, Kaisa, Nico, Zaya, Ambessa, Corky. The Zaya, man, talk about the dominance nitong hero to. Mid-game, late game, lahat.
Yeah, sobrang okay talaga nito, self-peel. And interesting enough, we're starting to see more ADCs come into play. Ang pinaka-natanggal lang dito is the Ahri. Kasi kahapon merong Ahri dito. And the Corki basically replaced. Nag-move up lang yung Ambessa din. Yesterday, we also saw quite a bit of priority on Lucian. I think nagsisimula na bumalagbag din yung mga ibang players natin. And ito yung mga champions na pwede natin i-expect din na magamit for today. Especially, there's one of the reasons why most pick yun is because it's meta. And meta means there's a higher chance of it working as well. Mas mataas talaga efficiency, mas okay talaga. And of course, ang pinaka napapansin natin pagdating sa ADC, kailangan meron silang either mobility, ability, or self-heal. Yung mga pan-disengage. Like kung sa Severe, yung spell shield niya. Kung sa Zaya, yung ulti niya. Yun ang mga pinaka-importante.
Yeah,
it's time to talk about the matchups, teams.
Yeah.
West Point Esports Academy and Fervent Esports. I think we're going to be starting with West Point Esports Academy. This team has been there already. But let's start with Fervent Esports. Kasi napakaganda ng performance na pinakita din nila talaga. Over the course of this tournament, I think this team is one of the more underrated ones. That's why we invest a lot of time in giving context to why this team really deserves to be here in this tournament. Again, kahapon minention ko din, home ground to ng mga isa sa mga star players na nakita natin, including some of the members na nakita natin sa mga ibang teams natin, sa LIR, sa Try lang, ganyan. Here are the players as well. This team is stacked and they even defeated Life is Roblox yesterday in a one-sided beatdown. 28 minutes lang yung game.
And that is something na I don't want to say na you won't expect, but Fervent Esports really did put a performance of a lifetime. The question is, it's a different beast. We've known that West Point Esports Academy still has to drop a single game dito sa ating group stage. And now they're up against it. Now the challenge for Fervent Esports is to actually prove everyone wrong. They've built their dark horse Cinderella run story throughout this tournament. But against the major favorites, you know, still, it's a best of 3. Malay mo, yung init nila kahapon, madadala pa rin nila hanggang ngayon dito sa labanan nila against West Point Esports Academy.
Yeah, that is something that we're gonna be looking forward to see it as well, right? We have like West Point Esports this time, yung kalaban nila, ito yung magiging mahirap talaga. Kasi West Point Esports, they're known already. Not only like this year or last year, they've been known for many years now. Nung pumasok pa lang sa industry ng esports, 2020, nagsimula pa lang mag-shoutcast, West Point Esports was there. They even had like 3-4 teams back in the day. Isa yan sa mga parang paldong-paldo talaga pagdating sa suporta ng organization. That's why I think right now the biggest contender that they do have is Naos Esports. Sobrang solid talaga ng team na ito, yung mga players din. The grind is just much different. And isa sa mga, lagi nila mention din, especially ni Devoured, is iba talaga environment meron sila. The amount of effort that they have to put through just to be on West Point Esports is already overwhelming. Kumbaga, yung nature nila, yung environment nila, sobrang mataas talaga yung competitiveness. Kaya, ganyan din yung output na nabibigay nila.
Yeah, more weight onto their shoulders could either mean, you know, additional boost talaga kumbaga sa kanilang paglalaro. And you know, there's also the thing where you have to carry the name of your own organization. West Point Esports Academy, like I said, known already for so many years. Talagang established na sila dito sa scene ng League of Legends here in the Philippines. Now, one step away from further on cementing their legacy, from further on giving out their best performance. Pero syempre, speaking of performance, we have syempre dito ang ating mga products syempre from Predator. We have Helios Neo 16S AI, unleash peak gaming and speed and power with Predator Helios 16S AI, giving performance that doesn't compromise. Shop now at Acer Predator online shop, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you.
Yeah, meron din tayong Helios 18, right? With Intel Core Ultra 9 processor. And if you really want to step up and stand out and be ready for anything, you can get Helios 18. Shop now at Acer Predator online shop, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or at any retailers near you. We're about to start in our game.
Wow.
it's going to be an insane matchup. I do hope that it doesn't become a one-sided beatdown. Kasi syempre, there's one characteristic of West Point Esports na parang lagi talaga natin nakikita. They always give one-sided beatdowns. Even in their match yesterday against Naos Esports, umpisa nun, one-sided beatdown talaga. As in, lahat ng aspeto ng game nadudurog talaga nila until the very moment. I think Naos Esports, they stayed patient. Tapos muntik na din. Pero kahit na nakabawi na sila nun, ang nahirapan pa rin sila makapuli na bawi. Kasi grabe talaga yung control ng West Point.
Yeah. And that's the toughest thing kasi if you're up against West Point Esports Academy is that they will overwhelm you from the start of the game and just control the tempo until the end and never let up. I mean, I think we're going to be heading onto our first game between West Point Esports Academy versus Fervent Esports. But let me get back on how dangerous West Point Esports Academy is. They like to play those rundown playstyle kahit yung composition nila pang late game pa minsan. But once they get that advantage, they just never stop. Kumbaga si Devoured, nande-devour talaga.
Yeah, yun yung malapit din sa kanya eh. And look at the respect that Fervent Esports is giving towards Devoured already. They ban the Jarvan. I think the Morgana ban is just a standard meta champion ban kasi masyadong flex pick talaga, can be used in mid lane even recently na nakita natin sa mga matches natin dito sa Predator League. Poppy is a nice touch here for West Point Esports. I think it's one of the biggest hindrances sa kanila, especially in their typical divide and conquer composition. And nakita din natin kasi Fervent Esports is one of the champions sa pwede nilang gamitin din. I mean, they used it against Life is Roblox, diba? Si Poppy, sobrang ganda ng performance niya and he even received like an MVP because of it as well.
I mean, you have to actually take out those respect bans. Tulad nga sinabi natin or nakita natin dito, you have the Jarvan for Devoured. Pero ayan din, another strong jungler, the Vi, going to get taken out. Alam natin yung capabilities nito, the lockdown capabilities and potential of this champion, and not to mention yung early spike na pwedeng gawin ng isang Vi. Kasi pwede siyang manggulo lang sa mga lanes eh. Can be a constant threat. But you have a strong laner naman na kukunin dito ng Fervent Esports. That's Syndra. Very comfortable in most of mid lane matchups. And a very solid overall pick dito for Fervent.
You know, there's one champion na hindi pa binan ngayon ng Fervent Esports na isa sa mga favorite talaga ni Devoured. And that's the Viego. So my question is, pipiliin kaya ito ng West Point Esports knowing na napili na yung Syndra, isa sa mga highest win rate champions natin so far. Even yesterday, nakita natin sobrang ganda talaga ng performance. But we do see a Rise pick. Interestingly enough, this should be a bit of a hard matchup for the Rise para kay Agrona sa early game. But late game, Rise always tends to deal so much damage. And there's also one characteristic na nakikita natin ngayon sa side ng West Point Esports na parang laging consistent. Mahilig sila sa mga roams. So Rise, just like the Talia yesterday ni Agrona, sobrang tindi talaga ng mga roams na ginagawa nila for macro. Present ulit yan dito with the Rise pick.
Yeah. And for Fervent Esports, there's also one champion na hindi pa rin natatanggal dito, and that is the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa is still open. I mean, you still have the option like the Xayah instance, and also the Corki, very open pa rin naman dito. So I'm curious to see if Fervent is actually going to pick that one up. But we're seeing the Pantheon here na ilalock in nila. I'm actually interested kung buhay pa rin ba dito ang support Pantheon, or this would just go to its usual lane ngayon. And ayun na nga, Kai'Sa being picked up here by Fervent Esports. Solid pickup, self-peel, and not to mention yung pag-dive niya doon sa backlanes with a killer instinct can sometimes be the biggest game changer kasi kaya niyang hulihin yung yung ADC ng kalaban mismo doon sa may likuran.
Yeah, I mean, it's the main thing, right? Kumaga, ma-anticipate na natin kaagad na mas Kai'Sa yung pipiliin kaysa Xayah dahil pumili ng Pantheon yung Fervent Esports. Pantheon goes in with the Grand Skyfall, tapos pag stun siya, then the Kai'Sa follows up. Enough na kagad yung burst damage ng Pantheon, then baburst na lang din ng Kai'Sa for the execute damage using the stacks na meron siya din. So West Point Esports responding with the Xayah. So at least hindi na magiging threat yung mga potential bans dito ng Fervent Esports because there's so many burst champions sa side ng Fervent. Right? The Syndra, the Pantheon, tas hinaluan pa ng Kai'Sa. early game, I think, is going to be the way to go here for Fervent Esports as well. So West Point Esports, if they want to prevent those from happening, they kind of need to double down. I think Jax is going to be a viable option later on as well. Kasi yun yung isa sa mga kaya makaresist ng damage ng Pantheon, and also can jump into the Syndra, or at least force the scatter of the weak para hindi na magamit sa mga ibang players.
A very different look here for West Point Academy Esports. Makikita natin, usually, di ba, sila yung mag-run ng mga beatdown, talagang early, palag-palag na. Pero Fervent, mataas yung capabilities nila mag-snowball sa ating early game. Pero pag hindi naman nila nakuha yon, and the Rise actually reaches like, 3-4 items, and the Zaya as well scales up, mahihirapan dito yung Fervent. I mean, the Pantheon, for me, kind of dies in the later stages of the match. Medyo nawawalan na siya ng solid value since marami nang kayang mag-soak in ng damage niya. And
Iniisip ka ako dito kasi in TC Win 1, yung top laner nila ngayon, it's Aurelia that is gonna be playing for West Point Esports, and there's one champion that is very very known for, and of course nasa pangalan na yun, and that's Irelia. So if they want to be really aggressive, kasi usually kapag sa West Point Esports, if they want an aggressive start or aggressive top laner, they have Irelia as their top laner. Kapag gusto nila medyo mas passive or weak side muna yung top lane nila, they usually have Win 1 kasi solid na yung stability niya, okay talaga. Pag in terms of aggression, usually they pick Irelia. They're gonna leave top lane as their last pick. So it's up to Fervent Esports. Do they anticipate the Irelia, or do they decide na parang okay, baka mag-K-Sante na lang to, baka mag-Jax na lang to, baka mag-Camille na lang to. There's so many options here for both sides. And again, early draft to.
Ooh.
So many choices in game 1, but game 2, game 3 dun na magsisimula magkaroon ng problema. But man, ang laking problema din na mabibigay dito ng Fervent Esports because these are so many frontline champions on their side. You have the Sion, you have the Pantheon, you have the Leona as well. They have engaged, they have disengaged. But there's one thing that is very, very common here, and that's supreme frontline to provide peel to the Syndra and the Kai'Sa.
And speaking of frontliners for Fervent Esports, meron naman tayong snip-snip dyan. And the Gwen is actually locked in to, possibly chop down siguro tong mga frontliners natin from the side of Fervent Esports. West Point Esports Academy, their draft heavily relies sa pag-scale up siguro na itong Rise pati nung Zaya. But if we get to that mid part of the game, or if they actually get the early advantage, pwede pa rin natin makita yung standard and usual West Point Esports Academy. Yung one-sided beatdown before 30 minutes, game ends. Pero Fervent, we have to take note that they just came out swinging talaga doon sa kanilang huling laro. And with this composition, sila yung mas favored to actually win the earlier stages of the match. But we are now seconds away from actually witnessing the first game nitong ating best of 3 series between Fervent Esports and West Point Esports Academy.
It's gonna be a tough one, right? We see a scaling but relatively good early game composition by Fervent Esports. West Point Esports, I think their draft focus is more on macro plays. They have the Rise, they have the Xin Zhao. I think both Devoured and Agrona are going to be looking for plays around the map to help the top laner and the bottom laner. In terms of late game, maganda rin sa kanila kasi kahit maraming tank dito sa side ng Fervent Esports, if Relia steps up, then he's just gonna be able to melt every single member of Fervent Esports. Yung mahirap pa dito, kaya na ma-dodge yung mga ibang abilities ng Kai'Sa and ng Syndra din. So, it's a tough decision, right? To analyze sino ba ang mananalo dito sa game na ito. But I'm gonna give my thoughts towards West Point Esports. There's one reason why they are just so good and why they always deliver. It's the way that they draft. It's the way that they execute as well. Their early game to mid game is always on point. But there's one thing na pinaka malupit sa kanila. It's like when you're playing chess, parang si Magnus Carlsen. Sobrang galing nila sa late game.
Exactly.
It's so hard to take them down late game.
And I'll just go with West Point Esports. I go for West Point Esports Academy for this game. But overall, for the series, I think I'll have to give it 2-1 West Point Esports Academy. Because I think Fervent will get one. I honestly think Fervent will actually snag one from this series.
That's interesting. I do hope that happens, right? Ako kasi, I'm more of a realist. Pagdating sa West Point Esports, iba talaga yung performance na pinapakita nila. I do like them. I do like to see them getting challenged. Pero there's so many teams already that have tried, so many
And
games
failed.
that I have seen, so many tournaments that I have seen na hindi talaga sila masyado nahihirapan or hindi sila natatalo. So in a realistic perspective, I do assume that it's gonna be a 2-0. I hope it becomes like we do see a win for Fervent Esports as well. Maybe even shock everyone in defeating West Point Esports 2-1 or 2-0. That would be the biggest surprise turnaround ng tournament na to kung sakali. But if you're a fan of Fervent Esports or West Point Esports Academy, let us know in the comment section. #WPA win if you want West Point Esports to win. #FVE win if you want Fervent Esports to win. And make sure to share the live stream because we all want to give the proper support to our players, of course, that are giving their all for this tournament as well. And ito na yung chance natin para mapakita sa lahat kung gaano kagaling ba yung mga players natin dito sa Pilipinas. Thank you so much to Predator Gaming for making this happen as well. This tournament is not going to be possible without their support. They are supporting the League of Legends community, and the League of Legends community here in the Philippines will forever be grateful and thankful sa opportunity na binibigay sa amin lahat.
Yeah, for actually giving the players the chance, and the space to actually showcase their talents. And pinag-uusapan natin from the first week around, it was about the glory, it was about the players being recognized, and honestly enough, one team was actually recognized and was picked up by an organization, and that was that's what it's all about. So thank you so much to Predator Gaming to actually give us this opportunity to have the platform for our players to actually shine and show what they got, and to show everyone what we got. Kasi hindi pa dito nagtatapos ang journey ng Pilipinas sa League of Legends scene. We're going for the world. I'm telling you, we're going for the world.
We've done it before and we're gonna be attempting to do it again. And we'll never stop. Yan yung meron dito sa Filipinos in general. We deserve recognition. We're one of the most competitive regions in the entire world as well. The amount of time, effort, and even the resources that we have invested as Filipinos for esports is already massive. We're one of the most gamer-centric countries as well in the entire world. And since nakatapak na tayo sa worlds dati, we're also starting to breach the international stage again. Talking about yung mga recent international tournament na nangyari or yung recent international tournament na nangyari. West Point Esports, they had their very own experience as well in the international stage. Yan na yun eh. Nagsisimula na eh.
And that's what it's all about.
And all we want to do as well is just to support them. Diba, Carly?
Yeah. Kung nagsimula na nga, ito naman ang simula ng ating unang bakbakan. It's Fervent Esports versus West Point Esports Academy. Starting off the game, you just have the players scouting out every possible opportunity. We're seeing a 3-man setup here for West Point Esports Academy down in the middle lane. Ami, I think mukhang nakakaramdam naman siya dito, not overstepping and possibly noticing the lack of presence from West Point Esports Academy. So you want to spot out a potential invade here from the side of West Point Esports, but they're just going to ward it down, get information para lang malaman kung saan magro-rotate tong si Poppy later on, and for them to be aware. And that's going to be the game for West Point Esports Academy. They can't be too aggressive, especially in the later stages in the earlier stages rather of the match, since they don't have the power spikes yet. You have the Rise na hindi pa mag-activate until an item is built up, and you have the Saya as well that doesn't dish out that much damage as to a mid or early game Saya nga naman on the other hand.
Yung interesting dito, di ba, nagkaroon tayo na lane swap. Fervent Esports responding to the Gwen threat towards Blair sana with the assistance of Zoa instead in the bottom lane. So, ang meron dito sa West Point Esports ngayon sa may bottom lane is range advantage. Yun naman din na nakuha ng Fervent Esports sa top lane. So, that sacrifices a little bit of XP sana para sa Sion in exchange for a safer laning phase for Chai-Sian. Sa side naman ng West Point Esports, medyo mas may hirapan si Relia dito.
It's a better alternative for that Sion and Fervent Esports, but at this trade dito sa gitna, mukhang may mangyayari.
Yeah, mid lane. Oh, yun lang. Hindi tumama yung Thursday. Oh! Almost, man. Agrona getting very, very, extremely aggressive here.
Yeah. Aggressiveness between this matchup. And as you said, nakikita na nga natin doon Relia having a tough time doon sa ating itaas. Abang Agrona dito sa
Poppy.
gitna. Life advantage but could possibly get ganked here by Poppy.
Nakabang siya eh. Kaso mukhang na-anticipate na kaagad ni Agrona, umatras sa kaagad siya or just cleared the wave and then went back to base. So the entire intention there of ganking was denied.
Yeah. So far, not much activity besides the mid laners. That early exchange, both sums has been used up. No TPs, no flash for both. Habang si Relia dito, just trying to hold his ground. Medyo nakakairita siguro yung matchup. Pero this time around, it's going to be the Sion finally. Going to see a trade possibly between these two. Pero you know that the Sion wouldn't want a trade up against a Gwen. Kasi alam natin na pag tumama talaga itong mga gunting nitong ating Gwen, it's going to be a tough time for the Sion.
Saka napansin na rin ng Fervent Esports na okay, naka-XP na si Chai Xian, level 3 naman na yung Sion, si Blair. So dapat medyo kayanin na yung laning phase kasi yung pinaka-hassle para sa Sion is yung level 1. Doon talaga siya pwede i-bully, tapos pwede pa mag-set ng freeze kasi yung Gwen. So yun yung entire plan lang ng Fervent Esports, pigilan yung ganon kasi dahil level 3 na yung Sion, mas kaya na lang i-clear yung wave or i-prevent yung mga freezes na yon and mas makuna ta kahit papano may boots nga siya na binili ka agad para at least madali siya kahit papano or makaiwas sa mga pokes na gagawin dito ni Relia.
And we're going to see a bit of action naman dito sa ating baba when we are seeing the matchup finally of two of their ADCs habang sa taas. It's a very quiet game so far for West Point Esports Academy pero you're going to see that Relia really has the damage output to actually chop down this Sion onto the top lane. Even the trades is panning out the favor of Relia and it's just a tough time for Blair. Almost low on mana already and I think is just going to try and catch this wave off guard but Poppy going to get spotted out by that control ward. You know, preventing lang naman yung potential na rest back na pwede niyang gawin for Blair. So this middle lane matchup, still the same case. Sinabi natin kanina na dapat lamang dito si Ami pero parang si Agrona pa yung talagang nag-aggro doon sa ating matchup.
Yan, nakita din natin na medyo dumadalaw si Devoured every now and then. At least nagpapakita para at least ma-threaten, ma-force si Poppy din na pumunta. And I think West Point Esports is doing a really good job in constantly applying pressure into the mid lane. Top lane, but Blair is doing a really good job, especially with the assistance of Poppy. But now, potential bottom lane fight. Ami gets poked a little bit. Poppy's gonna be engaging here towards Agrona, trying to take him down. Can they actually secure the kill? Mukhang hindi. Kinulang sila ng bawas. And Poppy instead is gonna be taken out. And that's first blood.
And that is just a quick and decisive pick off. Almost a loss for the side of West Point Esports Academy, but they responded quickly. A huge hook coming in from Azevid saves the life here of Agrona. And that puts West Point Academy Esports at an advantage. Almost 1k na agad dito sa ating labanan. While the Dragon is still up and available. So, heading on to these later fights, you'd have a Ryze that has somewhat decent items already. And also, you'd have a Xin Zhao that has First Blood gold already in his pocket. So, Devoured, sobrang saya doon sa nangyari doon.
Paldang-paldo talaga. Bukod pa sa kill na nakuha ni Devoured din kasi mas lamang siya sa wave clear pag against sa Pantheon. Ang ganda rin ng rotation na ginagawa niya kasi every time na nag-clear siya ng path, tingin sa may mid lane, kaya nakakatulong na for si Poppy na pumunta doon. Tapos hindi muna na i-clear yung isang camp. And those accumulating camps na hindi na nakukuha is starting to be a problem as well in terms of resources or economy. Nakita natin, hindi na nga niya hinawakan yung tatlong camps sa may blue side jungle. Realm Warp was used just to bait out. Kaso nga lang ngayon, Devoured, medyo delikado na nga. Sumugod na nga rin si Blair trying to get into the faces. Devoured just gonna be flashing away but gets knocked up as well. Scatter of the Weak knocks him further as well as they're just trying to shut him down. Even Chai Xian will be flashing in. And that should be their taken as well.
But they're still not done.
They want to take more. It's gonna be a long journey here for West Point Esports. Possibly Azavet is gonna be the only one who falls down, but it's the 2 kills that Chai Xian is going to be a problem.
That was a huge investment from Fervent Esports, but it paid off. Na-pick off nila doon si Devoured, na-pick off nila doon si Azavid. They got 2 kills out of it, but West Point Esports Academy, they still had Relia na bumabasag lang doon sa taas. So that forces out here the teleport of Ame. On the other hand, the Fervent Esports got their gold funneled into the right member. Si Chai Xiyin got the double pick off doon sa ating baba and now would be sitting at an advantage, if I must say, when it comes to items. But a huge hook coming in from Azavid.
Yeah, perfect timing though on the scatter of the week. Denies the whole gap close na gusto sana gawin ni Azavid and was able to escape safely. Now, topside river, mukhang interesado dito yung West Point Esports na mag-contest, but after seeing Devoured actually going towards the grubs instead, mukhang yung itong Void Grubs.
And they're just getting the Void Grubs for free. Fervent Esports, you know, could possibly get 3 dito sa exchange while you have things going on from West Point Esports Academy. But I think they're a little bit too late onto that objective. So Fervent going to walk away with that one. They're very happy with it. Kasi imagine if West Point Esports had 3 grubs, you have the Gwen, grabe yung ano niyan, side lane pressure, grabe yan bumasag ng Torre. So, that's a huge thing, I think, for Fervent Esports. It negates that big of a threat sa side lanes. Pero teka lang, dito si Agrona, mukhang mapapalaban.
Unti lang. Just a little bit of a poke kasi pinaka-priority lang namin na makakuha ng isang plate sa may bottom lane. That's why we saw the 125 gold addition para sa kanya. In terms of economy, West Point Esports is doing a really good job despite them being behind a little bit in terms of kills kasi lamang ng isa dito yung Fervent Esports after the shutdown towards Devoured and the kill towards Azavid as well. But in the top lane, Mist might actually get taken down here. Even the solo player is going to be invested. Good shield by Poppy to negate all that damage. But they're not going to be able to get a kill as well.
And that is the power of the cleanse. Mist getting saved out of that one. Also being, you know, used the ultimate here of Ame. Still not enough to burst down Mist. So West Point Esports Academy, they're still safe, but they have to be very careful since Mist ngayon, wala na siya ditong cleanse. But still has the Feather Storm naman to actually negate any potential threats. But you have the ultimate of Poppy being used already. And you know, they're just going to be walking in again sa kanilang lane.
Ingat yun na, scatter of the week agad forces the flash towards Mist. Azavid does have shield and flash as well, so he's gonna get away from harm. Fervent Esports though are forcing out their utilities. Wala nang some state yung West Point Esports. At least their duo.
May sapusa doon yung West Point Esports Academy. It was a nice try from Fervent Esports, but the depth charge and still having the flash for Azavid means that they can walk away from that one safely. Napigilan nila si Ame mag-burst down, napigilan nila si Ame magbigay pa ng damage. And with that, you know, some used, but still, mahalaga yung buhay ng duo bot lane dito ng West Point Esports Academy. And with them being safe from that exchange, it prevents Fervent Esports from opening up the map possibly.
Well, West Point Esports, they're just scaling right now. They're trying to get as much resources as they can. They're actually utilizing their macro very well. Look at the rotations na ginagawa nila. Bigla yung bot laners nila sa mid lane na. Devour still always clearing the camps. Fervent Esports, not really that much trailing behind. Actually, si Blair na handle naman yung lane niya kahit papano. He's just down a couple of CS against Relia. And yung pinaka-importante dito yung Kraken Slayer kasi na nakuha na ni Chai Shigen. So this Kai'Sa can now dish out a lot of consistent DPS and can be a big problem to West Point Esports. So we can safely anticipate that maybe the Kai'Sa is going to be the main target this time. But it's still going to be very difficult for West Point Esports to get through the front lines towards the Kai'Sa at this current stage of the game. Wala pang shredding power yung Gwen, especially dahil wala pa naman siyang items. Dragon spawned up. So now it might force them to actually
Flash
just
in?
disengage, but they get engaged instead. Devour is being hit by the solar player and got hit by
the Realm
artillery
Warp
as well by Chai Xiyin. Forces out the rest of the members of Fervent Esports just to get there. But they're not.
It's a big investment though. coming in from Zoa, using the flash and the ultimate, but gives them enough space to actually take this objective. I think West Point Esports Academy won't try to actually contest for this Drake, but I think they want to fight. You have 3 members here walking up, but Fervent Esports nakaramdam, they chose to back away. And something that I want to say is that you have Fervent Esports, yes, they're holding it down quite well since we know that West Point Esports Academy, they like to run down their opponents. But this is a West Point Esports Academy that is currently running a composition na pangmamaya pa. And you have Fervent Esports that is still not having the early game advantage that we expected them to have. The Pantheon, hindi pa masyadong nakakadalaw masyado. I mean, they had 2 kills around the board, but West Point being very careful this entire game. Nakikita rin natin si Agrona nagiging active na unti-unti. Rod of Ages actually built up for this rise already.
And the reduced aggression here of Fervent Esports is because of the respect towards West Point Esports. They know they have one of the winning conditions here of Fervent Esports is just to constantly scale. Sion and the Leona gets tankier, and the Syndra and the Kaisa plus the Pantheon as well increases their damage over time, especially kapag yun sa Kaisa malapit na full stack din or mag-clear lahat ng stacks ng call niya, so he's gonna be getting more gold potentially for his next item as well. West Point Esports, Rowa completed already for Agrona, Devoured has this on their Sky, Riftmaker meron na para kay Relia, so may power spike na rin sa kanila, including yung Essence River para kay Mist. So dito mas stack na sila. I think they're gonna be starting to be a little more aggressive, look for plays around the map because they're starting to get bullied a little bit in their lanes. Nakita natin nakakuha ng plate si Ame, nakakapag-chub na ng wave si Blair din. Tapos sobrang safe lang lagi ng position ni Chai Chi-yin. Despite West Point Esports trying to circle around some of the members of Fervent Esports, parang di natin nakikita na nakakahanap talaga sila ng right angle just because of the awareness as well.
But hold on, I think Poppy has an angle here dito sa ating itaas.
Yeah, Relia might be in trouble. Let's see, kasi mukhang hindi naman maka-follow up si Blair. So it's gonna be fine.
I mean, not enough damage as you will actually notice from the Pantheon together with that Sion. So Fervent Esports, they've been playing this very passive game as well of their own. I think they're getting the upper hand when it comes to the platings earlier on, the rotations as well. Not to mention the Void Grubs would be a very huge thing later on dito sa ating matchup. Overall, the state of the map is that you have West Point Esports Academy always positioning themselves up for a potential fight. You have Fervent just trying to read the current state of the map. As you can see right now, you have the Syndra on the bottom path. But Realm Warp,
they are gonna be fully engaging in this fight to Fervent Esports. Medyo grouped up sila kasi medyo sakit to Fervent Esports. Yun lang. Yung Gwen talaga sobrang sakit.
Miss, look at Miss!
Is shredding everyone down. Miss is being able to free hit as well. Despite the threat of Zoa, there's the Feather Storm to actually disengage. And now Fervent Esports lost 2 members. Might even be 3. So they need to be extra careful. It's a 2-for-1 exchange.
And Ame decided to go doon sa ibaba, decided to actually just try and split push, but you have the Realm Warp coming in from Agrona to actually bring his teammates into that fight. He also had Mist that was just free hitting that entire exchange. Zoa was out of position, everyone was out of position. If we're going to look at this fight right here, you have Blair and Poppy just getting caught up in the middle of things, and Zoa with nothing to do in that fight just remains a sitting duck onto that corner while Mist takes the lives of every single member of Fervent Esports, and West Point Esports Academy finally finds the fight that they've been looking for. And look at that, just from one fight, 2.3k gold lead now for West Point Esports Academy, and it's only 16 minutes in.
We can also see the hesitations on the members of Fervent Esports, right? Some of the members of Fervent Esports wanted to engage. Zoa didn't want them to engage further. He was calling for a disengage. That's why he wasn't committing towards the fight, or at least didn't commit to the fight until the very end. And it caused so many of those misplays as well around that fight that allowed West Point Esports, because they had zero hesitation. They went in. Mist was even free hitting to Zoa, not caring, and even was successfully zoning him out. That's why there was a delay in his engage as well with that Zenith Blade. And now with the lead, they can start to amplify it. that's where West Point Esports is really deadly. When they get a lead, it's so hard to take it away from them. They utilize the lead very well, and they just keep on pressing. Right now, they're grouping up in the bottom lane. Looks
Yeah.
like Ame needs to maybe recall back. Unfortunately, they don't really commit.
Yeah, I mean, if for West Point Esports, you have them just setting up vision everywhere across the map. You have river control on their side. They're playing or just luring Fervent Esports into this Drake, but knowing Fervent Esports, they just opted to actually get that middle tower. Realm Warp now
Warp.
would be in, plus the hook.
Yeah, they want to commit. They want to engage. West Point Esports are not gonna hold back.
Oh,
But
the clump!
teleport by player is just genius. Gets the CC down. Chaishin is still being able to play it, but they actually turn onto him instead. And West Point Esports is gonna be able to shut them down. Fervent Esports now without Ame. It's too late into the
Oh,
fight.
no!
And when he gets there, he's just taken out. West Point Esports, they get forward. It's only player that remains alive.
Ame once again was very late into that fight, sees his team crumble, and also falls down himself. Fervent Esports, they had a good starting fight, if I must say so. They had the damage, but not enough since Ame wasn't there. And you have West Point Esports Academy, once again, steamrolling them, missed, just having the time of his life onto that Zaya and just free it from the back lane without anyone from Fervent Esports being able to reach that Zaya. And also, whilst being under tower, they couldn't fight fairly. And West Point Esports Academy made sure to actually take advantage of that fight. And in return, they got a lot. Now doubling their gold lead by another 2,000, and now it's 4,000 for West Point Esports Academy. And you have bounty on to Mist and this Saya. So items now would be pouring in to the so-called carries of West Point Esports Academy, while you have Agrona on the other end, just supporting the team, perfectly timing every realm warp. And Azevid just starting off fights, landing every single hooks or anchors in this scenario. And West Point Esports Academy now showing their dominance into this fight.
Yeah, Agron as well is scaling up, getting near towards his Archangel staff that will immediately upgrade to a Seraph's Embrace because of the tier stacks as well. Relia is on the way towards his second item to Fervent Esports, getting pummeled really hard here in this game. And what's really challenging as well towards their side is because West Point Esports, they secured 2 Dragon stacks already. They have lots of sustain on the Gwen and on the Shinzao.
Oh, look at the Gwen.
And it's also a Chemtech Dragon.
Oh,
That's gonna be
Relia's
the
in
most
trouble.
difficult part. Yeah, Relia it should be dead, right? But because there's like 3 people trying to take
wait.
it down, but it's actually being able to deal quite a bit of damage. Devour's gonna be going in. Crescent Sweep was not available or not.
It's going to be a
in
big
time.
fight.
It could have saved Relia, but they're gonna be giving them a hell of a headache instead. Trying to escape Blair.
Chaishin!
Chaishin is gonna be joining the party, but Mist is the one partying in this fight instead. They took out Relia, but they got 2 instead by West Point Esports.
And West Point Esports Academy quick to respond from the threat of Fervent Esports. Gives them 2 pickups, gives them 2 kills. Ame and Poppy out of the question. And now this Atakan is as free as if it was taking a candy from a kid. And West Point Esports Academy now, just building up their momentum. You're seeing the damage of Relia and the threat of Relia onto that side lane. Just chop down that tower instantly. I mean, you had the answer from Fervent Esports. You had Poppy using the ultimate. You have 3 members jumping Relia, but Relia survived for a decent amount of time for Devoured and everyone from West Point Esports Academy to actually respond. And this was the fight that broke down. Azevid landing another hook that was crucial. You have Chai Shiyin that would be arriving later on into this fight. But the threat of Chai Shiyin would just be instantly negated once Mist arrived on the scene. And it was just a call for Fervent Esports to just back away.
It's also going to be extra difficult for the tanky members of Fervent Esports to survive because of the Bloodletter's Curse that Relia picked up. It's a big anti-magic resist item as well that will allow the Gwen to just easily shred towards the tankier members of Fervent Esports. it's hard now to be Fervent Esports, getting more and more behind. They're really relying on the Kaisa, Chai Yin. But man, Agrona might actually just get taken down here. Great rotation coming in from Fervent Esports. This time, Devoured is too late to actually follow up, and Fervent Esports finds their pick.
4 members jumping onto Agrona. I mean, that is something that is still one stop that they can get to get back on their feet. But you have the players that has the bounty that is still yet to be taken out. You have Devoured with 450 bounty. The same goes with Mist. So for Fervent Esports, it's kind of a losing game because you have this composition that doesn't scale that well when it comes to the later stages of the match. I mean, yes, you would have potentially the Kaisa to peel for you, but the rest of the members would have a very tough time facing up against what? A Rise, a Zaya, and also the Gwen that can just melt them down easily. And the side lane pressure as well of West Point Esports Academy. It's as if Fervent Esports, yung mapa nila, lumiliit dito sa laban na to. They're getting suffocated by each and every single move that West Point Esports Academy is currently doing. I mean, they gotta pick off onto that bottom lane, and that is the thing that they need to do constantly. They need to find those picks, and they need to find the core members to actually punish. Relia now going to face up against Ame.
1v1 is definitely much better here for the Gwen. Ame forced to flash away, nearly got hit by the needles too. And actually even forced Blair to use
they're still looking for it
just to follow up. But he won't find anyone in the bottom lane as Relia already was able to disengage. And West Point Esports, they're going to be happy with the threats that Relia is now starting to give towards Fervent Esports. It's going to be really tough. It seems like Fervent Esports are losing quite a lot. Not only just resources, but also control and choices around the map as well. It's good that we're starting to see them getting some pickoffs, or at least attempts of pickups. But West Point Esports seems to be untouched or unfazed by everything that Fervent Esports is doing.
Yeah. But they are getting faced, and almost an interruption. And that could have been disastrous as Devoured 3 levels ahead from Poppy in this matchup. Just imagine the difference when it comes to the smite. And not just the smite, but also the items as well. You have 2 items already, 2.5 actually completed for Devoured here. While you have the Pantheon also having 2 items in his back pocket. But the main difference now is your side lanes. You'd have to actually you have to constantly reply and respond to this Gwen. And you have to actually be wary as well of the responded of the rise that can actually happen with the portal. So for Fervent Esports, they need to find one big fight where Chai Yin could actually stand out, and also taking Mist out of the equation. I mean, I think they can win fights if they can just pick off this Zaya, which is a very tough ask for them as West Point Esports brewing up a play.
Yeah, Ame is in the bottom lane, spotted out by West Point Esports. That's why they are engaging right now towards Zoa. And the rest of the members of Fervent Esports, Poppy might actually get taken down here. There's the Devoured going in, and they take out the jungler of Fervent Esports now. Baron is going to be an easy choice for West Point.
And that is just a free Baron now for the side of West Point Esports Academy. Just instantly taking out Poppy and goes straight for that Baron. Now you have Fervent Esports trying for this mid lane.
Yeah, they're trying to dive Agrona while the Baron is being started, still being completed by West Point.
Blair?
Agrona was actually able to escape. Azeved is tanking a lot. Blair tried to interrupt, but it gets taken out instead. Fervent Esports, they did secure the tower into the mid lane. I think that's still good here for their side, especially if they're going to be losing something. It's better to gain something as well. West Point Esports, they got a bigger goal.
Fervent Esports, it was a nice try from them. They know that that was the only possible route there. If they actually managed to take out Agrona and take another tower down, it could have been a trade that they can live off. But the case there was the Rise is just too tanky at this point, and you also have Azeved just covering him up. Yeah, there was the try from Blair, but you know, it just got melted down so fast, and also the smite is there for Devoured. So Fervent Esports, one problem after another. There's still going to be the siege that West Point Esports Academy still has. They are now positioning themselves up for a big push. They just got their items back from the base, and now they're ready to rumble once again. You're seeing that they're clumping up towards this mid lane. They're leaving Relia behind onto that side lane, onto the top lane for your actually Fervent Esports to choose. Would you lose an inner tower in exchange? But I think they would lose their lives here instead.
Oh, West Point Esports wants to really take their lives out. Fervent Esports are just being forced to go back. But Blair will not be allowed at all.
Oh, Azabeth!
Coming in from Ahmed actually takes down Azabeth, and they might find an opportunity here. Devoured though with the
It doesn't matter!
Deny all that damage, and West Point Esports, they take 2. Devoured is even unstoppable. Azabeth needs to be very careful. He's taking a bit of damage from the towers that are surrounding him there. But West Point Esports, they got what they want. They still have the Baron as well. Realm Warp into the bottom lane. As top lane is just being pushed by Relia as well. Man, it's a lot of pressure to Fervent Esports. Mist is even pushing mid lane. It's all 3 lanes being pushed by West Point Esports, and Fervent Esports cannot do anything.
And it's just unfair for Fervent Esports because they have to choose. Do they want to take that fight that they could potentially win, but also have Relia just wreck your towers left and right? And West Point Esports Academy, I mean, yes, it almost looked good once again for Fervent Esports, but not enough. And now Chemtech Soul in the pockets here of West Point Academy Esports as well, adding another power spike of their own. And it's only a matter of time until the base is cracked open here for Fervent Esports. They're holding on to that slimmer or a glimmer of hope that they still have. It was shown earlier, but it still wasn't enough. West Point Esports Academy, they are now getting out of hand.
Yeah, the biggest problem as well is 3 Chemtech Dragon stacks. That's a lot of healing and shielding power for West Point Esports. For the Gwen, for the Shinzao, even for the Rise, especially Azabeth that has a lot of shield and even has the Mikhail's Crucible to help out Mist. Fervent Esports, they don't have that much damage, even if Chai Xian was able to get a couple of kills and assists a while ago. Even with Ame already having 2, almost 3 items, it's still going to be problematic for them. They couldn't really close out multiple kills. Most of the time, we just see them take out 1, but at the exchange of multiple members. And that's the most unfortunate thing that we have been observing towards Fervent Esports.
Now, gold lead, almost 10k, another wave slamming down the middle lane. You have West Point Esports Academy. I think they want to find another fight here. They're positioning themselves up. They are threatening Fervent Esports.
Oh,
Azabeth getting quite near. Fervent Esports trembling in fear. And once again, they're just looking for that middle tower. They're pushing it for as long as they can, but they just won't actually try just yet. And this could be a huge skill. Realm Warp would be used to actually just, position themselves up for that bottom turret.
yeah. Yeah, they're just keeping Fervent Esports right on the edge. West Point Esports constantly applying pressure. And Fervent Esports, they're actually doing a really good job in preventing the towers from being broken down by West Point Esports. They still have their inhibitor tower in mid lane and bottom lane. West Point Esports, since there's no objective on top side or bottom side river, they're just focusing on constantly applying pressure and threatening for a push. But with Fervent Esports' wave clear, they're actually managing well. So at least they're being able to alleviate the situation. But the biggest problem, I think, here that we have been seeing to accumulate for a very extended period of time is the gold lead that West Point Esports actually has. Almost 10,000 gold. Elder Dragon is about to be up in the next few minutes as well. Another Baron's going to be coming up. If West Point Esports gets both of them, it's game over.
I mean, is Fervent Esports ready for those objectives? Are they ready to fight? I mean, it looks like it's not the case for Fervent. 10k gold lead being held here by West Point Esports Academy. You have Chai Xian not being able to match up the threat and the damage that Mist is currently dishing out. You have Ame that fell off. You have Poppy that is under-leveled. So for Fervent Esports, it's one problem after another. And you still have to worry about Relia, because Relia is just going to be Relia time and time again, just pushing, just taking down towers, just being a constant threat. If Relia is not breaking towers, Relia is breaking your frontliners.
And nobody can actually resist his damage as well. That's the main thing. Even if they send out 3 people, there has to be one carry. either Chai Chien or Ame. That's why for the past couple of minutes, or at least for quite some time, like a 20-minute mark or 15-minute mark, we saw Ame being the one to handle the lane because at least he can get out of harm's way. But with this kind of Irelia, this amount of gold that Irelia has right now, he can just easily sneak his way through, especially with Ghost, especially with the needles. So Ame is just not really attempting anymore. It's too risky, especially on what
really is.
happened earlier of him nearly getting taken down by Irelia.
And I think West Point Esports Academy is just luring in Fervent Esports because they still have Relia, positioned down bottom. And now they're starting the Baron, but is this the take that they're going to really do or commit to as Fervent Esports Academy positioning themselves up? Baron now down almost 50% HP. And I think it's going to be West Point Esports Academy, but now the fight is going to be in.
Yep, Poppy is just gonna get decimated. It's already too late, and Relia is just slipping his way towards everyone. Look at that damage from Relia. It's just too much, especially with Agrona joining the party. The Devoured as well getting his own kill, and it's already 4 members taken out from Fervent Esports. Blair is just desperately trying to push mid lane, but it's top lane that already breached their lane. West Point Esports looks like they're just gonna be going for the push, taking game number 1 of our best of 3 series.
It took them 30 minutes to break out of their shell, and West Point Esports Academy, surgical, methodical, wins the first matchup. 1-0 lead now for them. And that was just clean coming in from West Point Esports Academy. And man, oh man, were you right about them being that good? And unstoppable momentum from West Point Esports Academy, quite literally, still yet to drop a game here in our semifinals and in the group stage and in this entire tournament. They're unstoppable.
That's their typical game plan, right? Even if they don't really have a solid tank, they really love fighter champions or bruiser champions like Shinzao or Gwen, because they know they can actually they're very confident that they can beat them in macro, in micro, and also in positioning and timings as well. That's what we have noticed as a pattern as well the entire game. Fervent Esports, they had a decent early game, right?
Yeah.
They even at some point they were even ahead in terms of gold. They were ahead in terms of kills as well. But West Point Esports were doing a really good job in preventing them from getting their early game aggression, the perk, right? They couldn't really get their win condition in this entire game.
Yeah.
And when Irelia just had the items already, was already disfed, basically nobody can stop him anymore. Even the rise of Agrona was already buffed up.
Yeah. I mean, the win condition there for Fervent Esports Academy was to actually have the lead at like 20 minutes, and still hold on to that, and possibly by a sustainable amount. But what happened was it was the other way around. It was West Point Esports Academy where they just popped off. I mean, the biggest thing there was Azivid just finding plays left and right. And I think the biggest difference maker there was a point where Fervent Esports could have actually seized the opportunity and actually took the lead. And that was the exchange from the top lane where Azivid and Mist actually got off alive from those exchanges. And from there on, there wasn't any opportunities, or there wasn't even any moments where it came remotely close to actually finding a threat onto Mist, or possibly even onto Relia, because Relia, oh wow, when he got the items, he was just, a solo boss, quite literally, on those side lanes. And you have Fervent Esports just responding and responding. They're reacting and reacting to this side lane pressure, because you can't just leave a Gwen unnoticed, because the Gwen is going to chop down your towers, and chop down their towers Irelia really did. From the first, from the top lane towers down to their inhibitor. So it was a lot of problem from Fervent Esports that their composition didn't actually have the answer for. The Sion didn't have that much value. The Syndra, was shut down from the mid game. I mean, yes, you have Ame having a good game from like the earlier stage of the match, but those 2 team fights where he was absent, that was huge, and that was what led into Fervent Esports, getting drowned down into the game here of West Point Esports Academy.
Yeah, it was a one-sided beatdown by West Point Esports. They're the team that really just does that. And Fervent Esports, if they wanna come back here in this series, they need to really step up. In that game, we saw a lot of opportunities for them, but I think they got, kumbaga, kung sa Filipino terms or kung sa tournament terms, naaurahan sila.
Oo, inaurahan na eh.
Inaurahan na talaga. They got zoned out, they got scared, they got really nervous, and I think West Point Esports in general got into the minds or beat them in mind games as well. Because honestly, Fervent Esports, they had a really decent draft. I think, yeah, the Gwen is a really big problem, but we didn't see any attempt by Fervent Esports to shut down the Gwen. Not much of a gank. At most, the
Pantheon.
only interesting we did see earlier is that they had a Kaisa go with or match with a Gwen, so that the laning phase is gonna be much better. But we didn't see any attempts of ganks, and
There was one.
maybe two. We did see one or two, but it wasn't really that much coordinated. It's basically just a Pantheon going in, but the Scion wasn't able to follow up, and I think those are just wasted attempts, honestly.
Yeah, and now we are at our game highlights of the match where the first blood, kind of a crucial one, panned out into the favor of Fervent Esports. And this was the exchange that they actually won. They grouped up, they got devoured, and I think they got Azivid as well in this exchange. So that was the fights that they needed to actually get. But from this point, moving forward, it was just the game of West Point Esports Academy, and they didn't stop one bit.
They just don't stop, man. That's how good West Point Esports is. They are merciless. Even if you're already behind, if you are being tortured already, they won't stop. They won't feel any mercy. They will keep on bashing. They do what it takes to win, and that's what just separates them from any other team as well.
Yeah.
They are ruthless in general.
And time again, it was just fights after fights where West Point Esports Academy just had the upper hand. I mean, they didn't have like the biggest or like the tankiest, the beefiest frontliners, but they have devoured that does the job well. And they also have, I mean, Agrona is tanky as well. I mean, you also have Relia, so they got all areas covered up, and this was just a poor attempt from Poppy, already having the Baron already snatched out and taken down. And also, this was a final fight where they actually tried to actually get something from it. But at this point, West Point Esports Academy was just way too ahead. And here are the stats to speak for itself.
Woo! Man, it's a glorious day so far for
Yeah.
West Point Esports. Relia having the best time of his life, devoured, basically devouring everybody. Agrona wasn't threatened at all, despite the attempts of Poppy and Ame and even Blair, Zoa, and Chai Shi-in constantly trying to gank him. Mist was basically unkillable the entire game with 5-0 and 6. I think the main point here is that Fervent Esports, they do have an interesting composition. I think they had their very own strengths that they could have utilized more against West Point Esports. I think this was a much more winnable game for them, but I think it also got into their minds, especially when most of their attempts weren't working, and most of them trying to prevent West Point Esports from getting something from them was working more. So Fervent Esports, they just need to be calm and recollect themselves, prepare for the next match, because there's still potentially more matches here in this game. 1 or 2 games. If ever they win the second game, they're gonna be able to push it to game number 3.
So the mindset for Fervent Esports, they don't have the luxury or they don't have the time to actually have their spirits broken down, since it's potentially match point now for West Point Esports Academy. And the man that brought them to this victory, or the MVP of this matchup, is none other than Devoured. Because man, oh man, he just covered everything. He was the all-around member of the team. He was there to soak in damage. He was there to set up. He was there to deal damage. He just did everything.
I mean, this is the interesting thing about Devoured, right? He transitioned from a hyper aggressive power star from back in the day now to a more of a disciplined team player. And I think that really just sets him apart from the other junglers right now. Devoured is showing more discipline, showing more of a consistency, especially in terms of comms with his teammates, because he's the shot caller alongside with Azivid, right? It's something that we mentioned a couple of times already as we get to know more about our teams. But they're even if they are seemingly unstoppable right now, especially with their momentum, West Point Esports can be stopped. There are ways to stop them, and it's just very difficult to actually make that happen. But it's possible, and
Yeah.
Fervent Esports just needs to find it and get it right. But there's something also that you should get, and that's because of Predator, of course. X34. If you want to get this kind of quality of a product with up to 180 hertz refresh rate, 240 refresh rates as well for the X39. Conquer the curve. The Predator X34's Infinity Widescreen is your new battleground. Dive into the abyss, wreak havoc, and claim victory. That's the X34. But if you want to master your game, you have to get the Predator X39's expansive display, as every war is an epic and every frame is harmony in hertz. Plunge into the abyss, unleash your destructive power, and reshape your reality. Both products can be acquired by you as you get it at Acer Predator concept stores or any authorized resellers and Acer online store as well.
I mean, huge thing if you have these monitors, man.
Mhm.
Possibly, baka pag nagkaroon ako niyan, baka maging kasing galing ako ng mga players natin from...
Baka naman. Yan lang naman ang hinihiling natin. Katulad ng hiling na supporter natin sa League of Legends community natin. And of course, ang hiling na mga sumusuporta sa Fervent Esports na makabawi sila sa game number 2 para mapush to sa game number 3. We're gonna be determining that if yun ba ang mangyayari. We're still your casters, Giam and Kauri. You're still watching Predator League 2026 League of Legends, and we'll be back after a short break. Welcome back to the series of West Point Esports Academy versus Fervent Esports. So far, West Point Esports Academy has taken the first point, and we're about to witness either a 2-0 beatdown by West Point Esports or a story of redemption by Fervent Esports as they attempt to get this to a game number 3. We're still your casters, Giyang and Kauri. We're ready for the series as well.
I'm
Game
so
number
ready.
1 has been
I'm so ready.
I guess frustrating, right? A little bit for Fervent, especially if you're a fan
Yeah.
of Fervent Esports.
It was tough.
Especially
It
if
was
you've
tough to
seen
watch.
them battle against Life is Roblox before. You want to see them shine here in this game, in
Yeah.
this series.
Of course.
But in game number 1, we didn't see it. We saw more of darkness and an overflowing point of darkness by West Point Esports as they overshadow them.
Yeah, they really just overshadowed, overwhelmed. Every criteria of dominance was checked there by West Point Esports Academy. 1-0 already, match point for West Point Esports, and potentially a grand final slot already secured for them. But Fervent, they're still fighting them. We've seen some light into their performance, especially from that game number 1. That point where they got that lead and actually managed to stabilize the game until like the 12-minute mark. And then West Point Esports Academy just broke free from the chains and, caused havoc in the battlefield. And Fervent Esports, they need to switch things up. I mean, I think they can last a longer game, so they can opt or they can draft something that can also, catch the waves in the later stage of the match. But once again, this is a fearless draft, so we're going to see a new look for Fervent. I mean, the same goes for West Point Esports Academy. They've already drafted a late game centric composition. But what more if they draft their usual beatdown 16-minute early game composition? And I think that's going to be a lot of problem here for Fervent Esports.
Grabe naman 16
Ay,
minutes.
16. Sorry. Masyado maaga.
Oo. Ano na yun? Bugbog malala na talaga yan kung gano'n. I think Fervent Esports is more than capable of extending this game. Pero we can already safely assume that West Point Esports, they're gonna be at their main goal always is to dominate their game. Sub 30 minutes madalas ang nakikita natin sa kanila unless the team really resists, and so far there's only one team na naka-resist sa kanila, and that's Naos Esports. A while ago medyo nagtagal naman yung game natin. I think that's good. 33 minutes and 25 seconds was the game, but I think from 10 minutes 15 minutes the game was already over. It seemed that way. Game number 2, let's see, kasi Fervent Esports, they're gonna be retaining on blue side. Big deal yan.
It's a big deal. They like to play off that blue side. I mean, the Zir still getting banned out. The respect onto Devoured still very much there. Jarban hindi pa rin pinapakawalan dito ng Fervent Esports. And actually, I was wondering earlier on if West Point Esports Academy would suddenly just do a switch up and okay, let's put in Win-1 this time around naman. But it's going to be Relia still playing for this game number 2. So expected pa rin natin na magiging aggressive yung side lane nila, and especially in the hands or in the form of Relia. It's still very present here. And both teams, I think, magkakapalitan lang sila dito ng kanilang ADC. Possibly the Kaisa heading into the way of West Point Esports Academy, and the Zaya naman ito sa Fervent. But it's going to be the Oriana first pick here by Fervent Esports.
Since Oriana has been picked up, I think it's already anticipated na Oriana yung pipiliin nila, especially na blue side sila with their bans like Ambessa, Azir, and Jarvan. Isa yun sa mga parang nagtathreaten kasi talaga sa Oriana. Ooh. Interesting response here by West Point Esports. Picking LeBlanc for Agrona. Mukhang gusto nila maging extra aggressive. Nocturne might just be a viable pick here for Devour if ever, because they also have to deny it towards Fervent Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that's the threat of the Oriana Nocturne combination, diba? Yung lilipad na lang tas may shockwave biglang masasalo. And I think Devoured can opt for a much more aggressive jungler here, but it's Ezreal na pupunta for sure sa kamay ni Mist this time around for West Point Esports Academy. Fervent Esports now has the opportunity to lock in that combo. Not a very easy one to pull off though, but still, it would make their composition a lot more versatile, a lot more reliable. So Fervent Esports, they're looking towards their second pick of this draft.
Feeling ko, isa sa mga reason kung bakit hindi pinili dito ni Devoured yung
Wukong.
yung Nocturne kasi they know they won't really go with it. Wukong has been picked up, so most likely ito na yung magiging jungler ng Fervent Esports. Go for more crowd control rather than single target pickoffs. Mahirap kasi talaga kapag nagmintis kayo, and West Point Esports are already investing in a lot of damage. One of the ways you can prevent that damage from being dished out is to interrupt them, right?
The setup potential is crazy.
The best interruption is crowd control. And maraming crowd control dito sa Fervent Esports.
Sobrang
There's the
dami.
Orianna, the Wukong, and the Ash Arrow as well. So far, really good picks.
And this composition from Fervent Esports, sa tingin ko, ayaw nila pagalawin dito yung West Point Esports Academy. They want that secured lockdown already with the Cyclone from that Wukong. Syempre, yung Shockwave natin from that Orianna. Tas the ECA, Enchanted Crystal. Tama, ECA. Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Ash. Pero Nico would be the answer here from West Point Esports Academy. Meron na rin silang setup of their own. So, going to the hands of Azivid this time around, itong Nico naman. If you're going to notice, West Point Esports Academy, wala sila masyadong bulk when it comes on their end. So we could potentially see a slightly tanky jungler from Devoured, or even a tanky or beefy top laner for Relia.
I think they have to take out Jax here for Fervent Esports kasi Jax will be a really good pick here. Wukong, Ash, very auto-attack reliant, and once the Nico goes in, mas madali na lang makaka-angle yung Jax dito para sa West Point. But it's also equally dangerous, right? Kasi ang dami pang mga available na champions.
Oh, Viego!
Devoured's, Viego is gonna be taken. I think they're already being pressured by it just being open, especially dahil di pa nakakapili ng champion si Devoured. We see even a smirk coming in from Devoured. Dr. Mundo is a wild pick, by the way.
You want bulk? You want tankiness? There you go. Dr. Mundo is in. And boy, oh boy, am I a big fan of Dr. Mundo. Actually, my main. So.
No, really?
Yeah.
So that's my favorite top laner.
That's
go. That's my favorite top laner as well.
I think it's jungle. It's jungle for sure, right? Or could be.
Let's see.
The top lane. But Karma.
Usually top lane. There was a time that Dr. Mundo was one of the most irritating top laner kasi unkillable talaga siya, especially when you have like Heartsteel and Unending Despair, right? It's one of the more irritating items kapag may Dr. Mundo. And the main goal is to attract attention.
Yeah.
Ikaw yung atakihin, manggugulo ka lang. And it's already, you're not giving crowd control, but you're disrupting positions and also just getting their attention. I think that's gonna be the main goal. Good response though yung Camille. Isa yun sa mga kaya makipagbalagbagan or basically magbully sa Dr. Mundo. Yung short-term exchanges, yung tactical sweep, makakatulong yun sa laning phase.
Yeah, not to mention that that Camille can hold down the Dr. Mundo, pero iba ang magiging matchup niya.
Yeah.
It's a jungle Mundo for West Point Esports Academy. Jungle. Wow. So, is this a unkillable Dr. Mundo game that we're going to see? Because we've seen a lot of Dr. Mundos getting out of hand and just roaming in the entire game. So for Devoured to pick up this champion, something must be behind the minds here of West Point Esports Academy. Though the thing that I'm most interested on seeing is how will this Fiora play into that top lane matchup against that Camille.
Diba? Ito yung malupit na nakikita natin eh. Pagdating sa drafting, especially kapag may fearless draft, we tend to see more unorthodox picks being picked up, and now we see Dr. Mundo being picked up as well. Yung masaya dito, kaya natuwa din ako kasi nakita natin na ngumiti si Devoured na yun pala yung reason kung bakit kumiti din si Devoured.
Di dahil
kasi
sa
siya recall ng Dr. Mundo. Ito sa mga matagal nilang gusto gamitin din sa compy play. And mukhang ito na ipapakita nila sa Fervent Esports. Yung maganda pa dito, walang threat din kasi masyado na mag-gank siya. Kasi Wukong yung katapat na. It's not like a Lee Sin, it's like a Kha'Zix, not like any other champion na sobrang bully talaga. Just like a Xin Zhao as well. Kasi tanggal na yon. sa first staff. And nag-pick na kasi yung Proven Esports ng jungler nila. So, makakapag-farm siya ng sobrang maayos lang. Doesn't necessarily need to gank top lane. Doesn't necessarily need to gank mid lane. And even bottom lane. Ang goal lang niya, magpakunat, magpasakit, and then manggulo mamaya.
Maging young star na lang dapat dito si Devoured mamaya sa ating labanan until the point na alam mo yun, yung every pop niya ng ultimate lahat, bounce na tayo. Di kaya. Di talaga kaya. Masyadong makunat eh.
Kumbaga, sasabay lang siya sa flow. Sasabay lang siya sa flow.
Chillero lang,
Ganun
chill.
lang. Oo. Tapos, susuportahan lang na yung mga sumuporta sa kanya din since day one. Ganon.
Mga day ones natin.
Mga day ones niya. I think, I still have it. We did predict a while ago na 2-0 yung sa ako 2-0 yung na predict ko West Point Esports. You mentioned 2-1. Maybe this is the one.
Maybe.
For Fervent Esports. Hopefully, right?
Hopefully.
Kasi kahit ako na sinabi ko na 2-0 yung sa tingin ko mangyari dito, I always hope to be proven wrong. Kasi it means more extended games. Saka more unpredictability.
Yeah.
Kasi isa sa mga parang, watching the scene for so long and also sa mga players and getting to know, the more information you actually get, the more kind of cursed you get as well. Kasi parang mas pag nape-predict mo na yung mangyayari, it kind of gets boring. So, after a while, you tend to want to be proven wrong.
Yeah.
So, sa akin, kapag ganun, pag na-proven wrong ako, mas natutuwa ako kasi ibig sabihin, may nag-improve, may nagbago.
Because there's going to be new contenders to actually spice up the scene, di ba? I mean, you'll have new teams to look out for, to watch out for, and it just means that our competitive scene is just continuously growing, di ba? I mean, it's nice to see that we have the pillars or the pinnacle, if I must say so, of the teams here in the Philippines, like West Point Esports Academy, for example. But from time to time, you want new heroes to actually rise up and contest these giants in the scene. I mean, this could be it. Diba? Game number 2 from Fervent Esports, but West Point Esports Academy, you just can't deny their presence, and you can't just deny the prowess that they're currently holding in this tournament. Still yet to drop a game. I mean, the closest that they've ever been was with Naos Esports, and that roster is also stacked. But it only happened. It only became close just because Naos Esports found an opportunity to actually slip through the armors here of West Point Esports Academy.
Yeah, biggest shoutout nga pala sa mga sumusuporta sa atin dito sa live stream natin, sila Mallory, pati si Kaisho din. Mallory actually was one of the teammates dati nila Rupert, kung naalala nyo pa sila Jar, sila mga nakakalaban niya dati, sila Calumnia, mga ganun. Isa sa mga OGs natin, even was a part of GSE before nung sumasali siya sa artist, yung part pa siya ng group na yan at sumasali sila sa mga tournament. Kaisha naman, isa sa mga players ng Fervent Esports actually in the mobile version of this game, and is also going for expansion on other MOBA games as well, just grinding in esports. Kaya nakakatuwa na nakita natin din sila dito. Kaisha is supporting Fervent Esports, of course, yung bahay niya, in yung organization niya. So we'd love to see your support, guys, especially sa mga
viewers,
players natin, sa mga teams natin. Let us know who do you think is going to be winning here in this game. #WPA win or #FVE win. And make sure to share the live stream para mabigyan natin ng support yung mga players and yung teams natin as we head into the game. Match point na yung West Point Esports. Let's see kung makakabawi yung Fervent.
Match numero 2 for Fervent Esports and West Point Esports Academy. This is where it all gets decided. Are we heading into Silver Scrapes? Or this is the end, possibly, of this matchup? Yeah, West Point Esports Academy. Oh, a very aggressive jump there from Agrona. Kind of risky. But, checks out a lot of members from Fervent Esports. So, malalaman nila yung positioning nila. And flash already used here by Ame and West Point Esports Academy. I think they're looking towards this invade onto the red buff here of Fervent Esports.
Well, makunat kasi yung mundo eh. So, pwede siya mang ganyan lang, mangkulit lang talaga eh. Look at him, just bullying everyone out. They're not caring about the camp just yet. It forces a heal,
Oh,
Blast
Poppy.
Cone to just go in. Actually, medyo delikado si Poppy dito. Napa-flash na kakaagad siya. Devoured,
Oh,
don't get
Devoured,
low
very
HP.
low.
Might actually get taken down. Flashes out, still has a heal. Zoa unable to land the auto attack.
Oh, no!
And he gets taken down instead. Or Chaishin gets taken down. Mist might about double kill. It's a disaster for Fervent Esports. First 2 minutes pa lang.
That is the biggest blunder from Fervent Esports, and actually, 2 of those kills in the hands of Mist. And it's Mist Ezreal that we're talking about here. So a lot of problems already from Fervent Esports, not to mention Raptors and Red Buff being taken by Devoured already, and this Dr. Mundo is for sure to scale up very fast.
8CS sa kaagad habang si Poppy kaka-clear pa lang niya or pa-clear pa lang siya ng first camp niya. It's a bad start.
It's a
for
disaster.
Fervent Esports. West Point Esports, grabe, they have balls of steel, man. The way they just consume the entire red side jungle of Fervent Esports and just continued to pressure them down, force them, baited them actually towards that fight. That Fervent Esports, I think, honestly thought that they could take them out, or at least Devoured. Pero they got taken out instead, and now 3 minutes pa lang, may 1,000 gold din na kagad tayo.
Yeah. And that jump from Agrona, as risky as we have said that it was to be, it was the thing that set it up West Point Esports Academy. They got the information as to where the members of Fervent Esports are. And then, therefore, nag-commit na lang sila dun. And they got a lot out of it. 3 minutes into the matchup, already 1k gold lead from West Point Esports Academy. So, you have Fervent Esports now, for sure, kailangan nila mag-ingat talaga dito sa ating bot lane matchup. But they have to rely on to Blair doon sa top lane matchup against Relia naman to win this out for them. Kasi medyo behind na dito si Poppy, si Chai Shien, si Zoa. I mean, even Ame, because Ame got taken out.
Mid lane then, si Agrona, constant pressure. Look at the pokes that he is doing. Is also just denying CS a little bit towards Ame, pero mga makakapantay naman siya kahit paano. Yung hassle lang talaga, yung pressure na binibigay dito, yung mga pokes, engages ni Agrona. Poppy might actually be interested in going there, kaso nga lang, he might just be spotted by a ward placed just a little over that topside river by West Point Esports. So he just walks out instead.
And now TP for Relia goes back into the lane, and Blair, with no options left, being forced to back away from that one.
Solo kill!
That happened fast!
I think Ame overstayed in the lane, and Agrona just even used the flash to take him out.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
So, 3-0 already lead here for West Point Esports Academy. TP now in for Blair as well. I mean, it's looking grim already from the get-go of this matchup. I mean, you have Devoured, just walking up here onto the bottom lane. Chai Shi-yin trying to run away from Mist. Going to eat a lot of damage, so that will force out Blair as well.
Blair might just get taken down.
Oh,
There's
wow.
a flash. Irelia.
Everywhere. Lahat ng parte ng mapa nabibigyan dito yung Fervent Esports. And you also have Chai Shi-yin being forced to back away again. So mahihirapan na naman siya mag-scale up. But actually would get this wave first. But Dragon being taken now by West Point Esports Academy. A chain of events. Wow.
Sunod-sunod lang talaga eh. And all objectives might just be taken down here by West Point Esports. I don't think Poppy can actually contest anything anymore. Especially with the amount of the big leverage of Devoured over him already. CS pa lang, tapos yung XP niya, mas mabilis siya magle-level 6 for sure. Level 4 pa nga lang si Poppy ngayon eh. Sobrang behind siya, especially because of the camps na nakuha sa kanya kanina. And Devoured even is just constantly getting into his, or at least establishing vision, getting disruptors, disrupting his pathing all the time. Kaya nakita natin nahihirapan talaga si Poppy.
Yeah. When you have Tiamat now on the hand here of Relia, almost halfway through a Hydra item, no? So, a lot of problems already for Fervent Esports. And once again, Agrona having a trade.
Grabe naman yun. Those chains, man, are just so irritating. And Ame couldn't do anything, especially dahil, ang dali lang iwasan yung mga skills niya eh. This is one of the reasons why even, especially before, right? Even 10 years ago, ang laging ginagamit against Oriana is LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Kasi kaya mong pagtripan lang talaga.
And if we know one man who actually uses LeBlanc quite a lot, I mean, good luck on him on the play-in stage.
Lalo na dati meron pang Deathfire Grasp. Ay! Yun talaga. Borado
Sunog.
talaga kahit sino dati.
And that damage from Agrona kanina, what was that like? From 80 to 20% of HP ni Ame? And now, threatening to actually take out this Oriana. So you now know and see the difference between these two mid laners, and also the Dark Seal is there for Agrona. Imagine if he gets that pick off onto Ame. That was just going to be huge.
Buti nga level 5 pa lang si Mist eh. If he was level 6, nag-true shot para siya sa mid lane.
Yeah.
Ganun ka,
Sapul.
swerte na rin ng onte dito ni Ame. The constant bullying, man, is starting to accumulate, take a toll on him as well. West Point Esports still up by 2,000 with his 4-0 lead. Mist is gonna be fine despite the focus na ginagawa doon ni Zoa kasi si Azemed papunta naman na. Fervent Esports in general, they're scaling composition kasi yung comp nila talaga, pang late game. Camille, even the Wukong, even, especially yung Oriana, pati yung Ashe, pang late game talaga yan. They have 1-2 front lines. It can deal a lot of damage towards the Dr. Mundo, but West Point Esports is preventing them from getting resource to delay their scaling as well. Kaya ang hirap talaga.
You know, it feels as if Fervent Esports has no option but to just try and hold their ground because you have Ame 0 and 2 already. Talagang siya yung nafo-focusan dito because last game he was kind of the problem for West Point Esports Academy, and not to mention the Agrona champ this time around. It's not a Rise. Kayang-kaya ka talaga niyan i-1v1.
A duelist, right? An assassin, a mage assassin. Definitely working for West Point Esports.
And
Devoured even just going towards...
Ayun na yung sinasabi mo.
Nakuha niya! Oh, this is
no.
just sad for Poppy. Doesn't have the clone anymore. Forced to use the Cyclone. Mayroon namang Shockwave. Baka makuha na nila.
Oh, Agrona!
So parang hinabol pa rin siya ni Poppy. He's gonna be taken down. Devoured is gonna be overextended.
Oh, wow!
Esports, they found 2. Relia trying to get 1, but instead, he might be the one to get taken out instead. Lunges away. Poppy wasn't able to get into his space. Wasn't able to get through the wall. But Relia should just still get taken down. Yun lang. Ang auto-attack na lang. Pag yung makatakas pa, malas
400 gold.
Nakuha
Juicy.
naman nila.
Juicy for Blair. I mean, a big misplay there from West Point Esports Academy. Sasabihin ko pa lang na inaurahan sila doon ng West Point. Pero Fervent pala ang may rest back.
Yeah. Good knock-up by Poppy. Sets up for that Shockwave. Hindi na nakapag-flash si Devoured and si Agrona din. Kaya nahuli sila.
I mean, those are the plays that you want to have and you need to have with this composition. The Cyclone recasted it again after the Shockwave. Enchanted Crystal Arrow actually stopped Devoured from moving an inch. And from there, it was just Fervent Esports cleaning up house, taking down 3 in that exchange. A huge win on their end.
Yeah. Bawi kahit papano. It cut the gold lead from 2.5 or almost 3,000 to now just 1,000, and also just gives them more ample time to scale up, right? Yun naman yung pinaka-goal dito ng Fervent Esports. Good dodge by Ame on one of the chains of Agrona. He's gonna be fine in the laning phase. Actually had a better exchange. But West Point Esports, they're not stopping with the pressure. They're still stepping on the gas pedal, getting this dragon right now. Enchanted Crystal Arrow actually connects towards Agrona. He might actually just get taken down. Actually escapes. Especially with his dash, and yun lang. Muntik na sana yun para sa Fervent Esports. And West Point, they got the objective.
Parang nothing happened lang dito yung West Point Esports Academy. Still pushing forward, you know, still doing their job. They know that they're still in the lead, but they have to be a bit careful now since Fervent Esports, you're seeing Ame being comfortable now into this mid lane matchup. But here though, there's going to be a trade and Relia is going to chop down the HP bars of Blair. kanina niya pa gusto kunin niyang demolish niya dyan sa tower na yan. Still not being able to get it. And Blair going to take a substantial amount of damage there. And Relia, mukhang nakikita ko na nai-envision ko na naman yung side lane pressure Relia. Final boss, ang hirap pabagsakin. We need to react to this man ASAP.
Relia, tapos yung Fiore niya, sobrang hassle pa. Fervent Esports.
But Poppy is there though.
They might attempt to actually take him down. Good reposto. We might just get the 2v1 win. Oh my god. Great counterplay by Relia. Just outclasses Blair and Poppy simultaneously. And Fervent Esports find themselves in a bit of a blunder. West Point Esports now can
Devoured
capitalize
is
on
now here.
There's rotation in the bottom lane. Devoured wants to get in their pace. He's just waiting for the wave
They need to run away.
They need
Pop
to decide.
Blossom.
A knock-up is there by Zoa, just cutting down the path. He will get traded out, but I don't think West Point Esports cares. Look at the way that Devoured is just tanking the tower. He doesn't care. And that's gonna be playthings for West Point as well.
Oh, but Ame is now here trying to look for something, but it would be quite late into this one. Blair trying to jump onto Mist, but Mist with the flash just gets away from that one safely. And what was that outplay coming in from Relia? That parry was, kumbaga, in other gaming terms din, perfect parry talaga. Pero di niya nakuha yung demolish attack once again. Kanina niya pa gusto makuha yun eh.
Kumbaga, kung sa 7 Deadly Sins, na full counter. Full counter. Bumalik eh. Bumalik sa kanya yung stun, tapos siya pa yung nadali doon. The Cyclone was used against him instead. And bit the stung.
Na Hextech ultimatum na siya, tapos inultihan niya rin para, ako nakulong? Kayo ang nakulong sa akin.
West Point, they're ahead again by 3,000. It's starting to balloon. Heartsteel picked up already by Devoured. He's gonna love getting those stacks one by one.
Yeah. And is it going to be that hard? I mean, he's a jungle mundo, so not that much opportunity to actually hit someone with a mark. But I think this is the case now as Ame gotta get pinched in trouble here.
Fuck. Yun lang yung gusto ni Devoured. Thank you. Isang stack lang.
Okay, 35 na.
Niya, atras na kaagad eh.
I was actually fooled there by Azivid. I thought it was Agrona together with Devoured. So I was like, okay, Ame, I think it's time. But it's still going to be safe from that one. Still a big dub from Devoured, getting that heart still stack. And this tower could actually be gone or aabot pa dito si Ame.
Papunta na si Ame, kaso parang wala na siyang abutan, masyado malayo. Ame actually stopped for a while, so that's kind of unfortunate. So this tower is gonna be taken out, first tower, and potentially just the feat of strength as well by West Point Esports. I think they just had it in the bag. Missed though, still able to Arcane Shift away despite getting hit by the arrow. Oh,
how
it's
is
gonna be
that
fine.
possible?
Pop Blossom, but not gonna save the day for Azved. Mist is taking quite a bit of damage already. Chunked down to 30% HP.
Devoured is coming.
He wants to engage. Kaso nga lang, wala nang pang engage dito yung West Point eh. So, clear lang siya ng wave.
Yeah, with the Nico being taken out of there, I think it's the sign for West Point to actually not try and force for more. But Agrona! Hold on!
Masakit. Lalo na yung distortion niya. So, I think it's max distortion yung ginawa niya. Push in the bottom lane by Relia as well. Man, I think the pressure is starting to overwhelm Fervent Esports once again.
And oh my. West Point Esports Academy, bit by bit, unti-unti in Tagalog, lumalaki ang kanilang kalamangan dito. 2 dragons already under their name, plus another mountain. And it's going to be a mountain soul game. So, very happy Devoured noises are being heard right now. Additional tankiness for that Dr. Mundo. Ocean Soul would have been great. But yeah, we have to settle for a mountain this time around.
Yeah, mas makunat naman dito si Devoured dahil dyan, increased resistance and potentially a shield as well. Rift Herald, though, is gonna be an option here for Fervent Esports. Looks like Westpoint Esports has no interest in contesting it anymore. They will spot it out being completed. Agron is on the way. Actually, might attempt to steal it, pero no attempts made. And Westpoint Esports, they're just gonna be giving them that small token consolation prize, at least for now. Malaki naman na yung kalamangan dito ng West Point Esports, but you need to be very careful, right? Kasi siyempre, yung compa rin dito ng Fervent Esports, maganda talaga pagdating sa late game. Yes, there are the threats from the Fiora, from the LeBlanc, and the Nico as well. High damage from Mist later on, especially dahil 3-0 siya, naka Trinity Force na nga, malapit na mag-Mura Mana. Pero masakit din dito mamaya yung Fervent Esports. As long as they resist the burst, they can actually shred them down. And they're just waiting for them to be loaded enough to be able to do that. Grab ang kunat. Oh my god, devoured, and Ame is just spotted out by the Pop Blossom, popped to pieces, but actually was able to escape.
Oh, I think Fervent Esports wants to turn.
For the punish. Hexacle Dream gonna be isolating Devoured, pinning him down, unable to escape, and gets Devoured instead.
And what a quick turnaround from Fervent Esports. Kanina pa dito yung mga arrows ni Chai Shiyin, and it has been the thing that, you know, saves Fervent Esports and sets them up for big plays like that. I mean, Devoured, hindi man niya nakain yung arrow, but it removes his passive skill, which later on was a big game changer from Fervent Esports. Therefore, they were able to get that engage and then get that kill.
Medyo nakabawi, no? Bigla yung Fervent Esports. Kahit malaki yung HP dito ni Devoured, wala kasi siyang kahit anong resistant items. So, it doesn't have armor much. Doesn't have magic resist that much yet. Papunta na siya ng second item niya. Kaso nga lang, since hindi siya naka-steel caps, hindi siya naka-merc boots, at most yung slows lang talaga yung dire-deny na. It's primarily just for the Orianna, Karma, and the Ashe para at least madali siya maka-in or out kung alin yung gusto yun niya. Westpoint Esports, again, still up ahead. They had a bit of a blunder in top lane, but the consequences aren't really that high. Power still intact, actually untouched in top lane, mid lane, and in bottom lane. Pwede pa pang next game. Fervent Esports, if they want to start to really close the gold gap, they need to start bashing those towers.
Yeah, I mean, this could be the start, pero magiging ligtas lang din naman doon si Azevid. Kung makikita mo naman, the commitment from Devoured. Bawal mo galawin ang day 1 ko. Napakabilis ng respawn niya doon with is that a boots of swiftness onto this big man. 76 stacks pa lang naman yung kanyang hard steal dito, so still fine, pero magkakaroon tayo ng hindi fine na labanan dito ngayon.
Yun lang, Azevid yun natamaan, Poppy diretso na nga sa kanya, susubukan na pa rin mabuhay, and nabuhay nga siya, even use the pop loss, and Devoured actually separates the team instead, and allows his teammate to actually survive. Agrona now gonna be getting into their faces, trying to burst them down. Zoa doing a really good job, isolating Devoured and missed.
Oh!
Relia! Just flanked by Relia onto the backside. That's gonna be a double kill for him as well. And Zoa finds himself low in HP, just demolished by Relia as well. And the Rift Herald was used backwards.
Tamang stroll lang, G.
Stroll na lang.
I mean, that was a big fight. You have Azevid almost taken out, but Devoured also on the brink of death, just presses R and is suddenly ready for round number 2. And Westpoint Esports Academy, with the help of Relia, just cutting the exit options. Kumbaga, blinak niya yung Pyrexit.
Walang makatagos. Walang makaalis, walang makauwi sa Fervent Esports. Relia is a massive problem now for Fervent Esports. Oh, grabe naman si Blair. Actually was a little more scared about him instead of Relia. Kasi 2 items na yan eh. Even if you have like anti-shield, Executioner's Calling, 2 items to 1 item pa lang yan.
Yeah. I mean, it still is the case for Westpoint Esports Academy, holding down the fort, holding down their own lead. And I think they're positioning themselves up for a potential dragon take anytime soon. They're actually placing down wards, making sure that Fervent Esports has no idea whatsoever sa kung ano ang magkakaroon dito ngayon. But they're starting it and they want to negate them, this dragon.
Let's see if they can actually stop them. Poppy is fully committing actually onto the dragon. Sets his eyes onto Devoured instead. Kaso nga lang ako
Zoa!
si Zoa. Pinipitas na nga, tinutuwag na nga.
Aurelia is now here.
The next target. Good cancel with the Cyclone. But the dragon's gonna be taken down. Mountain Dragon Soul acquired by West Point Esports. Man, Atakan is gonna be next as well. They're already setting their eyes on it as well. They're just zoning every single
Ame is
member
in
of
bad
Esports.
place.
Ame is gonna get spotted out, unable to land any of that shockwave. He got killed before the cast time. And West Point Esports are just demolishing them at this point.
And I think we are seeing the latter stages of this matchup. West Point Esports now in their own world, cementing themselves on their own level. Kumbaga, there's levels to this nga naman. Atakan being taken as well from West Point Esports Academy. And Fervent, they need to find something to actually slow down the game because it has been accelerated to a point talaga na napakabilis na. And kanina pa natin pala hindi napapansin but Mist is already 3-0-5. Tahimik lang. Trabaho lang pero mamaya siya talaga yung biggest threat dito for Fervent.
Yeah, we actually mentioned that a while ago. Untouched talaga siya. He's just chilling, scaling as well, and going towards his third item already. Pero si Raylia din kasi, sobrang sakit din eh. Spear of Soji nakakaagad, so mabilis na yung cooldown ng lunges niya, mas mabilis na siya makakapag-gap close kung gugustuhin niya, or maka-out kung alin ba ang magiging trip niya. Devoured as well, already picking up his Deadman Stone Plate. So gap close is there, there's the slow as well, kapag nakalapit na siya, and man, is just a menace for Fervent Esports. Ang hassle na ito para sa kanila, the Ashe o Chai Shien is not capable of shredding anyone just yet. Masyadong maaga pa, pero parang tinatapos na ng West Point Esports Academy. Look at Relia tanking everything. Ini-emote na nga lang sila, giving them the thumbs up. Just messing on their minds. Look at Devour tanking everything as well. Even the tower shots are just
but there's an attempt.
Equally accepted. Good Pop Blossom to cancel the Cyclone towards the back line. Kaya hindi nakaabot kay Mist.
Oh, Chai Shien!
Chai Shien getting low in HP. Cyclone by Poppy to disrupt the back line. Kaso nga si Devoured, dinidistract din yung harap nila.
No!
Fervent Esports now finds himself in a bad trouble. And West Point Esports demolishes 4 members. Si Claire na lang natitira pero mukhang na magtatagal. And West Point Esports looks like they're just gonna be ending the misery of Fervent Esports.
And one misstep actually is all it takes as West Point Esports Academy ends the game in a dominant fashion. You have Devoured going down, but the team is up 25 minutes into this matchup and West Point Esports Academy dominating Fervent Esports, and they would take that game 2-0 fashion. And man oh man, dominating, promising stuff from this team. And we will see you at the Grand Finals, West Point Esports.
Matinding performance talaga. West Point Esports Academy is, again, we say it time again, they are the best team in the Philippines right now, and it will take a whole lot to actually defeat them, even scratch them. Mahirap talaga. Fervent Esports, they tried. They drafted very interesting compositions on game number 1. And a late game scaling composition in game number 2. Then I think they got a little bit outplayed sa Dr. Mundo pick, and bigla nagkaroon ng Fiora because Fiora can easily win against Camille. Isa yun sa mga parang theoretical matchups natin na panalo talaga yung Fiora.
Yeah.
It is a skill matchup pero usually Fiora talaga ang mananalo, especially pagdating sa late game. In Fervent Esports, they got a little bit stuck. They couldn't really make plays in the early game kasi Agrono was taking full control of the laning phase. Bottom lane was completely managed by Mist and Azabeth. We didn't see ganks much in the bottom lane then. At most yung mga attention na sa mid lane and top lane, and Devoured had cleared. Or at least bantay sarado pa rin.
If you're going to talk about ganks, si Devoured kasi yung nanggagank kay sa Wukong dun sa jungle area niya. So, there was barely room for plays there from Fervent Esports, and West Point Esports Academy all throughout the game remained vigilant. They held on to their lead. They never let up, and they just finished that series in the most West Point Esports Academy fashion that we've ever seen. 25 minutes. Man, oh man.
Ang hirap eh. Ang hirap if you're Fervent Esports, you're battling against a Titan. And of course, known Titans talaga ang West Point Esports Academy. I think one of the ways they could have maybe like won the game, I think may onting problem din sa draft. They could have focused just entirely on late game. Isa yun sa mga nakita natin din kasi sa Naos Esports Kapon. I think they could have taken a page from their book in how they nearly came back in their game. And I guess West Point Esports din, yung execution talaga nila, constant pressure, lalo na sa laning phase. Nakita natin na hirapan talaga lahat ng laners ng Fervent Esports. Top lane, mid lane, or bottom lane man. Grabe talaga umaura dito yung West Point Esports. And they just loves devouring, decimating, consuming, and just bullying everyone na nakakalaban nila. And it became the same story today.
Yeah, it's still the same story for West Point Esports Academy. Still untouched all throughout this tournament, and this would take them up to the grand finals. You will see them at November 16, and I'm so excited for this team, man, as we still have yet to see another challenger to step up to the plate. I mean, you have the next matchup, which is MCOM versus Naos Esports. Naos Esports almost took a game out of West Point Esports Academy, but fell short. So that matchup still is something that we have to look out for. But this one is done and dusted already. Nakita natin yung West Point Esports Academy time and time again. Regardless of time, anong era, it's still their era. It's always their era. And they're just proving it. Even until now.
Yeah. Ang inaantay na lang nila, sigurado ako, is Naos Esports. I think marami din nakaisip na ang maglalaban sa Grand Finals is Naos Esports and West Point Esports Academy. Kaya marami din naka-tune in sa laban ng MCOM Esports kasi sila yung parang medyo underdog ngayon. Right? Naos Esports, especially since big organization yung Naos Esports, as they acquired the members of Capybara, is now one of the looked up to teams and players as well. And kailangan galingan nila Rupert, nila Nagari, nila Kreze para pigilan nila yon and be the one to actually challenge West Point Esports Academy.
Yeah. They are the potential challengers, but let us not forget that there's still MCOM, so they have to battle it out kung sino ang susunod na susubok dito sa ating
sila yung MCOM.
Yeah. I mean dito sa but yeah, they still have to fight for their slot here. So West Point Esports Academy cementing already their name and cementing already their slot. The question now is, will they finish the tournament with a clean record? Can they finish the tournament with a clean record, not dropping a single game?
I mean, they've done it before. That's their goal. Yun yung madalas natin nakita na gusto gawin ng West Point Esports. Very brutal sila sa sarili nila, sa totoo lang. And isa yun sa mga napag-usapan din namin dati. Pero ngayon, at least maganda na rin yung competition. Yung mga itong nakalaban nga lang ng West Point Esports, yung Fervent Esports, I think they kinda got overwhelmed. Pili ko kaya nila. Kaso nga lang, sa tingin ko na pressure lang din talaga sila, nadaan lang. We're gonna be seeing the highlights of the game as well, being shown to you guys to see the moments where Fervent Esports had a bit of a problem in the early game, especially after that 2-0.
Yeah, that was huge.
They missed.
That was really huge there, as Mist got that double kill. And that matchup on the bottom lane, I think Chai Shiyin together with Zoa could have had the upper hand if not for that early mistake. But it happened. Devoured got out of control, Mist got out of control, and Relia as well was just someone that you can't just take out if you send one member. You have to send multiple, and that goes for all of the members as well. And this game highlights might be quite short, but this was the final fight that actually ended things off. Poppy actually tried to save Chai-Shi in here, but instead it rooted, or it was the cause for more destruction, as Agrona just dived into the back lane. Devour just ate those tower shots like it was breakfast, and then Relia just cleaned things up for West Point Esports Academy, and that was basically it.
Ang kunat kasi talaga ni Devour. God. Dinoctor Mundo sila eh. Oh man. And it's going to be an interesting stat for sure. Speak of stats, ito yung stats ng game natin. 18-7 scoreline.
5K gold
favoring
lead for
West Point
Relia.
Esports. Yeah, paldong-paldo si Relia. He has more kills than the entire team of Fervent Esports.
Swak na swak ang bulsa. And just covering things up all by himself. Kumbaga kanina nampulis na lang siya eh, nung later stages of the match. And he was a threat that no one can neutralize for the side of Fervent Esports. And that 5K gold lead, that was just under 30 minutes. And that just goes to show how dominant Relia already is in that matchup. So,
yeah.
Speaking of dominant,
surprised kung siya yung MVP.
I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, he dominated his lane, top lane.
Oh, no.
Devoured actually well-deserved in MVP.
Yeah.
Kasi hindi man in terms of damage siya or yung kills niya, pero yung presence niya, macro, and also the invades na ginawa niya the entire game, the amount of damage he took as well for the team para ma-isolate or mawala yung attention sa mga kasama niya was a very, very impressive back-to-back MVP as well.
Siya ang tunay na G ng West Point Esports Academy, kumbaga. Siya yung gumawa ng mga bagay na hindi pwedeng gawin ng iba. He was there every step of the way. He was there to step up, and well-deserved series MVP to Devoured.
Oh, and interesting pick din yung ginawa niya, di ba?
Oh.
Getting that getting that Dr. Mundo. I think
Sigma.
Many people did not expect that. And kumbaga, isa yun sa mga ways na parang sinasabi lang ng West Point Esports na kaya namin kahit sino, kahit anong champion gamitin namin, kaya namin manalo. Ganong kalupit. Pero mas malupit, of course, yung products ng Acer natin, ng Acer Predator natin. We have the Helios 18 and the Helios 16S AI that has the top-of-the-line specs Ultra 9 Intel-Core Ultra 9 processor. If you want to unleash peak gaming speed and power with the Predator Helios Neo 16S, giving performance that doesn't compromise, you can also step up, stand out, and
Helios
be ready for
18
anything with Helios 18 as well. Shop now at Acer Predator online shop, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, and at any retailer stores near you as well. That has been the series of West Point Esports Academy and Fervent Esports as well. We bid goodbye to Fervent Esports, but of course, they are also invited to watch on-site natin sa Grand Finals sa November 16. But West Point Esports, they're just gonna be preparing for that as well. Next up, we're gonna be watching the match of Naos Esports this time versus MCOM Esports, another best of 3 na Fearless Draft to determine who's gonna be challenging West Point Esports Academy. We are your casters here at Predator League 2026 League of Legends. Giang and Kauri will be right back after a short break.
We'll be back.
you
We're now on the final series of the day, and this is an important series because it will determine who will challenge West Point Esports Academy on November 16 for the Grand Finals. Welcome to Predator League 2026, the League of Legends tournament. We're going to be your Southcasters, Giyang and Kauri. It's the match of MCOM Esports versus Naos Esports in a best of 3 here at Semifinals. And it's going to be Fearless Draft as well.
And it's going to be the deciding factor, no? It's going to be the final matchup for today. The last slot now falls onto the hands of either MCOM or Naos Esports. And a lot is on the line, especially, diba? It's a huge thing if you manage to secure your slot at the Grand Finals, because then again, you would be going up there, playing and proving your might, your excellence, lahat, it all falls down to this final matchup between these two teams. And welcome back once again, tulad nga sinabi ni Boss Giyang. Boss Giyang, walk us through this matchup right here na magkakaroon tayo for our second semifinals matchup.
Well, it's interesting kasi both of these teams, Naos Esports and MCOM Esports, they only suffered one loss this entire tournament so far. 2-1 yung score nila. Naos Esports, the only loss that they've had is against West Point Esports Academy, but during day number 1, they won against Our Lady of Fatima University in a very, very fast game, sub-30 game. Their second match was on day 2 as well against Fervent Esports in one of the fastest games we have seen this entire tournament. Then 26 minutes and 20 seconds. And their last match was West Point Esports. Dun sila natalo and it reached 42 minutes or 41 minutes and 50 seconds kung gusto niyo maging mas specific. Sa side naman ng MCOM Esports, yung unang talo nila is against Life is Roblox, which is an interesting matchup kasi Life is Roblox, hindi na sila kasama sa tournament na ngayon, na natanggal na sila, but it's Fervent Esports that won against them. Now, they won against Ion Global Esports Academy, won against Try Lang, and right now I think ang pinakagusto nila mangyari ngayon is redemption din, kasi yung only loss nila is against Life is Roblox, in which may nakatalo din sa kanila. So it's not looking really good for MCOM Esports. I think kumbaga i-compare natin, andito yung Naos Esports pagdating sa expectations, and medyo andito yung MCOM Esports. There's like a David and Goliath story para sa kanila.
A lot is at stake now for MCOM Esports, and the player or the team profiles, papakita natin yan. And for our first team, it's none other than MCOM Esports. A lot to prove, tulad nga na sinabi. But will they actually prove themselves this time around? We know that Naos Esports, napakalaking expectations then coming in from them. Almost the team that brought down West Point Esports Academy. But here are the players from MCOM Esports. Smiles all across the board, eyes fierce, and they are ready to actually take on the challenge na pwedeng ibigay dito ng Naos Esports.
Yeah, solid yung mga players natin sa side ng MCOM Esports. They had a long history already in the competitive scene, lalo na yan sila Rupert. Some of their galing pa nga ni Zenith Esports si Rupert dati nung sumasali sila last year sa mga ibang community tournament natin, pati yung sa national tournament natin. Kumbaga balagbag talaga sila.
Yes.
There are a couple of changes nga lang sa roster nila kasi nagkaroon ng mga onting lipat-lipat din, but they're really patching up to some of the mistakes or yung mga lacking sila as a team and as a player na rin. Kaso nga lang, ngayon, ang pinakakailangan nila kasi is mag-limit test talaga kasi yung kalaban nila medyo balagbag din talaga. Naos Esports, which we are gonna be showing onto the screen as well, yung roster nila is a well-stacked team. The only team right now, aside from West Point Esports, na absorb ng isang big organization. Right? Naos Esports acquired Capybara. Ito sila Mr. Blue, sila Galata, sila Mike Don, and Convex now is named, kumbaga si Fabi na ito, si Mr. Blue, pati si Concept naman ito yun sa support natin. The rest of the team already has massive amount of experience. Si Galata and si Mike dating sa West Point Esports yan. Si Don, dati sa Batang 90s or even Liab Esports before. International experience, meron na din sila. Malakas na malakas talaga.
Yeah, malakas na malakas talaga. And considering that the format now is a fearless draft best of 3, I think it favors out, if I'm going to say it, favors out Naos Esports, to be honest, because they would have room to actually adjust nakita natin sa mga best of 1 series nila, it's either they're the dominating team or they were once playing on their back foot. Pero, diba, given more games, given more time to actually read their opponents and adjust to their strategies, to their draft, I think Naos Esports, with their experience, especially, having having multiple veteran players that has been currently in the scene, has been in and out of the scene. Naos Esports also being acquired, diba? They've just been recently acquired, so what they have in mind right now is to actually perform and bring Naos Esports to that fated grand final matchup with West Point Esports Academy.
Yeah, pinakababantayan dito ng Naos Esports for sure sa MCOM Esports is si Rupert and Kreze. Actually, Shogun din. Grabe kasi din talaga yung na player ng MCOM Esports. But I think Kreze and Shogun are just gonna be the primary targets here, especially dahil sa wukong ni Kreze, sa Leeson din niya na 15-0 and 16 nung kalaban nila yung try lang. Yung wukong niya nung kalaban ni Iron Global Esports Academy, 10-1 and 17, both of which are gonna be respected. So isa to sa mga parang anticipated na at the start of the series. So that gives a little bit more room for MCOM Esports to have first pick priority. ADC, I think, Shogun, pwede severe ka agad yung kunin nila or yung Lucian niya.
Yeah. Pero you have Don as well on Naos Esports. Man, this man is good isn't just the word for him kasi nakita natin yung performance niya sa group stages. So another ADC that they have to look out for. And the one thing that we know about Don is that he scales up so fast. Like once he gets to his rhythm or his tempo, o kaya makalabang siya no 1K to 2K, it's just going to be okay. You can rely on Don. Don will carry the game. Don will close it out. And that's the threat for the side here of Naos Esports, together with their very well-balanced roster as of the moment. Pero magkakaroon tayo ng mentor versus apprentice matchup, Sinzao versus Jarvan. And also, Naos Esports, mahilig sila sa mga sibat. Also locking in that Azir.
Yeah, madalas binaban actually. So far, there is almost 100% ban rate ng Azir kay Myken kasi isa to sa nakakatakot na champion na ginagamit niya. But this time is gonna be opened up by MCOM Esports dahil sa mga meta bans na tinanggal nila like Vi, Poppy, and Aurora. So this is now a big pick for Naos Esports. It's gonna be responded with a passive Morgana in the mid lane para at least ma-manage lang yung lane at hindi makapag-push yung Azir, and add a little bit of defense as well for MCOM Esports.
So another CC yung madadagdag sa lineup nila dito, no? Jarvan together with that Morgana. It sure is going to set up a lot of plays, hold down a lot of members, and Kaisa going to get secured here by MCOM Esports, another huge heavy hitter on their side. So far, ang ganda ng draft for both of the teams, ang daming na open up, which means on to the next game, marami ding mababawas na pick, so they have to actually make use of this game number 1, especially Mike Han's Azir is already in play. They need to make a full use out of this one kasi hindi na siya magagamit later on down the line. Pero for Don, it's going to be the misfortune for that consistent burst damage, that AoE damage na mabibigay niya with the bullet time, yung ulti pa nung ating misfortune. So very well-rounded out naman dito yung draft ng Naos Esports with their core heroes already being selected here.
Yeah, yung mga champions na ginamit nila actually, never pa nila na-pick this entire tournament. Shogun has never picked up Kaisa. Dawn has never picked up Misfortune. Mukhang nagtitipid ng onte dito yung MCOM Esports, pati yung Naos Esports, preparing for this extended series, right? Malaking respeto binibigay nila sa isa't isa. Pero ang meron dito kasi sa Naos Esports is yung team fight based composition na binubuo nila. They already have an initiator, which is Shinzao. Azir can be an initiator as well. They have lots of crowd control. Ang finishing touch na lang nila dito is yung Misfortune. They haven't picked up their support and top laner just yet. So Rel is gonna be an option. MCOM Esports denied that already. They removed the Leona and the Renekton as well. So mukhang potentially makakita tayo ng Jax dito for top lane, possibly ang Besa din kasi isa yun sa mga parang minamatchupan ng Renekton madalas sa top lane.
Yeah. I mean, if they want more setup potential, I can possibly see we're not seeing Braum that often ngayon, pero I'm hoping Possibly it could be a Brom. Most likely it would be a Rel. Syempre nga, Magnet Storm nga together and paired up with the Ultimate of the Misfortune. Tapos meron pa, ang dami nilang setup, honestly. It's a good team fighting composition na kino-construct ngayon ng Naos Esports. But they need that X factor. They need that something na parang kailangan mat-threaten dito yung MCOM Esports. But instead, it's the Sion. Still very good side lane pressure, tankiness. Overall, can cover up a lot of spaces for Naos Esports.
Yeah, kumaga, ganun pa rin. Tinitipid na lang muna ng Naos Esports but still works in their favor in terms of a 5v5 setup. They have now 2 tanks, really good frontline.
Ooh,
big pick to ng MCOM Esports kasi they don't really have that much option anymore that can interrupt the Misfortune. You can't pick a Karma in this case. You can't pick any utility supports. It has to be someone that can actually interrupt and move around the map fast kasi para makasabay sa Shinzao sa rotation dito ng Naos Esports. So the Bard is gonna be huge. Especially dahil syempre, yung gagamit sa kanila si Cute Bard. It's a Bard main and hopefully ma-fully utilize dito ng MCOM Esports. Aatrox is gonna be a wide pick as well kasi it adds another frontline. So dalawa na yung frontline dito sa side ng MCOM Esports and this should be able to sustain himself in the laning phase. And
I think it's a good matchup
Sion.
to Sion. I think it's a good matchup onto the Sion dun sa ating side lanes. Not to mention, mas mataas yung capability or yung potential nitong Aatrox to scale up dito sa mga later stages ng ating labanan. And the Nico instead would be the pick here for Naos Esports to pair up with their crazy composition already. Talagang lahat may CC, lahat kayang bumanat dito for Naos Esports. It all falls down onto their execution. How well will they layer down their skills? Diba? Kasi that's what matters in this composition. If one mistake were to happen or may masayang bang ultimate abilities on their end, then you have the likes of the Aatrox on the other end. You have the likes of that Kaisa that can just live off alone to actually punish them off. So, I think malaki yung magiging dito ni Cute Bard, no? Malaki yung magiging responsibility niya dito to actually put a stop into those engages na pwedeng gawin ng Naos Esports.
Yeah, it's a team fight based composition basically by Naos Esports and MCOM Esports. They're gonna be skirmishing around, especially to fully utilize the Jarvan. I think they're working their way into protecting their ADC. I think yun yung pinaka-goal talaga nila. Kailangan maprotektahan si Shogun, kahit si Rupert tutulong na rin. The Aatrox is from Nagori is gonna be helping out to zone out the members of Naos Esports, like create chaos, and the Bard as well. Yun yung magiging goal niya. Divide and conquer, I think, is gonna be the key here of MCOM Esports kasi sobrang sticky ng composition ng Naos Esports. Nakakatakot yan, lalo kapag naggrupo-grupo na talaga sila. So objective fights, we can see that Naos Esports should have like leverage kung pantay lang talaga yung economy nila. MCOM Esports, I think they need to really invest in early game while the Azir is weak, while the Misfortune is kind of vulnerable. They can work their way around bottom lane, maybe bully Fabi along the way as well sa top lane. Pero I like the draft of both of these teams. I think in terms of predictions though, pagdating sa matchup natin, like in a general perspective, I still think that Naos Esports is gonna bag this. I want to say 2-0, but looking at MCOM Esports, I think if mananalo yung Naos Esports dito, makakuha pa rin isang panalo yung MCOM. So 2-1 Naos.
I have to go 2-1 Naos as well. I've been wanting and I've been looking forwards doon sa mga 3-game series natin. Hopefully this time around. I think this is a much closer much closer match up between these two teams. MCOM and Naos could go either way in terms of edge. I think Naos for just purely about the team composition, kung ano yung nagawa nila throughout this tournament. But MCOM, there's something about them as well where they just want to prove na it was just an unfortunate timing. It was a best of one kaya sila nag-drop ng isang laro dito sa ating group stages. But yeah, I think my predictions would be that one as well. And speaking about this matchup, for this game number 1, I think it's all about weathering the storm for MCOM Esports. Kasi if Naos gets the momentum, gets all of the fights they wanted, gets that 5v5 fights na kailangan nilang makuha, then it's going to be a tough time for them. While MCOM on the other hand, if they control their tempo, if they control their momentum, na pressure nila yung Naos, hindi nila nabigyan ng chance to actually group up yung Naos dito, they might just take this game number 1 away from Naos.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game for MCOM Esports revolves around protecting Shogun. Yun talaga. Protect the star player, protect the ADC. He's gonna shine if you give him the platform to shine. Kasi his performance alone is actually quite impressive. In the entire tournament so far, he has landed 31 kills.
Ow.
Siya pa lang. And even with their loss against Life is Roblox, he actually received only a couple of deaths. Parang 10 deaths lang in total niya. 10 deaths lang. Even in that one-sided beatdown, 32-15 yung score ng Life is Roblox sa kanila nung day number 1. So, we can expect na parang pwede mahirapan dito si Shogun ng onte, especially dahil long range damage yung meron sa side ng Naos Esports. Long range yung Azir, sobrang long range yung Misfortune, yung Nico pwedeng bigla na lang sumugod. There's a lot of burst damage on the side of Naos Esports compared to a relatively short range ng Kai'Sa. Magiging mahirap yun. But with the amount of investment sa protection, yung Morgana, tapos yung Bard, I think it's gonna be possible, especially dahil meron naman Jarvan at Aatrox din na pwedeng kumulong sa Sion and all. There is a standing fighting chance. I think they just need to load up sa early game, have the Kai'Sa scale. Siguro they're gonna be forced to sacrifice a couple of objectives just to prevent any sort of snowballing ng Naos Esports, kasi we're talking about Naos Esports here. They're equally as deadly as West Point Esports Academy. Basically the top 2 team right now in this tournament. Kaya tinan natin kung ano ba yung mangyayari. But you can also let us know, guys, what do you guys think is gonna happen here, especially in terms of result. Nakita natin sa isang comment ni Gab 2-0, sabi niya dito ng Naos Esports, and we're seeing some support on both sides as well. Let us know what you think is gonna be winning. #MCE win or #NSE win. And make sure to share the live stream kasi magsisimula na yung laban natin between Naos Esports and MCOM Esports. Game number 1 pa lang to, pero best of 3 series naman.
And the Fearless Draft also adds a lot dito sa factors when it comes to the games. Doon lumalabas yung maturity ng isang team no. The way that they're so versatile, ganong kalalim yung champ pool nila. As we have seen actually earlier on with West Point Esports Academy, pulling out heroes like Dr. Mundo and pulling out different types of gameplay. Kumbaga meron silang different gears. From the first game, they were on the first gear, tamang lang, chill ride, just steadily climbing their way up. And that's the thing that teams need, especially ngayon sa ating playoffs. And I'm not going to disregard the strengths and the prowess here of MCOM Esports, pero they have a lot to prove, especially against Naos Esports na and a lot of people are considering na sila lang yung kayang mag-stand up against doon sa ating West Point Esports Academy. So, a lot is on the line, especially in this only 3 games will decide your fate. Will they actually make full use out of this opportunity? Will we see an upset? Or will we just predict lang talaga kung ano ang mangyayari dito given the performances and the results that both of these teams have been presenting or delivering to us?
Yung isa sa pinaka inaabangan ko dito na potential item ni Rupert sa Morgana niya is maybe a Rylai Scepter para at least it can add a little bit more of a crowd control sa Morgana niya kasi madalas hindi natin nakikita yon. Mas nakikita pa natin yung mga like Blackfire Torch or maybe even the Bloodletter's Curse to remove for the extra anti-utility. We're gonna be showing you guys a couple of yung comments kasi sobrang natutuwa kami sa support na binibigay niya sa mga players and sa mga teams natin. Sabi ni Gab Cruz, 2-0 Naos, bawiin ko na lang yung bahay ko dahil sa kahapon. Oo nga pala, ikaw yung kahapon, yung sabi mo, pusta na yung bahay. Napanalo na Naos. It was a very close game though. It was a very close game and I think that's still a W for Naos Esports kasi they managed to really resist West Point Esports and still hindi pa naman sila tanggal sa tournament. May mga buff pa tayo dito, especially kay Don. May mga pa-good luck. Ayan na, nagsisimula na yung mga pa-buff natin. And big shoutout nga pala kay Austerity din. Saan na yung samgyup natin? Ano na?
Yeah, shoutouts to that man, ano ba? Parang ba sabihin? One of the greatest, if not the greatest. Pero from Rain Francisco, now we have a supporter here from MCOM Esports fighting MCE. Then they are really fighting for it. Magsisimula naman tayo in just a bit. So make sure to just tune in, guys. Leave your comments there. Show your support sa ating mga teams. They would really need it. This is going to be a one-heated battle. It's all for the glory and that trip to the on-site events.
Yeah. Kaya kailangan manalo talaga yung mga bebes nyo. And big shoutout nga dyan kay Senpai Rain, isa sa mga content creators natin and streamers, especially before sa League of Legends, sa mga nakasama ko magsimula, mag-streaming and maglaro din ng League of Legends back in 2020. And grabe naman talaga yung buff na binibigyan niya dito kay Rupert. Ay, nako. Lupit. Ito pa, isang buff na meron dito kay Bia para kay Don or Kyle Sumera. Yan, kaya palong-palo talaga mag-ADC ito si Don.
Oo. Kumbaga, no? Naka 3 items na agad, simula pa lang yung laro.
Naka-pentakill na kaagad. Champ select pa lang. Loading screen, nag-surrender na yung kalaban. Ay, no.
Luging-lugi naman doon, boss. Pero, it's fun to see all of the supports pouring in for our players. And it's nice to see that the League of Legends community is still very much alive and kicking, kumbaga, until this very day. So, make sure to just, support our teams, support the live, share the live, follow Predatory Gaming. They were the ones that actually made this all possible, giving our players, giving these teams another platform for them to shine on.
In a realistic perspective lang, if not for Predator Gaming, TNC, and of course Riot Games for making those amazing events, these kinds of platforms wouldn't be possible for players to shine on, and it really gives a really nice spotlight para sa mga talented players natin dito sa Pilipinas. I think the dream is being kept alive because of the efforts na binibigay nyo para sa community, and the League of Legends community is gonna be forever thankful sa support na nabibigay sa kanila. I think in terms of organizers, like real talk lang, Predator Gaming lang ang nakakapagawa dito ng League of Legends. So I think in terms of sentiment, yung mga players sobrang gustong-gusto talaga nila. Kasi in the last event na nagkaroon din sila, yung Campus Rivals, ang daming pumunta nun. Couple of friends as well went there. Kahit yung mga hindi na naglalaro ng league, pero friends with other league players pumunta, and we hang out there as well sa High Grounds. Sa High Grounds Cafe, we had like the food there as well. Kaya sobrang nakakatuwa talaga. Yung mga ganito, parang nagiging get together ulit, or parang mini outing sa lang, tambay-tambay after or during then, especially if you're a spectator or a viewer lang.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a spectator, a competitor, you get to enjoy this big event such as this one, no? Kaya nga talagang we're forever grateful talaga to Predator Gaming to actually give us this type of event, and not just for the players, for also the viewers and us casters, diba? We have received an amazing platform to actually, deliver you the games and do the stuff we like, which is to commentate and to watch these games and just tell you our thoughts and our feelings behind it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's always a wonderful experience shoutcasting for the games of Predator Gaming, kasi I've been with them since like for 3 years now, or 3 or 4 years. Kaya nakakatawa talaga din yung experience in general. Sabi ni Godfrey Mendoza, sulit panonood, kudos sa Predator Gaming. Tama. Kaya share nyo na yung live stream, guys. I-send nyo sa mga GC natin. We have a lot of GCs actually sa League of Legends natin, especially para sa compe players natin. Send nyo na din sa mga Discord, kahit sa Discord nila Crazy, nila Devour, nila Jerem, send nyo na para manood na.
Kumagano na rin yun no? Pag ito, scouting out the opponents, di ba? The potential opponents sa kanilang big matchup on November 16. By the way, guys, November 16 na yung on-site natin for League of Legends. So, make sure to actually not miss out. Kung kaya umattend, go attend. Pero I think we're going to have still naman yung ating live stream. So, kung taga-malayo ka, or, you don't have the time, still, you can support. But now, dito pa rin tayo sa ating unang matchup, or pangalawang matchup rather, but the first game of MCOM Esports versus Naos Esports.
Naman. Dito tayo magkakaroon ng malupitan talaga na matchup natin eh. Kasi syempre, minsan lang tayo makakita din ng napakagandang tournament talaga yung may ganitong klaseng preparation, especially in terms of prize pool, tapos yung may chance pa na magkaroon ng on-site event.
Yes, of course.
For November 16 na magiging get-together din natin lahat para sa mga players and sa mga teams and sa mga coaches din, kasi iba may mga coach just like West Point Esports. I think after nun, yun yung mga masaya. Actually, yung sa Campus Rivals last time, may hangout yan dapat kasi hindi ako nakasama eh. Sayang. I had something to do that night as well, kaya hindi ako nakasama sa kanila. Pero babawi ako next time para kita-kita tayo ulit. Still the experience in general when you're League of Legends player, kasi yung mga ganitong klaseng events, especially nakaka-pressure din talaga to. Siyempre, you're putting your name on the line as well, and it's a very very competitive community. Like ang daming mga heat, mga init talaga ng mga players natin, ng mga teams natin, especially before, right? Kahit yung mga short mistakes mo lang, mapapansin yan ng iba, at minsan na nakikita ng iba or napopost pa ng iba, makukomentan din talaga. And I think we're shifting now to a more supportive community, and I think in general mas gusto lang natin na magtulungan na lang.
Exactly. And speaking of pressure, nakaka-pressure talaga because this fight or this series is actually book your ticket doon sa ating on-site event, because you rarely see, di ba, yung mga players natin to play in sa mga LAN event, especially of this caliber. Kaya talagang a lot is on the line. So, no major movements around the map for both of the teams. Wala tayong aggression plays whatsoever, but they got that vision already secured towards that Raptor side for Naos Esports. Kaya magkakaroon sila ng idea as to how Kreze will actually path his jungling. So, yeah, I mean, early matchup, they have to be wary of this Bard kasi masakit yung mga damage na pwedeng ibato niyan. Mukha mang friendly si Bard, pero the damage output of this man and the way he actually disrupts
yan,
tempo.
pero at least cute naman daw eh. Cute naman daw si Bard. And masakit din, no? May mga pokes na ginagawa na dito kay Concept. Just wants to clear out the ward, but the consequences are actually quite dangerously severe. 150 HP na lang natitira dito kay Concept, kaso nga lang medyo pulado na rin. Si Cute Bard is taking a bit of damage. Don dodges the stun from the Bard and he was able to poke him out as well, equalizing the damage output of this bottom lane. Malaki mga pokes na ginagawa dito ni Don, especially because of his first skill. Tumatalbog lang talaga eh.
Oh, kind of an overextension from Cute Bard, if I'm going to say so. Nakita niya siguro na very low na si Concept, but that exchange actually forced out the heal from that Nico. So, huge stuff there for MCOM Esports. And for now, you know, it's still a very calm game, if you're going to notice. Doon sa ita siguro nagkakaroon din tayo ng onting paluan between Fabi and that Aatrox. So, all covered out. Wala pa namang major objectives. Ito yung part na kailangan talaga na kailangan mong mag-gauge out, possibly set up vision sa may river area, possibly try to set up those early ganks. I mean, pwede ka na mag-early ganks. Level 3 na si Kreze dito. So, just looking for an angle, but instead, they're just clearing out camps muna before they attempt to do so.
Actually, Fabi is doing a really good job managing his lane. Usually, the Aatrox will just continue to bully, but he is actually dealing quite a bit of damage to Nagari. So, in a way, na-freeze na yung lane niya. The freeze helps him control the lane as well. Kasi nakakatakot mag-overextend. But speaking of overextension, Galata actually flashes in and misses Rupert and puts himself in harm's way. He's gonna be taken down. That's first blood by MCOM Esports. And they're trying to get more.
They're fighting it.
Kreze is gonna be disengaging though. Don will just auto-attack him to death as Cute Bard finds himself a little isolated, portals his way out of harm's way. Kaso nga lang hinahabol siya ni Don, that's gonna be a double kill for him as well. Shogun taken out, 3-1 na kaagad, and Feat of Warfare secured by Naos Esports. That's gonna be a flash out by Rupert, but the consequences are too much already.
Not just with the kills, but also with the summoner spells. You have Kreze, you have Rupert, and you have Shogun, all without their flashes already. The barrier na burn pa dito ni Shogun. I think it was a mistake to even try to go back from that fight because there was nothing left for MCOM Esports in that fight. I mean, yes, they could have gotten more, but it was a little bit too late. At nung pumunta nga dito, si Shogun, he was already low on HP. Concept, nakatakas pa doon with the flash. Tapos habol lang si Don to just clean up, getting 2 of his own. And Maikehan just claimed the head there of Shogun. So, a huge win from Naos Esports. Akala ko it was MCOM na nakakalamang doon sa labanan na yun.
And big win for Naos Esports.
Oh, Canon.
Especially dahil most of the kills actually went Don after taking down both Kreze and Cute Bard. Oof. BF Sword na kaagad. Paldo na kaagad. And the damage amplification on his abilities and auto attacks, lalo na
May
yung
buff
mga low
pa?
taps niya, sobrang sakit na kaagad niyan. May buff pa nga. May red buff, may blue buff, may bebe buff. Lahat
Aray
na ng
ko!
buff meron talaga sa kanya.
Triple buff?
Aray ko. Triple buff yan, pre.
Triple buff si boss doon. Lugi. Totoo nga yung naka-full item. 3 item na agad. Isang dalawang espada, dalawang cookies, tas may kiss pa nga.
Yun!
Ayun.
Dalawang kiss pa. Agoy.
Aray ko.
Mahirap. Mahirap yung Lugi!
Lugi.
3v2 sa bot lane. Kasama yung lambing eh.
Additional buff, additional damage. Nakita nyo naman, nagpaitang gilas agad doon si Boss Don sa ating exchange. Pero going back to the game, 1.2k gold lead now ang pinanghahawakan dito ng Naos Esports. Maikehan is a scary man. If you're going to remember the Aurora game that he had, the way na nakapag-scale up siya doon, the way na nung nakuha niya yung items niya, he was just unstoppable. Habang dito sa taas, I think Nuggery is having a favorable matchup onto Fabi. So, that's one thing na kailangan din bantayan dito ng Naos Esports because they can't just neglect Fabi since this Aatrox, alam natin yung capabilities niyan. Pag naka-scale up, can fight majority of the members here of Naos Esports, can be a problem quite literally.
Oh! Naos Esports seems to be overwhelming MCOM Esports. Hindi sila yung nagpo-poke, hindi sila yung nagpe-pressure sa mga lane sita na Naos Esports. Is actually quite the opposite. At most, si Fabi lang yung medyo nahihirapan dito but not really too much kasi in terms of CS, 10 CS lang naman yung lamang dito ni Nuggery, 11 CS. It's pretty much negligible compared to the amount of stats na nakuha dito ng Sion, additional HP whenever it gets a CS. And also, it's just his goal later on is to be a menace, be killed as well because andyan naman yung passive niya and he can start hitting harder than ever to the members of MCOM Esports.
Yeah. Not to mention, he also has the Bramble, so medyo ninenegate niya na dito yung potential na pag-heal ni Nuggery, and that ward is just there to spot out that recalling Aatrox. So may information si Fabi doon, gives him the signal na okay, pwede na bumalik, get some items, reset. Habang sa gitna, not much of an action. I mean, Rupert would always and would constantly be on the back pedal, especially you don't want to trade against an Azir, but here comes a play, potentially, but that ward crucially spotted and placed down there prevents the potential threat na pwedeng gawin doon ng MCOM. Pero
there was
magkakaroon
movement as
din
well
tayo.
though sa Naos Esports. Don going towards top side. Nakita natin si Fabi pumunta naman ng mid lane. Nakaabang lang kay Maikehan just in case mag-commit nga talaga yung MCOM Esports. Now, they are on the Void Grubs. Galata actually closing in a little bit or getting near towards MCOM Esports. Kailangan nila mag-ingat kasi syempre may snare pa rin dito si Concept kahit hindi pa siya level 6, kahit wala pang pop
Yeah, they're gonna give it up.
Pwede pa rin siya mag-initiate for the team. So that's gonna be 2 objectives secured by Naos Esports. Kanila yung Dragon, kanila yung Grubs.
But that's going to force out the teleport from Fabi to just get into that lane as fast as he can. Kasi si Nuggery, bawal naman din nila iwan yan basta-basta. And back to standard laning. So 3 Void Grubs collected here by Naos Esports. They are for sure to feel happy with that one. Malakas yung sieging power nila mamaya, pero mukhang dito susubok ata sila sa dalawa.
Yeah, may fight din sa may bottom side river.
Oh,
That's gonna be a flash in by Concept, but the follow-up wasn't there from Don, kaya medyo alanganin yung pwesto.
Don!
Medyo lumalim si Shogun. Don will be flashing and securing the kill. 3 kills na kaagad siya. Even a double kill into the top lane. As a bit of a overextension was made by both Shogun and Bard.
Dark Bind.
That's gonna be devastating for Mike yan, pero nakatakas pa rin naman siya.
And we have been talking about na si Shogun yung magiging win condition dito ng MCOM Esports. Protect Shogun has been the name of the game, but so far, they are not doing that because Cute Bard together with Shogun has been picked off twice already, 0 and 2 for both of this for this duo laners, no? So 4-0 na for Don. Also, the CS advantage, Bloodthirsters already completed. Masakit na yung mga bala na bibitawan dito talaga ni Don.
Yeah, plus you have the sustain and just the raw DPS of Misfortune. Lalo na naka-press the attack pa siya. So, yung mga burst niyan, sobrang sakit na kaagad. Is gonna be going towards bottom lane, just raining down on Nuggery as well, forcing his flash and even the World Ender just to escape. And okay lang yun, para kay Don. Ang importante, mapa-atras nila kaagad dito yung Aatrox para makakuha sila ng play sa may bottom lane. Sinasagot naman ng MCOM Esports, nag-push sila sa may top lane, kaso nga nandiyan na kasi si Galata. So, susubukan lang na i-clear yung wave para hindi na maka-pressure yung si Shogun. Hindi na masyado makakuha ng plate. They got another one though, in top lane. But now Esports freely pushing bottom lane.
Ano yung isa sa maraming makukuha ni Don dito sa ating ibaba, but still, no responses from MCOM Esports. This is for sure to hurt talaga kung makakatama at makakakuha pa sila ng plating dito because teleport is still not available, I think, for Nuggery. And Don is going to be very happy with that one. 4 plates collected dito sa ating ibaba.
Lots of gold, especially going towards Don kasi andyan siya sa may bottom lane. Kanina pa siya nagiging impactful sa game na ito. Look at that poke. Already 4 bars or 3 bars yung natanggal niya doon kay Nuggery. One of the tankiest members here ng MCOM Esports. Concept gonna be poking him out as well, just zoning him away from the tower. Ang hirap niyan, especially kung short range champion na yung gamit mo. Kahit meron yan area damage yung Aatrox, it's really hard to get into the faces. The tower gets taken down, the dive continues, and now Esports will just shut him down even more.
And it's just problems after problems, and you know, now Esports, I think they still want to fight here, pero disiplina muna siguro on their end. They're trying to get that dragon siguro. They want to get it started. They want to be done and about it. There's still the Jarvan 4, Kreze, looking towards a potential still angle. Now as Esports positioning and preparing themselves, pero MCOM mukhang ready sila lumaban dito.
Let's see. It looks like they're just gonna be respected here by Naos Esports kasi mistimed nila yung recalls nila low in mana na si Don and since walang teleport si Fabi, masyadong delikado. Especially dahil may teleport yung Aatrox.
And that is
Mikey
just
Han getting low. Rupert though is taking too much damage. And instead gets taken out. Yun nga lang yung pool kasi sobrang hassle. Yung tormented soil, so that's a 1-for-1. An awkward situation for Mikey Han.
Yeah, I mean, it was still a win-win situation from Mikey Han because of that truth, that dark binding na tumama sa kanya. Tapos may papunta pa rin respond coming in from MCOM Esports. He just made a better scenario out of that situation overall. But still, could have been more careful kasi kanina pa rin tumatama dito yung mga dark binding ni Rupert.
Well, medyo madali kasi tamaan din yung Azir. He's actually one of the very few mages na malaki onte yung hitbox. Most
big
small
boy
champions malilit yung hitbox. Just like Morgana, medyo malaki yung hitbox niya. I think it's a little bit more on the technical side ng League of Legends, pero isa yun sa mga kino-consider din kasi kaya madali makatama dito si Rupert ng dark binding niya. And it was very helpful in that 1v1. Kaso nga lang, kailangan nilang medyo mag-step up na ngayon kasi naka-Black Parter siya dito yung Morgana. Kaso nga lang si Mikey and I think it's going for second item, Rabadon's Death Cap. If he ever has that, either yun lang naman or Shadow Flame eh. Either of the two, that's still lots of damage on the Azir.
Just looking for outright raw damage. Dito ngayon yung ating Azir. Pair that up with the Misfortune. Boy, oh boy, that's a lot of damage.
Fabi as well completed his Sunfire Cape. So, easy wave clear na sa kanya sa may bottom lane. When he gets his Thornmail, Shogun, Nuggery are just gonna suffer immensely. Lalo na si Shogun kasi he's gonna take much more damage from the return damage ng Thornmail. as he's the one kinda in charge of shredding the tanks. Kahit may Kraken Slayer na yan, I don't think it's still enough to actually take Fabi down, especially in the amount of HP and armor that he has. But mid lane,
hold
Dawn might
on.
actually get taken out. Doesn't flash immediately, pops the barrier first, and I think it's not really that worth it.
Yeah, maybe. Because 2 Sums already used up. Now it's Esports trying to chase. But MCOM Esports just backs away. Cataclysm though used up from Kreze. But they know now that Dawn is in a position na hindi siya pwede mag-overstep. Kasi wala na siyang sums dito. No barrier, no flash. So this misfortune is as good as a sitting duck. Pero duck na nanunuka talaga.
Masakit yan pa rin yung misfortune. And mataas yung sustain kasi naka-bloodthirster siya. Kaya nabalik na kaagad yung HP niya back to 100. Concept though is taking a bit of damage from Cute Bard. But the rest of the members of Naos Esports are actually zoning them away. So they must shuffle here with the Emperor's Divide by Mikeyan. But he's still taking a bit of damage. Shock is gonna fully commit onto him as well. While the knockoff comes through from the Nico. Concept though is still gonna be taken down. Dawn is being threatened by the Jarvan of Kreze. But still the damage is not enough. But the fight still continues with MCOM Esports, especially the Aatrox, taking control with the triple kill, even a quadra kill by Nuguri. And suddenly, Naos Esports finds themselves in a bit of a mess. And MCOM Esports got the objective even.
They even got the Herald, and that is why you should look out for this Aatrox. Yan na nga ba yung sinasabi nating world ender talaga. Quadra kill in that fight.
I'll just add,
and yeah,
one of the biggest factors of the Aatrox popping up in that game is walang anti-heal sa Naos Esports except kay Fabi. So what did the Aatrox do? Ignored the Sion. Diretso lang siya sa mga wala naman anti-heal.
Yeah, he just let Fabi be talaga doon sa laban na yun and just went back for him after all was said and done. And now they have to worry about this Aatrox. Kasi nakita din natin kanina, Dawn was so out of position, without flash, without barrier. Ang hirap mag-navigate doon sa team fight na yun. Ang hirap gumawa ng plays, ang hirap pumrihit because you always have to worry about the constant threat na pwede kang habol ni Kreze. And hinabol talaga siya ni Kreze in that fight, which made Dawn out of position the entirety of that huge skirmish doon sa ating Rift Herald. And now, they want to push in this middle tower.
And they will be able to do it, especially with Sherry helping them out. Malaking factor ngayon yung pagkalamang ni Nuguri, especially dahil after that fight, he was able to purchase Spear of Sojin. That is wild. And now they're getting the Dragon as well. Malaking hadlang na ito para sa Naos Esports. Man, MCOM Esports are actually slowly coming back in this game. Galata is a little bit overextended. Might actually get taken down as he gets pulled here by Nuguri. He actually overcommits to Shogun and gets his life taken by MCOM Esports.
I mean, they had Rupert as the exchange there, but Galata being taken out as well. It was an overextension. Concept hindi tumama yung Pop Blossom niya. The Crescent Guard pushed away the members of MCOM Esports. So it was a messy fight overall, but it's a 1-for-1 trade either way.
Yeah, at least nakakuha naman sila ng isa. Rupert is dead, so no Black Shield, no Tormented Soil, no DPS. Nabawasan at least. Krez is still able to flag and drag and get out of that bullet times area damage. And now Esports unable to kill the jungler.
And you know, the value of this Bard, nakikita na natin ngayon. Tamang lagay lang ng journey sa mga pader and then they're just out of it. And kanina, yung gold lead ng Naos Esports was like almost 4 to 5k already. Now cut down to just 1.7k. And also, MCOM Esports has 2 dragons in their name.
Just a bit of a side note or segue lang na onte. Biggest shoutout to Art or aka Tempo. Siya sa mga members ng VQE dati. And one of the really strong players even back in the day as well. Padalo kasi sa live stream natin. And sumusuporta dito sa MCOM Esports.
Yeah. Shoutouts to everyone that is currently supporting as we are seeing one heated battle dito ngayon. And then that one fight was able to turn things around from MCOM Esports. If you're going to look at it now, parang nagkakaroon sila ng confidence, just walk up, just try and take these fights because they know that they can. Alam nila na si Nagari would be there to actually save them. The teleport is still available. Wala pang anti-heal dito yung ating members from Naos Esports, but the problem still is there. The 2K gold lead is still a gold lead for Naos Esports. And lamang par naman si Don when it comes to the ADC matchup. And now the Atakan would be spawned in, pings across the board. Pero yung ward or yung control when it comes to vision falls into the hands here of MCOM.
Yung pinaka-nakakatakot pa dito, Kauri, kasi Chemtech Dragon ang soul natin. And pwede pa makuha ng 2 Chemtech Dragon stacks ang MCOM Esports. That is insane considering na meron silang Jarvan, meron silang Aatrox, Kai'Sa, everyone has sustain. Yung mga shields, mga heals, sobrang magiging big deal ang Chemtech Dragon Soul kasi every stack gives like around 8% additional heal and shields, I believe. And Naos Esports, they cannot give them any more stacks because Nuggery is gonna be unstoppable kung sakaling tatlo yung makuha nila tapos makuha pa yung soul. Cute part always gonna get engaged. Kaso nga lang yung stun, medyo hassle dito para kay Galata. It took a bit of damage as well. 70% na lang natitira sa HP niya. Meanwhile, Fabi is just being bullied in the top lane now. Mas mahirap na yung sitwasyon na ngayon sa may top lane.
It was hard kanina pa lang, but now it's even harder. Fabi needs to hold his ground against this 4-1 Aatrox na meron ng 2 item na completed already. Dragon would be spawning in just about any time now. Waiting game for both of the teams. Gold lead medyo hindi na nagmamatter at this point. It's still 1.3. It's still a lead for Naos, pero when it comes to like team fighting capabilities, kaya pa ng Naos dito, but the question is, can they burst down Nagari in time?
Mahirap yan. Mahirap yan. Lalo na merong ang daming crowd control meron and protection. Again, it's one of the things that we mentioned earlier as well during the drafting phase. MCOM Esports is loaded up in ways that they can protect their carries. Now, Shogun is stepping back a little bit. Si Nogari ngayon yung nagsa-step up. So, Rupert and Cute Bard are just investing all of their spells to protect him as well. Make sure that he doesn't get crowd control. Make sure that he's healed up, shield up correctly. Yung mga makaka-burst sa kanya, ma-disengage nila. Pero right now, everyone is going towards him already. And the rest of the members of MCOM Esports going into the bottom lane. Not caring a bit. Nugger is just buying time and space for the rest of the members of MCOM Esports to do something in the bottom side river, which is the Atakan being started right now. Teleport gonna be already used here by Fabi to try and get there as
there's
well.
still one to
But
fight.
Galata is not anywhere near the objective, so libreng objective to for MCOM Esports. That is a major objective.
Oh,
That's gonna do damage.
wow.
The Emperor's Divide is gonna cut them in half, and Myken will get 2 of them swiped off the floor. Naos Esports, they might have lost the Atakan, but they have gotten 3 kills, a shutdown even to Noguri, and top lane being pushed
Additional
by Galata as
tower.
well.
That was a well played coming in from Naos Esports. That was a huge investment. Using 2 teleports and just diving into that fight, knowing that they won't arrive on time to actually get the Atakan, but still getting a lot of value and just they were just like, okay Galata, basagin mo yung torre dyan si taas. We will take this fight down bottom. And with that, the lead once again ballooned up for Naos Esports.
Grabe naman dito yung MCOM Esports saka yung Naos Esports natin. Nagbabalagbagan na talaga. Saka, side note lang ulit, big shoutout kay Enzo Ronovich. Yun, kinompleto ko na Enzo. Isa sa mga sobrang lakas na top laners natin, especially even before. Still remember his Mordekaiser from back in the day na sobrang unkillable talaga. Isa yun sa mga nag-mark sa akin. And isa siya sa mga tumulong din sa akin before nung may pa-event ako dati sa arena. Binuwat niya ako kasi sobrang lakas niya.
A big shout out to that man indeed. He's a Chad. In and out of the game.
Yung mga pro players dati ginagawa nilang pastime nila din yung yung mga minigames sa League of Legends eh. And sobrang galing. Parang tinatryhard din nila yun. Kasi tryhard ng pag-engage dito ng Naos Esports ha. Muntikan na si Rupert.
Blast cone.
Buti na lang nakatakas siya dahil doon nga sa Blast Cone. It's gonna be fun.
Right on time, di ba? Talk about timing. Rupert, almost at death's door doon sa exchange na yon. But managed to actually get out of that one safely. Pero bumalik tayo dun sa usapang minigames. Pero teka lang, kung magkakaroon tayo ng laban.
Good dodge on the Tempered Fate for Mikey Han. The Pop Blossom not
Concept
gonna be
is
as
dead.
effective as well by Concept. So 1-for-1 lang ang nangyayari, exchange of support. But the teleport was invested by Nuguri to try and chase down the Azir. Yun lang, wala na siya nadatnan. Now Esports able to disengage in time.
And that could have been scary for Naos Esports only if Nuguri was there on time or if there was a flank angle for Nuguri. But, it's a trade of supports. Baron is up. Naos Esports mo ang gusto nilang patunugin dito. Yung ating big purple worm. As they are starting the Baron already. Almost
Yeah,
at
it's gonna take a while.
50% HP. But
So,
MCOM
medyo mabilis
Esports
sila yan.
ready to heat up the dance floor.
Taga-tank lang muna dito si Fabi para ma-zone out yung mga members ng MCOM Esports. Kaso nga na 4,000 pa niya titira, nakabang na nga lang dito si Kreze. Bullfine gonna be used already to Shogun, chunking him down, very low in HP. Nugget is gonna be taken out. Kreze gonna be diving in with a flag and drag. Kaso nga na wala siya nadatnan. And papunta na nga si Concept. Killer Instinct gonna be used by Shogun to try and get to the backline, but he finds himself being chased by Galata and Fabi instead. And with Kaisa down, no more DPS on the side of MCOM Esports. So they just disengage instead. Naos Esports winning the fight, taking 3 in exchange for just Mikey Han.
And that was a huge turn coming in from Naos Esports. You saw that they were ready to fight even though the Baron was down to like 4k HP. Still, they committed to that fight. They know that Kreze couldn't get in and they just turned on them. They need to take out Nagari. They did. The Black Shield from Rupert, hindi rin naging sapat. And Shogun almost became the hero of that fight but came up short. Don also almost going down. Pero may sapusa talaga si Don. 8-1 and 4 onto that misfortune. 3 items, actually almost 4 items completed already.
And 8-1 and 4 with a 500 gold bounty. Si Fabi naka-unending despair na din. So sobrang kunat na nitong Sion na to. MCOM Esports, I think they need to start investing on anti-heal as well. Kasi wala pa silang any sort of anti-heal to counter this Sion that is going to soak up all their HP as he just sustain himself in a team fight. Baron is still available though. And Mikey and Concept are zoning the members of MCOM Esports away. Nuguri just in the vicinity. Hindi naman siya spotted by any wards. Simulan na dito na Naos Esports. Medyo alanganin nito para sa MCOM Esports. But they are trying to get into their position as well. They know that the Baron is being started. Kaso nga lang sobrang hazard talaga ng mga zone na ginagawa dito na Naos Esports. MCOM Esports, they're gonna be committing onto this. May teleport na nga ng Morgana. Kaso nga lang medyo pulado na nga. And to turn lang dito yung Naos Esports. The Tempered Fate not gonna be connected to anyone, but the Pop Blossom hits 2 onto the backline. Dawn might actually get obliterated there by Nuguri. So the ADC is gonna be dead on the side of Naos Esports. It's up to Mikey Han to actually deal the DPS. Krez is gonna be going in.
Nuguri is still fighting.
Dito yung Azir. The flag and drag as well is gonna be knocking him up. But the damage still from Nuguri.
It's still not done.
High. The sustain is very high from Nuguri as well. Slamming
It's still not done.
the Darkin Blade onto the faces of Naos Esports. Kaso one hit na lang siya. Galata trying to chase him down. Isang dash na lang. The flash in by Fabi secures him the kill. And even though they lost a lot of members, it's okay because they still won the fight and the dragon is up na pwede nilang kunin.
That was scary from Naos Esports because Nuguri was just living. But Galata rose up to the occasion. Fabi uses the flash to just finish off that Aatrox and now they will get this Chemtech Drake. Only one dragon away from Soul Point. So if they negate that Chemtech Soul, it would be a huge thing from them. Pero nade-delay yung pag-take nila ng Baron with MCOM Esports resisting time and time again.
Sobrang tagal nung fight na yon. Fabi actually tanked so much in that game. Sobrang hassle nun para sa MCOM Esports. But man, Nuguri carried that entire fight as well, taking not only Dawn down, Mikey Han as well, and nearly out-sustained everyone as well. Kaso nga lang, hassle din talaga nung na-auto-attack niya ng isang beses si Fabi kasi dun siya bigla nagkaroon ng grievous wounds. Kaya nung inatake na niya, si Galata, reduce na yung healing niya. He tried to get 2 procs of Sundered Sky kasi it does give you a proc every time you hit a different champion.
Yeah.
So, 2 heal sana yun. Kasi yung second heal niya, yung 2 heal na meron siya, naging reduced ng 50% dahil lang inuna niya atakehin si Fabi.
And that is, you know, the benefit nga naman dito ng ating Sion. He is the one who must stop Nagari. Hindi man niya ma-take down completely on his own, but he is a very, very crucial piece to the success of Naos Esports. And once again, they are positioning themselves for a Baron take.
Man, onting segue lang muna tayo para kumalma yung iba na manonood sa atin. Shoutout kay Orca. Grabe, sana akin na lang yung keyboard na napanalunan mo last year. Gina, na lang yon. Joke lang, bro.
Grabe, hirit.
Isa yung sa mga nakasama natin kasi yung Grand Finals last year ng national tournament natin. Yung laban ng Guardians Hive and ng West Point Esports Academy din.
Big ups, man.
Kasi di binigay sa akin yung keyboard eh.
Ayun lang.
Yun lang.
Doon nagkatalo pero
bawiin ko na yung shoutout to. Bawiin ko na.
Bawiin
Baron,
yung shoutout.
started
pero
already by Naos
babawiin ba?
Esports. MCOM Esports, are they gonna be contesting here? Kasi kanina pa, paulit-ulit na nagtaturn lang dito yung Naos Esports. Si Crazy medyo alangan ng buhay niya. The Shurima Shuffle is gonna be there as well with the Emperor's Divide, hitting many members here of MCOM Esports. Kaso si Shogun nakaposition na nga, is able to load up the Tempered Fate as well. Traps Naos Esports, and they find everyone! MCOM Esports gets the cleanest of kills and takes this game in their control. It's only Concept remaining alive. Ang perfect ng timing na yun after
Tempered
the
Fate.
Galata, everyone went out. Saktong-sakto pa sa Tempered Fate ni Cute Bart. Tinimingan na niya and nahuli niya ang lahat. And now it's only Concept there to defend the tower, and they're gonna lose their inhibitor tower.
And man, oh man, was it Nagari still the biggest problem of them all for the side of Naos Esports? Kumbaga yung ibon, naputulan ng pakpak dito for Naos. And MCOM Esports now taking the Baron, now seizing the opportunity to take the lead.
And the lead was acquired. For the first time, 32 minutes, nakita na natin ngayon, MCOM Esports ang lamang sa gold. And sila pa nakakuha ng Baron. Makakatakas naman si Kirezi kaya maging okay lang siya. Dude, I want to see the replay of that fight. That was insane. Man, gusto ko makita yung 4-man or 3-man Tempered Fate, perfect Tempered Fate by Cute Bard.
Yeah, it was enough to stall out the fight. It was enough to give Nagari the space to actually have his skills available para pumaluli siya dun sa laban na yon. Nagari almost obliterated the back lane ng Naos Esports doon pa lang sa unang attempt. Nagkaroon lang tayo ng Emperor's Divide that pushed him away, but the Tempered Fate just quite literally stopped Naos Esports in their tracks. Ngayon, 1.2k, 1.1k gold lead on the side of MCOM Esports, and it's going to pile up from here on kasi meron pa silang siege na pwedeng gawin. But they're looking towards this dragon.
Let's see kung makaka-fully take over na ba yung MCOM Esports kasi kahit si Shogun ngayon nakaka-free hit na. Kaninang fight, sobrang ganda ng pag-free hit niya sa laban na yon dahil sa protection na binibigay sa kanya ni Nagari and the Kreze. Look at the Frozen Heart as well invested by Kreze to soak in all the damage being dished out not only by Dom but even Mikey dahil sa slow na binibigay niyan. Damage gonna be there already. Fabi taking a bit of damage. Half HP, 40% HP in fact. Forced the flash away as a dragon is still available for MCOM Esports.
I think they have to give it
Both of them are gonna be soul point dahil dyan.
They have to just give it up. I mean, who is there to stop Nagari? You have Don. I mean, sure, he deals damage, but Nagari just gets it back.
Tapos dalawa lang ang may anti-heal din sa kanila. Si Fabi lang saka si Concept. So if any of them misses, kung hindi inatake si Fabi, then hindi siya malalagyan ng grievous wounds. Kung hindi atake ni Concept or idamay si Nuggery sa abilities, ang taas pa rin ng sustain na meron ng Aatrox na ito. And take note na sobrang sakit din ito ni Nuggery. Is able to zone out and wreck everybody out as well. Baron acquired is still very impactful here in this game, able to allow them to push all the lanes as well. And look at the gold lead. Still maintain 2,000. It means Naos Esports wasn't able to recover the gold that they have lost from a while ago. Ngayon pa lang sila makakapag-farm pa ulit.
Yeah. But it puts them also in a position where they can still fight. You know, they can still fight if they can manage to take out the biggest threat of them all, Nuggery. Or kung kaya man nila mahuli si Cute Bard out of position, then possibly they can have the upper hand because that Tempered Fate, nagiging malaking problema na nila.
Grabe. Mukhang hahabulin pa si Concept. Tina-track down nila eh. Alam nila. Actually, akala nila si Don yun. And because he transformed into a misfortune before he auto-attacked the ward into the Baron.
It's never ending.
Galata though, gotta get piled, trapped with the Cataclysm, unable to escape at all. Kaso nga lang, is being able to tank a lot of that damage for a long time. But now, alanganin na nga si Mikey. Subukan ni makatank.
Concept.
Kaso nga lang, Killer Instinct nakakaagit sa kanyang Kaisa. And
The
he's gonna
double
be taken out as well. Fabi is trying to backboard the team, but he cannot prevent them from breaching him and ignoring him. And this damage from Nuggery cannot be ignored. This kind of redemption cannot be ignored. And they will not be denied by Naos Esports. Whoever opponent they come across, no one can stop them when they find their momentum. Shogun even flashing in towards Concept as they bash the Nexus Towers here of Naos Esports. We started the series thinking that maybe this is going to be a 2-1 or maybe even a 2-0. But we cannot deny that MCOM Esports starts this series with a 1-0.
And Nuggery was just him in that game number 1. Despite all odds, kahit lamang na dito yung Naos Esports, wasn't enough to stop him from wreaking havoc. It started off with the quadra kill and then it's one thing after another. There was just no stopping that man. Hindi man lang ata nila nagasgasan yung buhay doon ni Nuggery on that final fight. And it was to a point where even Fabi couldn't do anything about it. He was supposed to be the Nuggery stopper, but even him, or even he, cannot do his job. Kasi grabe na yung pagpulahid doon nung Aatrox, and Naos Esports was just overwhelmed doon sa pressure na nabigay na ng MCOM Esports sa ating game number 1. And what a way to start the series. Merong tumaya ng bahay, tumaya uli ng bahay. Mukhang delikado.
Grabe si Nuggery. After that triple kill in the topside fight, halfway through the game, bigla na lang. The entire tide turned against Naos Esports. It was the pivotal moment of MCOM Esports. Kasi halos buong game na yon, Naos Esports were taking full control of everything. Not only the game, but also every part of the game. Until that fight. And napaganda pa yung isang beses na nakita natin na nag-tempered fate si Cute Bard. Nahuli nila lahat halos ng members ng Naos Esports, and Nuggery was just wilding on them as well. Even Shogun was able to start free hitting, going in with the killer instinct. Hindi na siya natatakot kasi alam niya distracted yung ibang members ng Naos Esports. So nag-aantay lang talaga siya ng timing. The protection from Rupert as well was just pristine. And man, it was everything that they needed.
Yeah. I mean, for Naos Esports, it looked so reminiscent of their performance versus West Point Academy Esports, but this time around, yung ginawa ng MCOM, they actually closed it out. So that is for sure to take a huge hit here onto Naos Esports, but still, we are far from over. There are still 2 games possible, no? Possibly 2 games, or if MCOM Esports decides to close it off, then they just can. As here are the game highlights. dito natin makikita yung dominating presence ng Naos Esports doon sa simula ng laro until it came down to this one moment.
Oh my God, yun talaga. Yung fight na yan, the part that Nagari just completely shined and outclassed everyone as well. It's just amazing to see the determination, the grit of the members of MCOM Esports. Ito yung part na grabe din kasi yung pag-pop off ni Nagari dyan. Ang dami na nakuha ng mga kills din. I think if he auto, at yan lang talaga yung naging hassle. Look, may grievous wound pa siya noon at that time. So sobrang hassle din talaga. May reduced armor pa siya dahil sa Black Cleaver. Pero after a while, yung mga sumusunod na fight, mas tumaas na rin yung damage niya. Siyempre may level up pa siya kasi level 80 na siya at this point. And it's just unstoppable. Pinagtitripan na lang niya si Fabi, preventing Fabi from interfering in the other members of MCOM Esports. And Naos Esports, they couldn't deal with the rest of the remaining members of MCOM Esports. Lalo na dahil sa mga dark binding na ginagawa ni Rupert, hindi makapwesto na maayos si Mikey Han, hindi makapwesto si Don, hindi makagamit ang bullet time kasi huhulihin siya.
Yeah, and I think that was the main problem there of the misfortune. I mean, Don was just, always out of position. Ang hirap na, especially if you have the threat of the Aatrox just jumping all over you. If you have Shogun that can also use the killer instinct to just access the backlane, you have Kreze. Ang dami. Pwede ba siyang mabatuan ng Tempered Fate dito ni Cute Bard? So, when MCOM Esports got the momentum, it was hard for Naos Esports because their composition doesn't really fare out that well against the composition here of MCOM Esports. And yeah, I think that's...
Ang ganda na nakita natin na performance ngayon ng mga players natin. I like it. We see developments not only by well-deserved MVP, of course, dito si Nagari.
Of course.
He carried that game hard, especially with his performance sa Aatrox. But the rest of the remaining members here of MCOM Esports as well was able to supplement his efforts and allow him to really, really shine. Kasi grabe din kasi yung pagbully kay Shogun kanina pa. So, kailangan talaga mag-step up din ni Nagari. Kreze was distracting Don and Mikey Han. Kutbard din, pati si Rupert, grabe yung distraction na ginagawa. Kumbaga yung plan nila from the start, yung mga pinag-usapan natin ng Champ Select, mas nagawa na nila nung nag-pop off na si Nagari. Kaya ang ganda.
I mean, he was like the catalyst ba? Kumbaga nung laban na yun. Siya yung nagsimula talaga. He was the fuse, he was everything that MCOM Esports needed from that fight. And speaking of you need from that fight, maybe you need this for your own fight. This is the Predator X34 and X39. Syempre, conquer the curve. The Predator X34's Infinity Widescreen is your new battleground. Dive into the abyss, wreak havoc, and claim victory. Get the competitive edge available at Acer Predator concept stores, authorized resellers, and the Acer online store.
Yeah, you can also get X34, X39, parehas napakaganda talaga ng performance nito. And if you want really quality games, of course, you want to get these products as well on any of the Acer Predator concept stores or resellers or online store nila. That game, man, is just wild, and I can't believe game number 1 pa lang tayo. I think this is gonna be a much more drawn out series unless MCOM Esports can give them the outplay of their life, an upset against Naos Esports and be the one to actually challenge West Point Esports. That is the surprise na mas nakakagulat at mas interesting for me if ever mangyari. Naman, game number 1 pa lang tayo. We have potentially 1 or 2 more games. It's up to MCOM Esports and Naos Esports, of course, to determine kung magiging extended series ba ito. But at least siguro kailangan muna nila ng on-time pahinga. Still just game number 1. They're gonna be preparing as well. Before we step into game number 2, I think we will just go into a very, very short break. And once we come back, game number 2 na kaagad tayo ng laban ng MCOM Esports and Naos Esports. You're watching Predator League 2026 ng League of Legends. Kami ang casters nyo, Giang and Kauri. We'll be right back. Eto na, magkakaalaman na kung matutuloy ba ng MCOM Esports yung upset nila against Naos Esports, or will Naos Esports be mad enough to start coming back here in this series and take over this entire series as well. Kasi yun ang goal dito ng Naos Esports. But I love the performance of MCOM Esports. Man, that game number 1, it's sobrang... I would say
mind blown.
Aatrox OP. Yun talaga. Aatrox OP.
Aatrox World Ender. Tapos talaga yung mundo nung Naos dun sa Game 1.
Yeah.
Grabe.
And welcome back, guys. You're still watching Predator League 2026 na League of Legends natin. Kami ang Caster Seogi, and Kauri. We are still like a little bit hungover from that previous game. But equally as happy to see this kind of performance sa mga players natin. Hopefully, hindi pa masyado drained yung mga players natin, especially na extended din yung araw natin, especially para sa kanila. Sigurado ako mga nanood din to sa previous series natin to get information and prepare as well. Kita natin sila, still couple of smiles. May iba, si Rupert medyo kailangan na ata ng buff ng konti. No. Si Rupert kasi yun sa lower left. Yan,
I mean, na-ban out na naman dito ang Nafiri. So, no who let the dogs out for game number 2. Habang yung MCOM naman, they are targeting Galata with their bans, and they don't want that Aurora to be in the hands of Mikey Han, kasi nakita naman natin how he performs with this Aurora. But now, backs against the wall, Naos Esports. One final draft would decide your fate. Ano kaya ang ilalabas nila dito sa ating game number 2?
Wow! Ang tanong, si Don, gagamit pa ba siya ng yung mga poke burst na lang, or will he go into the hyper carry ulit? Just like his performance before sa Kai'Sa, kaso nga nagamit yung Kai'Sa kanina. So yung isa na nagamit na lang niya nung kalaban niya yung Olfu is Ezreal. So far hindi pa natatanggal yun, but they will start it off in an aggressive pick, right? Pantheon is one of the most aggressive junglers na pwede magamit sa game, and they're not gonna hesitate at all in picking the champion up. Maybe they're gonna work around and upscale how they are roaming around the map, kasi kanina ganun yung strategy nila eh. Kaso mukhang nahirapan sila i-shutdown talaga si Nogan pagdating sa fight. They need a burst one, and mukhang nag-invest sila para doon. Wow! Kreze on the Viego!
There you go.
Looks like nagkaroon ng usap ata si Joshi Devoured saka si Kreze. Nasabi niya, inga, nakita mo ako ng paboritong champion ko. Gamitin mo nga. Tapos sabi ni Kreze, Ge.
Kumaga, kailangan nila nung X Factor kasi kanina, di ba? It was the X Factor na nagpanalo sa kanilang laban. And now, the Viego can also do just that. You know, the potential of this man. Habang si Nagari would be playing that Rumble muna for the time being. So, can still carry the game. Pero all eyes on this Viego. Habang Naos Esports, on the other hand, would be bringing out the Yorick, the Pantheon, together with the Jhin. So, we're about to expect a curtain call na ba talaga dito sa ating game number 2? Or it would be the curtains for game number 2?
Yeah, yung pinaka-interesting nga sa akin dito yung Yorick pick eh. Kasi isang beses pa lang natin nakita to sa buong tournament na ito. And it's day number 1 ng kalaban ng West Point Esports Academy, yung Ion Global Esports Academy. It was picked up by Win1, had a 10, 6, and 8 score, but also very, very deadly during that time. So I think right now, they're investing a lot in control sa lane, especially team fight. Sobrang hassle na may Yorick kapag team fight kasi may kulong yan. Tapos yung mga goals niyan, sobrang hassle talaga. The goal is to interrupt the Viego as much as possible and be very, very irritating in team fight. But the Rel actually just solidifies the team fight based composition of MCOM Esports. So kapag may equalizer, Magnet Storm lang yung Rel, trap lagad sila and wala makakataka sa equalizer.
Yeah. I mean, now as esports, they have to make best use of their composition. They have to find avenues to actually extend this series even further. MCOM Esports, on the other hand, mukhang pwede sila maglabas pa dito ng ng ADC, potentially someone that can deal a lot of damage. Pwede rin naman yung Saya for that later game investment. Pero Ryze, tatanggalin nila dito together with the Alistar. So, wala tayong makikitang Alistar Jhin this time around. Gusto na tanggalin yung sakit sa ulo na yon. And now, it's time for the fourth pick here for MCOM Esports. Quite interested as to what would their ADC be along with their mid lane.
Yeah, they can go Ezreal here kung sakali. Let's play it safe or no. Actually went with Tristana. Late game scaling ang gusto nila. And maganda ito kasi at least may onting mobility, tapos sinesave nila yung mid lane talaga nila para last pick. But I am actually anticipating maybe si Rupert gagamit ng Sylas or maybe Talia. Kasi yun yung mga mga ilan sa mga at least na experience natin na nagamit at least niya, yung Sylas, tas Talia ng kalaban niya. Now, Naos Esports will actually pick the Talia instead, and it can actually compromise the Sylas pick din kasi daming dash, and ang gagawin mo lang is yung mga seismic shove lang talaga in Unravel Earth, makaka-interrupt na kaagad dyan sa pathway ng Sylas. Saka syempre yung ulti ng Talia, it's not really typically what you would want to hijack, kaya kailangan niya mamili ng iba.
Possibly the curtain call. O yan, death charge. Diba? Ang daming pwede ring humabol dito kay Shogun for the side of Naos Esports. And it all falls down onto the mid lane matchup din siguro. Kanina pa natin nakikitang mainit din yung palitan ni Rupert tsaka ni Mikehan, diba? Non-stop action. Pero Galio actually is a solid pick. You know, it synergizes well with the Rel, with the Rumble. So MCOM Esports, malakas at maganda yung team fighting composition nila, but their bottom lane duo would have to actually be careful of this Jhin Nautilus combo.
Actually, ang ganda nito. I love the Galio pick. Actually, much better possibly than the Sylas pick kasi this Galio should be able to resist the damage of the Talia in the early game kasi Galio is a natural counter to mages dahil sa passive niya. Tapos crowd control, sobrang dami niyan. But the caveat here is, or the cherry on top rather, is Hero's Entrance ka, pagkasugod ng Rel, pagkatapos yung mag-Magnet Storm, tapos Equalizer. So guaranteed wombo combo CC na para sa MCOM Esports, which equals to zone control to give peel for the Tristana, and Kreze can just look for openings. So andyan may initiator na sila, may pwedeng makisabay talaga. Ang daming frontline sa side dito ng MCOM Esports. And yung mahirap dito para sa Naos Esports, may damage sila, pero ang pinaka pang shred nila kasi hindi yung Jhin, hindi yung Talia, hindi yung Pantheon, pero yung Yorick lang.
I mean,
so the other members are actually quite prone to the Galio.
Marami talaga. You know, Galio covers up a lot in this matchup. Not only is he going to be like a mage, but also kaya niya mag-soak up ng damage. Tapos yung Hero's Entrance pa, kailangan pang mag-worry palagi dito ng Naos Esports. So, I mean, this draft is looking a tad bit spicy for both of the teams. I mean, parehas naman silang merong ano dito, no? Capabilities. They both have their own strengths. You have Naos Esports na yung strength nila is on their laners. Makikita natin na pag nakuha nila or nasisila yung opportunity once this Jhin gets out of control, diba? Mahihirapan din naman yung MCOM Esports. Still it could go either way. It could go both ways, diba? I mean, who wouldn't want a game number 3 between these two teams?
Yeah. Okay lang. Sorry, na-distract ako ng onte kasi si Knuckles ba to? Oh my God, nakakamiss to si Knuckles. Biggest shoutout kay Knuckles. Salamat sa pagdalaw at pag-suporta sa mga pro players niya, of course, sa community natin. Grabe naman. Kahit Sunday na Sunday, gabi na gabi, well, paggabi pa lang naman. Napadalaw kayo, saka may suporta pa para sa mga ibang players natin. Shoutout. Thank you so much sa suporta niyo, guys. And mukhang yun nga yung sabi dito, mukhang gagamitin na nga yung full clear machine. Full clear machine kasi yan lalo na yung Viego. Pinaka nakaka-fascinate makita gumamit ng Viego dati. Well, until now is si Devoured pa rin, pero bihira na lang kasi niya magamit talaga. Laging binaban.
Yeah. Pero ngayon, Iba ang tagapagmana ng Ruined Blade King. And it's time for Crazy to actually step up to the plate and, pick this champ up. I mean, medyo malaking gamble. For me, Viego is kind of a gamble, especially kung hindi ka makakuha ng dominating or like a good early game. Since you have your traditional junglers ngayon, like the Wukong, Jarvan, where they just focus up onto like, supporting the team and helping the team actually have opportunities to, extend their lead even further, just be a utility. Kumbaga, utility junglers. So, yeah.
We're gonna be showing some comments as well sa live natin. Nasarap po ito may napahay. Sabi ni Ma, yun lang.
Ayun na nga. Ayun
Dalawang bahay na yung mawawala.
Hindi kasi sinabi niya 2-0, di ba?
Oo. Yun lang.
Mahirap yun. Malay mo, di ba? 2-0 naman talaga. Pero the other way around.
Agoy! We have some support as well to MCOM Esports. Sabi ni Takemi, good luck daw MCOM Esports. With a little bit of haha. Kaya, grabe kasi din naman yung performance na pinakita nila kanina. I think now is the perfect opportunity to finally like lock it in. Maganda yung draft nila. I think early game goods na. Full clear machine nga lang talaga muna si Kreze. It should have a little bit of a faster clear then compared to the Pantheon. Depende sa pathing na gagawin din niya. Of course, if he's gonna be attempting an invade, kung i-invadean ba siya. Kasi early game, medyo maganda yung sa Naos Esports. Kaya nila mag-invade. Lalo na meron silang Jhin, meron silang Nautilus, meron silang Pantheon. So safe to say na baka maging interested sila mag-check ng camps ng MCOM Esports. Pero as we start the game, mukhang wala naman.
We are finally in. Ladies and gentlemen, nag-a-anticipate dito yung
MCOM Esports grouping up actually. Sila din interesado sana kay Galata pero hindi na sila tutuloy. Si Galata nga lang tutuloy. Muntik na siya tamaan ng crash down so tinamsapan na lang ni Cute Bard.
Muntik na siya mag-bounce agad doon sa early exchange pa lang. But I think we're going to have a very standard early game. Not much aggression from both of the teams. Walang invade sa mangyayari. It's just full of scouting out the area. Ito mo si Shogun dito with very cute little dragon.
Muntik na. It's never gonna be standard between these two teams. They always look for opportunities. Yung mga paglagay ng vision tapos pupunta sa jungle, yung mga invade, yung mga pwesto kanina sa Tribe Rush, yung ginawa ni Concept pati ni Don. Ngayon naman dahil nandito na si Cute Bard, sugod siya, kaso nga lang biglang hihinok dito ni Concept, kaya nakabawi sila kahit papano, napa-4 shot pa nga si Don. So in terms of exchange, in terms of damage, lamang kaagad din Naos Esports bot lane. And mukhang cooldown na, ready na yung dredge line ulit, and mukhang gusto na nila mag-4th shot, and it's gonna connect to secure the first blood for Don and Naos Esports.
Nakasulat sa bala doon, sa pang-apat na bala yung pangalan ni Cute Bard. And now si Esports starting off hot once again. Who poked the bear? Parang galit na sila dito sa ating game number 2. Gigil
si Don. And bigla may pause muna tayo. Hopefully it's not any like technical problem na na-address nila, or kung meron man, sana ma-address ka agad. Ito yung replay Boom, kaagad. Honestly, it was an overextension by Cute Bard. Not gonna lie.
It was really an overextension. Kumain na siya na isang 4th bullet kanina Tapos pangalawa pa.
Kung di ka ba naman mabusog kapag ganon?
May pa-take out pa no?
Oo. Take home. Napauwi talaga siya sa bahay nun. Muna. Tapos yung kalaban niya, mas kaya na siyang i-burst palalo. It's gonna take a while before Gitbard and Rupert, of course, to be able to tank the damage of the Jhin. Saka, yung hassle dun kasi, hindi pa naka-loadout si Shogun nun. Level 2 pa lang ata sila dun, and yung pinaka-hassle pa is Tristana ito, wala pa masyadong damage ng early game, tapos hindi pa naka-load up yung lethal tempo niya. Kaya, it was really unfortunate for MCOM Esports.
I mean, good thing for them is they have the wave clearing machine nga naman. Kitang-kita natin dito. Ahead na ahead si Kreze sa pathing niya sa kanyang jungle. And potentially, mukhang magkakaroon ng attempt dito si Galata to actually find a play here down bottom. Because this Jhin, they have to focus up on Dawn once again. I mean, Dawn has been phenomenal ever since game number 1. Wanting to actually bring that performance here into game number 2. Habang sa itaas, Fabi now having a much better time matching up against Nagari.
Oh yeah. Much better time talaga. Lalo na dahil sa sitwasyon na meron sa kanila ngayon. MCOM Esports though is not having a good time. Lalo na sa threats na ginagawa dito ni Concept. Mukhang gusto nila talaga mag-commit. May flash pa to. Inotres yan. Cutebar needs to be very careful. They can commit. They will commit if ever. Dreadshine's gonna be connecting into the snare. Lock in CC chain and the port shot as well. Secures the double onto Dawn. 2-0 start na kaagad at delikado pa si Shogun. May flash pa rin naman siya pero gusto nila ata mabait yan. Port gonna be connecting. Flash in. And Shogun I think will just flash out. He does flash in the end. And was able to stay alive.
They need to respect that Jhin. Kasi gumuguhit na talaga pero si Fabi might be in a trouble here sa ating itaas, but he is just going to walk away. But the turn from Galata is in.
Malalim ng onte si Kreze, si Galata, andyan na nga, tinatimingan nga lang dito ni Kreze para ma-atake niya si Fabi. Alanganin na nga, ginuguhitan, tinutuluyan, and that's gonna be the takedown as well. Nagari being able to stay alive for so long kasi wala pang ulti dito. Si Kreze, siya at ay delikado, tinulog na lang ni Galata. With the spear, that's a 2-for-1 exchange in the top lane, and this Pantheon is fed now.
Ninja moves almost from Crazy, but it still wasn't enough to beat one brave warrior, that is Galata. And Naos Esports looks like they're very, very much ready dito sa ating labanan. And Rupert not having an easy time dito sa ating gitna. If you're going to look at it, Maikehan just having an easy time facing up against this Galio na steady target lang naman talaga. And 1.5k gold lead agad ang nabuo at naipundar dito ng Naos Esports.
Yee! Paldong-paldo kaagad bigla ang Naos Esports. Kahit 1,600 gold lang to, it's where the gold is actually. That's more important. Dalawang masakit na burst talaga. Galata on the Pantheon and the Jhin for Dawn. They're gonna be a big problem later on. I think this Dragon should be absolutely free now for Naos Esports. I don't think MCOM Esports can contest or even dare set foot on the bottom side river. Kasi to turn yan, sigurado ang Naos Esports sa kanila.
Yeah. Now MCOM Esports needs to take it easy. They need to lay off quite a bit. Alam mo yun, tamang muna, kalma. Because Dawn is just in a place where pag nakakasanay pang-apat na bala, prepare for trouble.
Hinga na ng malalim.
Hinga malalim.
Pag nakakasana ang pang-apat na bala, kabahan ka na.
Tama.
Yun. Bars. Naos Esports, di pa naman nila nakukuha yung bottom side Scuttle Crab. So I think MCOM Esports can at least get that information or use the Scuttle Crab for information. Yun lang, na-zone sila. May wall pa nga ng Talia at si Maikehan.
Binalik!
Atake na, Cutebar, wala na mapupuntahan. And MCOM Esports, they're gonna be losing one. They just wanted to check the bottom side river, but instead, they paid a life for it.
Did you see that pushback from Maikehan? Talagang, get over here.
Dito ka lang.
Bawal ka dyan.
Saan ka pupunta?
Saan ka pupunta? And it's Infernal Dragon added here for Naos Esports. Mas sasakit ang mga bala ni Don dito for sure.
Ginamitan ng kanino ka lang na skill dito si Maikehan eh. Ayun, nadali si Cutebar. 0-3 already. Very devastating start here or situation for Cutebar. Unable to get XP. That's three times that he's unable to get any XP in his lane. Level 5 pa nga. Level 5? Level 5 na nga siya eh. Pero mid lane, that's gonna be takedown by Kreze. Siya pa ang nakakuha ng kill. So medyo nakakasimula na makaka-load up dito si Kreze sa MCOM Esports.
And I think that is a good thing for MCOM Esports because once you get Kreze up and running, once again, mukhang may susubukan sila dito kay Concept.
Yeah, alanganin yan. Gusto makuha ni Crazy Amper. Pero pa na makakuha muna. So at least that's still an assist for Crazy. They're gonna be utilizing the Nautilus as well to clear the wave here, or at least clear the grubs. Meanwhile, Fabi's pushing bot lane.
Oh, and no teleports available though, so I think Fabi is going to get 2 plates there. You know, just cashing out, you know, the additional cash na pwede niya makuha doon. So, additional gold for him, but 3 Void Grubs claimed here by MCOM Esports. Kreze is becoming a threat already at mukhang si Mikeyhan being forced to use the flash away.
Yeah, great flash by Mikeyhan, avoiding the crash down, or at least the additional stun sana ni Cute Bard. And he got hit by the stun of Kreze.
Oh no!
Okay lang. This dive though, grabe, sobrang agri ng Naos Esports. They're wanting fights. They want to engage to MCOM Esports. Meanwhile, bottom lane, patuloy lang yung pag-push ni Fabi. Napakasipag ng, well, yung wife, yung asawa ng Yorick. Push lang talaga ng push.
Tama. Pero if you're going to actually scale up, which one do you think wins out the late game? Would you have the Pantheon or the threat of this Viego?
Viego, of course. Viego is one of the scariest champions in the late game kasi Pantheon eventually will need a little bit of resistance. And kumbaga may limit yan, may cap din yan in terms of damage na yung burst niya.
Mm-hmm.
And by that time, Rupert, Gutbard, and the rest will be able to resist that. Meanwhile, Kreze is just gonna be very, very scary.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very scary. Pero aabot pa ba sa punto na yon ng tanong? And another hook would not land just yet. Makikita natin si Concept, super aggressive niya. Talagang walking forward siya, just looking for any possible angle. Any potential hero na pwede niyang ma-hook dito, pwedeng mabigyan. That has just been the thing here from that Nautilus. And Mikeyhan just trying to run away from Nuggery. Gagamitan siya doon ng skills but not enough to actually take him down. But teleport would be in and I think Nuggery would be stuck here.
Yeah, no way to escape. He's just trapped. Fabi even teleported. Yun lang, hindi niya matrap. Nuggery able to stall for so long. He can't teleport though, kaya medyo hassle. Galata is just gonna be the one to stun him up and give Fabi.
Actually gave it to Fabi. Good teammate. You know what? Alam mo yung gusto kong makitang champs? Kasi fearless naman, di ba?
Oo.
Ilang rounds kaya ng fearless kailangan mangyari bago lumabas si Mastery?
Wala. Malabo talaga.
Best of 12.
Best of 12? Best of 7 baka.
Best of...
Ubos talaga ang mga champions. Doon tayo makakita ng mastery. Pero hindi ko nagustuhan na makita yung comment ni Enzo eh. Nakakita na naman ng...
Pero ito ang hindi yata magugustuhan ng Naos Esports kasi mukhang may play. Pero mapapabakawi sila. Nakita nila level 8 on that Jhin tapos meron pang bodyguard na kasama. At kanina mo pala level 5 si Concept.
Good damage, good burst. Nugget, I don't think he's gonna be able to stay alive after that. And Galata finds his 4th kill. So far, Naos Esports, almost 3,000 gold up. MCOM Esports, not really trailing that much behind. Kaso nga lang, well, the early game comp of Naos Esports is definitely working.
Yeah.
Nahihirapan mag-scale up yung MCOM Esports, but they're gonna be diving, engaging onto Mikeyhan. Kailangan lang mag-ingat dito ni Rupert. Actually,
and I think Rupert is stuck.
Flashes out, but gets hit by the stun. They're gonna be turning. Magnetstorm's gonna be there. Can actually Kreze stay alive? Look at the Sovereign there! Yun lang! Napatay pa rin siya ni Galata. The burst is still much more massive. Coming
What
in
pulled
from
him
multiple
in?
members of Naos Esports. But they did get one. Top lane being pushed right now by Fabi. There's nothing that Nugget can actually do. He's gonna be trapping him as well. Trying to suck the life out of this Rumble as they can't escape at all. And Fabi even finds his own kill.
Parang nakatapat ng Dementor doon si Nuggery. Just sucking the life out of him. The maiden of Fabi Kanina, binibigyan mo ako sa side lanes. Ngayon, ikaw ang bibigyan ko. And now, as esports is just on demon timing this time around. Second Drake now claimed by now as esports. Galata, level 10, 6-0 and 2. Very reminiscent doon sa performance ni... Pwede ba ako magpangalan ng players? Very reminiscent of the performance of Zeus. Ay, Zeus.
Oh.
Si owner, I mean.
Kala ko
in their
may-
matchup versus DK.
May nakita kang stream niya eh.
Ay, mali. Wrong stream.
Wrong stream.
Wrong stream.
Owner.
But if you remember that game, it's almost like this. He was just controlling the rift.
Full control. Di ba? 6-0 and 2. Wala talaga makapigil. And MCE, well, stock talaga sila na kailangan nila mag-farm muna kasi matagal pa to yung kay Shogun. Sobrang tagal pa niyan. First item pa lang siya. Doesn't have any BT, doesn't have Lord Dominic's, maybe, for the Yorick and the Nautilus. Doesn't have any ways to sustain himself as well kasi wala pa siyang lifesteal. Very prone to engages. But I think they have some sort of interest in the bottom lane. May spatan sila ni Fabi. But those walls, man, very irritating. Hindi
Bawal talaga.
nila hayaan. Pinadiran ka agad.
Nilagyan ng roadblock. Under construction.
Yun ang hassle sa Dark Procession eh.
Oo.
Tapos kailangan ilang auto-attacks pa para lang
Oh
mapatay
no,
mo.
Nagari is just dead.
Wala, yari na naman. Bullied to hell, man.
And Nagari has been shut down, man. He was the difference maker from game number 1, but he was neutralized, and he was neutralized quick by Naos Esports. And now, this is not the same case as game number 1 kasi Naos, talagang ramdam mo yung presensya nila ngayon. Ramdam mo na lamang sila, and there is still yet a win condition to rise up from MCOM Esports kasi lahat ng members nila struggling.
Grabe. So many abilities hit there towards Kreze and able... Wow, Maiken even was able to
Ouch.
dodge that stun. Muntikan na siya tamaan ng spectrals mo eh. Kaso nga lang, na-outplayan niya si Kreze. And Maiken is really damn good on the Thalia, man. Isa to sa mga nakita natin na maganda talaga yung performance
Oh, yeah, of
niya.
course.
Nung kalaban nila yung Fervent Esports, 6-3 and 13 pa nga yung score
And
niya.
ouch!
Now they just completely decimate Cute Bard. Not allowing him to even do anything.
Yeah, and it's not just Cute Bard, but it's the entire team of MCOM Esports not being able to do anything at all. I mean, if they try to fight a 5v5, it will still pan out now as esports. Even those small skirmishes, all it takes is 1 hour from Galata and it all falls apart.
Yeah.
So I think this has to be the waiting game for MCOM Esports because it's not looking good. As of the moment, you have 2 Drakes already on the side of Naos Esports. You also have a 6-0 and 4 Pantheon, a 3-0 and 1 Jin. So everything that they're doing is working out for them.
And nothing so far that MCOM Esports is working out on their side. Medyo nakakatakot pa nga kasi mukhang naka-AP build yung Galio. And if you're building AP, yeah, you have damage, but you're also very squishy. So instead of getting the MR, the other Sunfire variation, it does get the Proto Belt. Pero they do get the kill on top lane.
But now it's here now.
Shutdown yun para kay Fabi. Si Kreze pa nga nakakuha ng kill. And now, Galata gonna be joining the party as well. Curtain Call gonna be used. Teleport incoming. Or have additional firepower here in the
This
top
is bad.
lane.
This looks bad.
Mikeyhan wants to trap them up. Si Galata nagpa-frontline na nga. Good seismic shove. Good Bard. And Naguri just gonna be taken down a peg. And MCE, they couldn't do anything. Isolated sila masyado at hindi na nila matulungan yung mga kasama nila.
They're forced to just back away from that one. I mean, now as esports, you wouldn't want to actually fight them head-on, especially at this state. They have the Rift Herald. Nandyan pa rin si Concept na bodyguard talaga eh. He has been the bodyguard. Tapos yung ultimate pa doon. Talaga ng ni Galata was enough to push away so many members here of MCOM Esports to the point where they can't do anything. And now this mid tower is just about to be gone. As Shelly smashes in, pero hindi pa naman babagsak. So, MCE, they need to protect this tower with whatever they got left.
7-5, right? MCOM Esports. They're gonna lose their tower in the mid lane. They're gonna get dived as well. Now Esports, they're just not holding back. Crash down into the crash out by Cute Bard. And now Esports now knocking onto the base of MCOM Esports. Looks like they will not pursue anymore. They spot out the dragon spawning up, and it looks like they want to be soul point.
And it looks like we are heading to Silver Scrapes, ladies and gentlemen. 8.3k gold lead. A very steep and tall mountain to climb if you're MCE. I mean, what are your options still? Shogun doesn't have the leisure to actually farm up. Treze has been stopped. Nuguri is 1 and 6. So MCE, they're running out of options, and now as Esports slowly but surely is knocking sa kanilang base ngayon. Only inner turrets remain. And from there, paano pa pag nag-spawn in yung Mega Minions once their inhibitors are crashed?
Yeah, it's tough, man. Especially if you're a fan, if you're wanting MCOM Esports to win. Right now, they're suffering a lot. Now Esports completely taking control of this entire game. 7-0-6 for Galata. May 700 bounty pa nga siya eh. Dawn as well, unkillable the entire game as well. Ito yung comp na gumagana na ngayon sa Naos Esports. They double down on the burst, and they do get the burst downs onto MCOM Esports. Kaso nga na medyo ticket timer pa rin sila. Kailangan nila mag-ingat, especially kapag nag-turn sa kanila yung
reverse
MCOM Esports. Right now, they
wall.
are actually doing a really good job.
That was
but the damage still not being felt that much by Naos Esports. Nuguri though diving onto Dawn. So good pa nga si Kreze taking his identity. So now, the damage gonna be amplified here from MCOM Esports side. Nuguri actually able to stay alive. Looks like they're not gonna be pursuing anymore. Hinahabol nga lang yung Rumble. Si Nuguri mamamatay pa rin. Habang yung bot lane pinapush lang dito ni Fabi. Looks like it's still a Naos Esports win. Because they got 3 kills. They got the tower in bot lane. And they're just getting everything against MCOM Esports.
And to add, they're getting the Atakan as well. It was a good engage, though the gold difference, it speaks for itself. You know, the Atakan now being taken, Kreze in position. Question is, will he be able to even contest this one? But, you know, Galata just jumps in, swoops in, takes a chunk away from Kreze.
I actually thought Kreze will retaliate. Kasi medyo bumabakat na yung damage siya dito kay Galata eh.
Yeah.
Titanic Hydra and Kraken Slayer. Actually, the Titanic
MCE
Hydra
wants to fight
gives him
again.
a little bit more HP, and meron din naman yung DPS kay Pano. Lalo na sa mga auto-attack resets niya. Naos Esports still committing onto the Atakan. Kreze looking for an opening. Kaso nga lang, parang mahirap dahil pulado siya. Ginamitan na nga ng depth charge. The knocking up and actually just take him down. Atakan still gonna be secured there by Naos Esports. But Myken is getting low in HP. Yun nga lang, sumugod na yung Galio. The taunt actually didn't connect onto Myken, but still taking a bit of damage.
He deals no damage!
Naos Esports getting the ace, and Fabi is just busy doing the work in mid lane, bashing the towers down and taking even one Nexus towers away from MCE.
And I think this is pretty much endable at this point for MCE, for Naos Esports rather, as Fabi just shoveling down the turrets. Myken assisting as well, but Kreze is now here.
All Nexus towers taken down. The seismic shove is just too much for MCOM Esports to handle. Equalizer gonna get dropped but misses by a margin. Di pa rin na-shut down yung isa. Babalik pa nga sila.
This is dangerous. This is dangerous.
Esports mukhang galit na. Shogun nawala bigla. And MCOM Esports naguguluhan na. Naos Esports mukhang gusto nila tapusin na. Shut down sa Talia, pero mukhang walang pake ang Naos Esports. That's gonna be a game number 3 guaranteed as Naos Esports takes down MCE.
22 minutes and 30 seconds. Is that the fastest game that we've had in this entire tournament? Naos Esports just turned on the switch and decided, yeah, we're just going to a game 3. You bid us once, You won't do it twice. And, the title down below speaks for itself. They defied all odds and quite literally conquered MCOM Esports. They overwhelmed them. Kumbaga, a flurry of punches left MCOM Esports dizzy.
Wala na, pinakyaw na pre. Tinadtad bigla ng mga sapak. Tapos naguluhan na yung MCOM Esports. Medyo mahirap nga talaga yun kasi yung comp nila design talaga for skirmishes. Nautilus, Jin, Thalia, Pantheon, they're gonna be looking for picks. In MCOM Esports, they didn't really have anyone that can do 1v1. Viego, yeah kinda. Kaso nga, it takes a long time. Kailangan niya muna at least isang item. Maybe Kraken Slayer para at least kayanin niya. Kaso, nagtagal talaga. Nahirapan talaga yung MCOM Esports maka-scale up. Lalo na dahil sa first 2 kills na nakuha ni Don sa may bottom lane. I think yun ang pinaka naging problema. Snowball ka agad yung Naos Esports and nagtuloy-tuloy na lang. Hindi na napigilan ng MCOM.
Yeah, exactly. And we were talking about MCOM Esports scaling, but how can you scale when the game ended in 22 minutes? So Naos Esports, it is as if game number 1 never happened. And they are back on their feet once again. 1-1. Perfect prediction for Giang incoming.
Tignan natin. I mean, Naos Esports, well, they are mad. MCOM Esports, I think they got a little too comfortable na, okay, makaka-scale naman kami sa late game, kaya namin yan. I think they picked, Tristana kasi medyo masakit yan, especially level 2, doon sila pwede pang pumasok sana. Kaso yung pinakamahirap, yung level 1 pa lang sila, nakipagbanatan ka agad sila. So, Naos Esports, they actually have the better level 1. Kasi may 4-shot yung Jin, may stare pa siya, or at least yung bouncing grenade siya, tapos yung Nautilus, syempre, dalawang crowd control ka agad. Meanwhile, si Cute Bard, after taking a 4th shot already, dapat, at most, antay na muna sila na mag-level 2 sila.
Gumuhit na eh.
I think those micro mistakes, those underestimate moments ng MCE costed them a big amount of control in the bot lane.
Yeah, and you also have Galata, that was just controlling the entire map. He was just lunging and jumping and just taking every single member down from MCOM Esports. He disrupted that game flow. Talagang nalagay niya his strike fear sa puso ng MCOM Esports with that Pantheon. I don't know if that was a perfect game from Galata, but it might as well be because that was a one-sided beatdown. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it or anything. It was a one-sided beatdown from Naos Esports from start to finish. They just stepped on the gas pedal, never looked back, and rammed their way through game number 3, and it was well-deserved. And finally, we are seeing a full 3-game series.
Yeah. Kumbaga nanggigil na ngayon yung Naos Esports. Kasi game number 1, biglang ang laki ng loss na nangyari sa kanila doon. They were controlling game 1 up until Nagari suddenly came back and took the control away from them. This time, they did not let go. As in, kuha nila kaagad yung early game, tapos they just kept pressing. But still, very much respecting yung MCOM Esports. Ang taas nga ng respeto nila kay Crazy din eh. They're not fully committing onto him unless sigurado silang hindi makabawi. Kasi hassle talaga kapag biglang makapag-passive yung Viego. Lalo na kapag nag-heartbreaker siya, ang laki ng burst nun. Tapos syempre yung auto-attack resets niya dahil sa Blade of the Ruined King. Tapos yung sanib na yung Sovereign's Dominion, hassle na hassle yun. Kanina nga munti ka na siya mag-load up kasi nakuha na yung kaluluwa ni Don. Kaso nga lang, pulado na kasi masyado si Galata, tapos na-zone pa ni Mikey Han, ni ibang members ng MCE, kaya hindi na siya nakatuloy-tuloy nun.
Yeah, he was not able to ramp up his damage. It was almost, and could be the turning point, pero it was just too far. Ang layo na ng lamang ng Naos Esports doon sa laban na yun before it even happened. It was the opportunity, but, the momentum, the advantage that was built up all throughout that game number 2, it was just, Naos Esports dominating. Ang tanong, will MCOM Esports be too shaken up heading to game number 3? Kasi possibly, di ba? Kasi this was a very surprising game for them. From them winning barely nung game number 1 to now getting dunked on dito sa game number 2. And here are the highlights to show as to what happened at paano naging ganito yung ating game number 2. Here comes the highlights.
Yeah, let's check out what happened in the early game. Yan, yung second, fourth shot. There's also the solo, yung solo kill ni Fabi. Pagkakulong kay Noguri, pero wala na. Wala, hindi na mapatay. Yun yung hassle sa trap na yan eh. Diba?
Yeah.
I don't know why, but yeah, itong dark procession na yun, sobrang hassle talaga. Galata as well was just wilding on everyone. Every time he goes in with the Grand Skyfall, parang okay, wala na, hands up na lang, and dead.
Kumbaga it's just traps kasi from that point. Tapos makikita mo dito na they were just constantly eating up this rel together with this rumble na wala masyadong magawa na talaga sa team fights. And this was a big team fight overall for Naos Esports. This was the opportunity na kakayanin sana ng MCOM pero they fell short. Mikey Han gets to live with the slither of HP. You have Shogun not dealing enough damage to actually even take out Galata in that exchange. Low on HP na si Galata doon. Pero alam mo na wala pang items in Tristana. And it was a very well-fed Pantheon. So a lot of damage or a lot of problems was in store for MCE.
I think MCE needs to like recalculate, reconsider how they can actually match Naos Esports early game instead. I think they got, lalo na yung sa bottom lane, they got a little too overconfident. And it really bite them hard. There was no kills whatsoever sa bottom lane nila. 0-3 and 0-10.
Oh,
Ganun kahirap yung nangyari dito kay Shogun pati kay Cute Bard. And Naos Esports, they had like the best time of their life. Lalo na dito kay Don. 9 kills. Some death lang meron sa kanya. Galata, unkillable the entire game as well.
12-0.
12-0. And I think we're already sure of who's the MVP. Definitely Galata, especially with his performance. Oh, Don actually being the MVP. Well, in terms of damage din and impact niya, napakaganda. But I also want to give credit to Galata, especially with his overall map presence. Kumbaga parang binigyan niya ng constant fear yung MCE. Every time nakikita siya, parang on guard lagi ang MCOM Esports.
Kumbaga they have to back away. Kumbaga Batman has arrived. Na, ano na eh, yung ultimate niya, yung Skyfall niya, bat signal. A signal to run away for MCOM Esports, di ba? And he was just unstoppable from that game. Also add Don, I think Don, di ba yun lang yung death niya, the one where he got picked off doon sa may skirmish sa mid.
Oh, pero it's just a wonderful moment, I guess, for Naos Esports, and match point na nga sila sa series natin, but it's also gonna be equally a great moment for you guys if you get the wonderful products, of course, of Predator, lalo na yung Helios Neo 16 AI nila with Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, Helios 18 ganun din. Napagandang text yung meron dito, and of course the performance is wild. You can unleash peak gaming speed and power with the Predator Helios Neo 16S, giving performance that doesn't compromise. You can step up, stand out, and be ready for anything with Helios 18, both of which you can shop at Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you as well. We're on to the last game already of the series of the semifinals to conclude who is going to be battling against West Point Esports. Isang laban na lang between MCOM Esports and Naos Esports. You're watching Predator League 2026 League of Legends. Papunta lang tayo sa isang very short break. Kami ang caster nyo, Giyang and Kauri, and we'll be right back after this short break.
Make sure to tune in.
It's time to determine the victor of the series and the challenger against West Point Esports. Will it be MCOM Esports or will it be Naos Esports? But one thing's for sure, this game is dead even and only one game will determine to find out which one is going to be the victor. You're still watching Predator League 2026 League of Legends Warrior Casters Giyang and Kauri. Ito na, magkakaalaman na.
Ito na.
Man, game number 1, we saw such a great comeback by MCOM Esports. Fantastic performance, especially by Nagari, Kreze, and the rest of the crew as well. The Naos Esports at game number 2, think they got mad, and they got mad hard, giving them one of the fastest games, if not the fastest game here at Predator League 2026. Now, momentum is on Naos Esports side, but MCOM Esports still has a lot in the bag. I think kaya pa nila ilaban ito, and I think they're the closest right now in terms to victory. They have to give it their all.
Yeah, they have to give it their all. Kanina, pinag-uusapan natin, di ba, na whilst MCOM Esports is also 2-1, Naos is also 2-1, but when it comes to like comparison, nandito yung Naos, nandito yung MCOM. Pero ngayon, ayan neck and neck. Pero when it comes to performance, syempre, you can't deny the overwhelming presence of Naos. Game number 1, MCOM, it was a very nice job there that they did na they managed to actually turn the game around. But game number 2, hindi na nagkamali yung Naos Esports. Kumbaga, di ba? There's no room for mistakes anymore for Naos. Now heading into game number 3, the big question is that would Naos Esports continue their early game dominance, early game presence, or will MCOM Esports for the third game, will they finally find something to, put out the fire na ginagawa agad ng Naos Esports sa simula pa lang ng laban?
Man, ito yung nakaka-excite. Kapag parehas sila kasi ngayon, back against the wall. As in, may hirap na yung sitwasyon. Sang mali na lang, kahit drafting pa yan, checkmate na. So, we have to really look at all the bullets left here at the magazine of both of these players. Both of these teams, kasi Naos Esports and MCOM Esports, nakita tayo ng 3 game nila so far this entire tournament, including plus na rin yung 2 games so far dito sa series na to, kasi we can't really count that kasi naka-fearless draft tayo, so we can't really utilize the information na nakuha natin doon. I think there's still a lot of champions left in the bag for both of these teams. Kaso nga lang, majority of them I think is still gonna be banned out, just like the Wukong and the Lee Sin
the Aurora
for MCOM Esports. Yung Aurora, I think we have almost 100% ban rate kasi nun, except lang kapag available siguro yung Syndra or yung Ari. Ang hirap ang hirap i-deal talaga ng Aurora. It's one of the strongest champions you can use in the game. Then as we go into the drafting phase, man, dito na magkakaalaman. Naos Esports on blue side, MCOM Esports on red side, the final match of today, and then the semifinals.
Do you notice the the expression of the players kanina, all smiles across the board, di ba? Ngayon lock in mode. No room for dilly-dallying.
Wala, hindi na pwede. Bawal. But there's also something that we are noticing as of now. No ban yet on Wukong. Magiging available to para kay Galata kung sakali na makuha nila.
Yeah, I think MCOM Esports has to take it out. I mean, they still have 1 ban left. So, they need to take it out. I mean, Wukong, man, it's going to cause a lot of problems if left open, especially sa kamay ng Naos Esports. Alam natin gaano ka-aggressive sila sa early game. Pero ito na nga, will it be the Wukong first pick?
Looks like they banned the Severe instead. Ezreal still available for both of these sides. Wukong gonna be taken here by Naos Esports. I think I don't know if expected to ng MCOM Esports, but this gives them at least room to maybe get the Ezreal for their side. Yun na nga, kailangan nila talaga makuha yung Ezreal na yan kasi isa yun sa mga malakas din talaga na gamitin ni Don nung kalaban nila yung 10-0 and 8 yung score niya. He was wilding on it as well.
He was unstoppable. And the Lilia as well would be picked up here by MCOM Esports to potentially try siguro nasabayan yung tempo na gagawin dito ng ating Wukong. And Naos Esports on the other hand, I think they need to settle with the hero for Maikehan already since they still have options naman for Concept together with Don. But Ziggs, I think it's a Ziggs bot lane if I'm not mistaken. Or is it a Ziggs mid lane for Maikehan?
Kasi pwede mag-APC naman dito yung Naos Esports eh. Have the Ziggs into the bottom lane, pwede pa nila gawin solo na lang yan. The support can roam around instead in mid lane. And I think that's gonna be a good idea here for Naos Esports. But what's better with this pick is that it's already predetermined. Teamfight based composition. This is a big shift actually in the strat of Naos Esports. Instead of going for small skirmishes, they want a wombo combo from the start. So having to see this and then the potential lineup of MCOM Esports, I think mas aggressive na yung gagawin dito ng Naos Esports. MCOM Esports, I think, are just gonna be sneaking around on fights, lalo na to fully utilize the Ezreal. He needs a lot of protection, so the Alistar is gonna be picked up para at least hindi madaling ma-burst, lalo na ng Mega Inferno Bomb ng Ziggs.
Bread and butter combination. Ezreal, Alistar for MCOM Esports, but will it be enough to hold their ground? Kasi nakita natin on fire pa rin dito yung Naos Esports, and they need to find an answer quickly. As we head on to the second phase of the ban, we're going to get taken out here from MCOM Esports. So they're anticipating na itong Ziggs na to would be an ADC for the side here of Naos.
Ang ganda nga eh, kasi if pag double AP dito yung Naos Esports, yung hassle dyan kasi hindi masyado mare-resist dito ng MCOM Esports. Ang daming malalambot sa kanila. Yeah, may Alistar sila, but what about the carries? Doon magiging delikado yan para sa kanila. So now, I think isa sa pwede nilang i-ban din na hindi pa napipick so far in this entire series is maybe even Syndra kung sakali. But the Mel is actually gonna be taken out.
Another huge threat down to the middle lane would be taken out of the equation. Yone as well, tatanggalin dito ng Naos Esports. And MCOM now has the first pick in phase 2. So they have priority dito. And they're going to take out the Croc. So Renekton now in for MCOM Esports. A Nuggery hero. Nakita natin how he carried the team with his Aatrox. And the same goes din naman dito sa Renekton pick. Mataas yung carry potential nitong Renekton, especially pag naka-scale up ng maganda, pag naiwan mag-isa sa kusina. So MCOM Esports, they still kind of have the recipe that they had in game number 1.
Oh yeah. This is a stable top laner as well. Isa to sa pwedeng makatapat din sa Ambessa eh. Ambessa is very aggressive, one of the strongest as well, one of the biggest bullies as well, especially dahil kaya na makaabot sa backline. So it threatens the Ezreal, threatens the Lilia even kapag nag-aabang pa. But the Renekton, I think, can stand a really good chance against the Ambessa, especially kapag level 3 na. Dahil sa kit lang overall, especially yung sustain na meron sa first skill niya. Ari though is gonna be a wild pick. Yeah, they don't have an ADC, but their pick potential is very high. Ang daming crowd control sa kanila. Kapag lumapit kayo, pa nag-commit kayo, andyan naman yung mga mines ng Ziggs.
Oh, Sylas.
Much better pick. This is one of the champions we did mention before nung game number 2, and this time, they're not holding back. Lahat all in na.
All cards, all chips, all in for both of these teams. You have Fabi on that Ambessa. You have Galata on the Wukong Maikehan on the Ari. Dawn on the Ziggs. Concept on the Leona. For MCE, you have Nuggery on that Renekton. Kreze sa Lilia. Rupert, Sylas, Shogun, Ezreal, and Cute Bard on that Alistar. I like the draft from both of the teams. Parehas merong aure for both sides eh. So Rupert, most likely maganda magiging matchup niya against Maikehan. I mean, the same goes din naman for Maikehan and vice versa. So it all falls down to this game number 3. You know, one slot left for the grand finals. Let's just get to it.
And let's get to the game. I mean, lahat tayo excited na para sa laban nito. I love the draft of both of these teams. Grabe, napaka-creative din. ng dinraft dito ng Naos Esports. MCOM Esports are going all in as well. So much magic damage actually on both sides. Basically, dalawang AP on Naos Esports and MCOM Esports, yung Ari, tapos yung Ziggs, then yung Lilia and yung Silas. Team fights are gonna be explosive. Much more explosive than game number 1 and game number 2. And yes, it's a little bit pun intended dahil may Ziggs tayo. But laning phase, I think, ang pinakatitingnan natin dito, aside sa bottom lane, syempre dahil Ezreal versus Ziggs yan, magpupukan yan, saka napakaganda ng engagers nila. So, very risky on the Leona. Top lane din. Actually, lahat ng lanes sobrang fragile na to. Sobrang fragile to the point na just one mistake can lead to a kill already. Dahil
no one
Ambessa
can be
very deadly,
talaga.
Renekton very deadly, Ari very deadly, Silas very deadly, pati yung bot lane natin. Pinaka siguro passive lang dito, I guess, is yung
Support.
junglers natin. Junglers,
Support.
actually. Pa-farm lang yan. Siguro, antay mo na mag-level 6. Yun lang.
Yeah, then they would be the one to actually start off those big fights, di ba? So, a lot of our players now trying to forge their own legacy quite literally, di ba? With their picks, makikita mo naman na lahat sila pwedeng maging win condition when it comes to this final match, this final game. And it all falls down to this. Once again, show your support. If you're rooting for MCOM Esports, comment hashtag MCE win. If you're rooting for Naos Esports on the other hand, you can comment hashtag NSE win. So make sure to share the live stream, follow the page. This is the final match, guys. This is the one that you don't want to miss out on. Kasi napakainit na ng labanan natin. Nakita na natin ang dami ng nabunot na champions from the pool since a lot has been taken out, a lot has been used, and it all falls down to this. Paano pa kaya kung best of 5 series? Oh,
yun talaga. Sunugan na talaga yun. Paguran
Mastery.
talaga sa mga players natin. And it's going to be wild. Siguro kapag may mga best of 5 na, kailangan na talaga na mayroong coach or at least draftsman. Kasi ang hirap i-track niyan. And madalas kasi yung mga teams natin, parang sila lang din yung nag-track nun. Usually yung pinaka-shot caller talaga nila or pinaka parang analyst sa side nila. Usually support yung gumagawa. Minsan mid laner eh. I remember LFS Esports dati, nung sila Lumber, siya kasi yung nagda-draft nun before. Nung 2023 or 2022. So, it kind of varies as well, pero during that time, hindi pa kasi fearless draft, so medyo mas madali pa yung drafting nun. Ngayon, medyo mas mahirap. In a way, naging mas mahirap siya kasi you're also taking out champions.
Yeah.
So mas kailangan alam mo yung alam na gamitin ng mga kalaban mo and alam gamitin ng kasama mo. Yung timing din nun and all. Dati kasi ang pinaka kailangan mo lang aware ka sa lahat ng champion, tapos you have to be very creative sa lineup, tapos alam mo din kung ano yung mga tatanggalin.
Yeah, because there's also the thing where they synergize well, 'di ba? Kailangan nag-synergize yung picks nyo, dapat it fits into your playstyle. At syempre, kung mag-fit man sa playstyle, tingnan natin yung comments. Wala lang akong maisip. Pero let's look at the comments from our wonderful fans that are currently watching dito ngayon. Tatayaan ko na tong si Nogari. Game 3.
Ayan na. Oo. Yun na.
Ayan na.
Sabi pa nga ni Kenji, yung bahay daw nila natutubos na. Naku.
Kala ko ba 2-0? Di ba? Mali yung wala na. Ano na lang, 50% off.
Just let us know, guys. Ito na, huling laban na. It's either MCOM Esports or Naos Esports. But one thing is for sure, we are gonna be supporting, we have always been supporting both of our teams, all the teams, of course, dito sa League of Legends Philippines natin. Lahat gusto natin mag-grow, lahat gusto natin mag-shine. Sila lang makapagsabi kung sino ba talaga ang mananalo kapag naglalaban-laban sila. Pero at the end of the day, we're all in one community, of course, supporting each other, especially dahil inaalagaan tayo ngayon ng Predator Gaming, ng TNC. Thank you so much sa support na binibigay nila, especially in giving you guys, us all, a platform for us to shine, lalo na para sa mga players natin. Kaya ang dami natin mga highlights na nakikita. Kung nakikita nyo din yung mga posts na ginagawa ng Predator Gaming, yung mga highlight clips na meron, yung mga moments nyo, sobrang nakakatawa. And I think it just gives more recognition para sa efforts na ginagawa ng mga players din natin. Lalo na yung laban kahapon, oh my God.
The legendary na expeke.
Matindi.
It's those moments talaga that brings the community together, makes the community grow. Makikita ng mga non-League of Legends players. So, I might want to try that out. So, it's so much. There's so much love within this community, and we still have to grow more and more, di ba? As time passes by, di ba? Predator League or Predator Gaming has been there for us, di ba? Andyan sila para sa atin to actually give these kinds of tournaments to showcase the game, not just the competitive side, but to showcase the beauty of the community as well. You have the people that are watching in the stream, pero ngayon game face on as Naos Esports versus MCOM Esports finally in.
Yung pinaka natatawa ko dito. We have 6 teleports in this game. Tapos, siyempre, potentially 7 pa kasi may unsealed spellbook yung Alistar natin. So,
laban kung laban talaga to.
Yun yung sinasabi natin. Explosive fights, guys. Sa umpisa, siguro pwedeng maging medyo passive kasi nagpupukan lang sila. Depende pa yan kung may magkakaaurahan yung mga yan. Pero pagdating ng mga objective na talaga, oh man. I've seen this so many times before. It's gonna get wild.
It's gonna get wild indeed. Pero hopefully not too wild to a point na pag yung isang team na nagkamali, it might be a steamroll kasi it's still possible, di ba? Nakita natin time and time again that Naos Esports has been the more dominant team when it comes to the earlier stages of the match. I mean, you have Don now onto this Ziggs. Much more passive, pero yung damage niyan hindi passive. Napakasakit yan.
Good pokes nga kaagad ginawa na dito kay Kutbard. He's actually targeting him most of the time para hindi na siya mag-attempt to good. Chunking him down with those bouncing grenades as well. And Concept is just waiting to be level 2 para makapag-engage. But they hesitate a little bit kasi level 2 na din sila Kutbard. So pwede sila mag-counter-engage and they know that both of them are actually eyeing on Dawn. Yun na nga, sugod ka agad. Kasama na, tinamaan pa rin naman ng Zenith Blade. Shogun is actually taking a bit of damage, especially dahil sa stuns and yung ignite. He might actually get taking down. The bouncing bomb hits him and secures the first blood for Naos Esports. Kutbard has no way to go but just back to the base.
Wow! Dawn, man. Sukat na sukat yung bomba doon. And oh my, that was a big outlay coming in from Dawn, and it gave Naos Esports once again the lead for the past 2 games. Even in this game, I think it was Dawn that got the first blood in all of them.
Yeah. Saka yung big deal pa doon, Ignite versus Heal kasi. And the Ignitean ka agad din ni Concept.
Muntik na siya, piso na lang si Dawn.
Wala, hirap na talaga. Muntik pa nga, diba? Kasi bigla naabutan pa siya ni Shogun. They were trying to crash the wave. They did successfully crash the wave. But it's clear the next wave na parating sa kanila. And nakabalik naman kaagad. But still, a lead is a lead. And Dawn has that in the bag.
Yeah. So, gold now being pumped into Dawn. Into this Ziggs. I'm still not over that first blood coming in from Dawn and Concept. The satchel there was very much on point. Na nakatalon siya palikod eh. Tapos pag-flash away pa siya, then throws out the Q, takes out Shogun. And no trades happened there. So they're sitting comfortably with the lead. Nagari and Fabi. Kanina pa nagkakaambaan. Kanina pa nagkaka-tradean dito sa itaas. Usual, chaotic, top laner things.
Yung pinaka-hassle din sa may bot lane fight kanina, especially for Shogun, he tried to dodge the Zenith Blade of Concept. However, tumama pa rin sa kanya. So, nakombohan pa rin siya ni Concept. Tas mas mahirap pa kasi nakaharang siya, hindi na ma-mystic shot si Don ng maayos. And now, they're being much more bullied in the bottom lane. Kutbard taking so much damage from those bouncing grenades ni Don. And it just has to be very, very careful in the laning phase.
Both of the teams needs to be very careful. Hindi pa naman ganong kalaki yung kalamangan dito ng Naos Esports. I mean, Rupert, very low on HP. But Maiken...
muntik na! Maiken almost actually put him in tower's range. It's actually much better that Rupert didn't land those chains.
Thank you for the flash. It saved Rupert from a very negative trade since still Flash would be intact for Maikehan, pero ngayon sa baba, they're looking towards Dawn.
Yeah, they're poking him out, but Kitbard is also taking damage. Good zone by Kitbard though. Concept trying to threaten for a Zenith Blade, kaso nga lang yung hassle sa kanila, there's 5-6 minions crashing towards them. So lugi sila sa trades kahit anong mangyari.
Yeah, man. And I think, you know, those minion damage could be a lot, especially sa earlier stages of the match, di ba? And Dawn needs to just poke away, especially Cute Bard, para mapalesen yung aggression nitong ating Toro. Kasi kanina pa ni Cute Bard gusto talaga sumet up dito sa ating baba. And, you know, so far, they've been holding their own very well. Lamang nga dito ng onting CS si Shogun. So if that first blood didn't happen, if it was the other way around, I think MCOM Esports would be, you know, in a position where they're very comfortable. Pero teka lang, mukhang Fabi in trouble here.
Yep, public execution not gonna do too well for Fabi, especially with the influence of the Lilia. Kreze gonna help out Nagari secure that solo kill in top lane, and think additional plates pa.
So MCOM Esports finally found something of their own, and it's Nagari. We all know what happened the last time around, na si Nagari yung naging difference maker. And it wasn't pretty at all. Now Esports though, on the other hand, got the Mountain Drake. They collected that, so one Drake already on their side. Natulak pa dito ni Cute Bird si Galata to just, you know, ruin his tempo. But Rupert is now here with Spirit Rush.
Yeah, wanting to get the chains connected, kaso nga lang hindi mangyayari yun. Spirit Rush nga lang, sobrang helpful para dito kay Rupert, getting the 1-for-1. And now he actually wants more. Kingslayer gonna be used. Zenith Blade, no acid response ng Leona para Tis ma-lockdown siya. Kaso nga lang munti pa katamaan dito yung Arin Chains. The Lila gonna be putting him to sleep. Drowsy is there, but the follow-up isn't. So, Maikehan is gonna be able to stay alive, at least for now. Rupert in a lot of trouble, trying to still commit onto the Ari. Feet of Warfare secured by Naos Esports.
This is getting wild.
Deep into the jungle side of Naos Esports. Nagari low in HP. Maikehan actually gonna be going back again, but Nagari kill here onto Concept. To sustain is actually wild on the side of MCOM Esports. This Fabi looking to disengage. Doesn't have any energy. Muntiga pa katamaan ng Mystic Shot yung Ezreal. So it's a 3-for-3, but still a win by Naos Esports because they secured the Pit of Warfare.
And it's a wild fight, tulad nga na sinabi mo. Ang lalim na nung pinaglalabanan nila. Red side jungle of Naos Esports. Then it was about, and it ended in almost a fair lang. Almost fair lang. Nakakuha ng isang plating doon. And if you're going to look at this fight, it all started off with Rupert, you know, going in and fishing for Galata. They got Galata. Maikehan almost went down here, pero hindi naging sapat yung damage. He was asleep for a moment, but no one was able to actually reach that Ari. Then Nagari here almost got taken out as well in this exchange, pero buti nakabawi naman siya. And yeah, Feet of Warfare claimed there by Naos Esports. So overall, a small or slight margin victory there by Naos.
Yeah. MCOM Esports, one of the reasons why they lost the fight is because majority of them didn't have any spells anymore. Nobody can follow up onto Maikehan after being slept by Kreze. It was too deep. They didn't have any vision. Cooldown din yung wards nila. And Naos Esports, recognizing that the members of MCOM Esports are actually too deep, just punished them. Especially si Rupert, really craving for that kill. Punishing his overextension, but now still, recognize din nila na sobrang sakit ng Sylas na ito. Lalo na yung sustain na meron siya kapag naka-proc na yung Conqueror niya. Sobrang taas na sustain. And yun yung reason kung bakit din ang tagal niya bago mamatay. Kahit pulado na siya, sugod pa rin siya. Kasi tiwala talaga siya sa Kingslayer niya and sa Conqueror niya. So, even if Naos Esports got the Feat of Warfare, may chance pa rin dito yung MCOM Esports na makakuha ng Feat of Strength. They just need the first tower. They just need the objectives as well. It's going to be very difficult kasi nakuha ng Naos Esports yung first dragon and the Void Grubs as well. So, it kumbaga in terms of percentages, nasa 90% na dito yung Naos Esports. Isang objective na lang.
All it takes is one more. Pero MCOM Esports, you know, may pinanghahawakan silang lead. 200. So, very dead even matchup tayo for game number 3. We are seeing now that MCOM Esports and Naos Esports playing so desperately this time around. This is their last life. Diba? Kumbaga, kailangan mo na ilabas lahat ng tricks na alam mo. If you're either Naos, if you're MCOM. And the one thing that I want to actually take a look at here is that you have a 2-0 Nagari with a 33 CS lead against that Ambessa. So, a big threat on the side here of Naos Esports.
Yeah. Look at Nagari. Just still bullying the hell out of Fabi, knowing that he can actually take him down, especially with the lead that he has, almost 40 CS up, plus 2 kills pa na meron sa kanya. Kailangan lang niya mag-ingat. Every time he does see Fabi fighting back, indicator na kaagad yun para sa kanya na may papunta. And he spotted out Galata as well, just going towards top side with his deep brush.
Zenith Blade with land.
Deep ward. And now, Kreze just immediately spotted out. Ginamitan pa nga na Mega Inferno bomb ni Don. Kaya siya ay nakakuha ng kill, punishing that very deep invade of Kreze.
Overextension got Kreze, or received the bad end of that trade. Now Charm would be landing onto Rupert, so that's still damage dealt onto the Silas as well. I think all lanes for Naos Esports is currently leading, except for the top lane. I think yung nagpapa-equalize lang dito sa laban na to would be Nagari and his advantage over Fabi.
Yeah. Rupert nga, umhijack pa ng Spirit Rush dito ni Mikean eh. Ready siya makipagbalag-bagan kung sakali eh. But Mikean just played it passively, went back into the base. Gusto ng MCOM Esports kunin itong Chemtech Dragon. They want additional shield and heal, especially dahil tatlo sa kanila. Kailangan yon and makakatulong talaga sa kanila. So they're gonna be starting it up already. Kitbard is just zoning anyone that will attempt to check into the pit. And mukhang Naos Esports, they didn't even try.
Now, Chemtech claimed here by MCOM Esports, so hindi pa rin naman agad makukuha dito ng Naos Esports yung feats of strength. So they're still in the clear. They're still in contention of that. Nagari though, just waiting to see if ida-dive siya dito ng Naos Esports. May Dominus tong si Nagari, so kind of risky if I must say if they're going to decide na i-dive nila dito si Nagari, because members of MCOM Esports is on the way as well. Yeah. And I don't think that Naos Esports had any idea na papunta na sila. But now I think they do, and they decided to back away.
And they do kasi they have a ward. They have on top side, a little deep there. Kaya the moment na pumunta na sa bandang Crumps or Krugs yung mga members ng MCOM Esports, umatras na kaagad sila. They also saw Nagari stepping in a little too far forward, and it's already an indicator na meron siyang rest back. Kasi he had no reason to actually step or walk up. Kasi ang ganda ng tulak dito ni Kitbard. They're trying to set up, but it's a Leon na sobrang kulat yan. And instead, they got both taken out. MCOM Esports underestimated the members of Naos Esports.
Nagari's at the back.
It's going to be a 3 versus 3 in top lane. No teleport for Fabi. No one can actually recover this for them. Nagari even overextending with a slice and dice, trying to take down Mikeyhan. Gusto pa nila, pero nakabawi naman sila ng dalawa.
They got 2 of their own, but that leaves their bottom tower exposed to Naos Esports. So I think they would seize this opportunity to actually get that for their own. Also, nag-move down na din si Don doon sa mid lane to apply more pressure. So Naos Esports, despite losing members, they are still looking towards those possibilities, those avenues as to how they team find more, 'di ba? Paano pa sila makakahanap ng opportunities dito? And that's the tower down already for MCOM Esports as Naos claims it for their own.
Yeah, isa lang pala yung nakuha nila ng kill kanila sa may top lane. Nakatakas pala si Don. Now, looks like another engage by MCOM Esports. Cyclone nagamit na nga kaagad dito ni Galata, habang si Fabi naman ang biglang tatargetin nila. The hijack public execution gets used against Rupert instead. And pulado na kaagad sa free pa nga dito si Don, throwing out those bombs onto them, and MCOM Esports finds himself in a deficit in this fight. Mikean with the flank, and that's 4 people dead on MCOM Esports. Naos Esports is on fire.
And get the stretchers already, because MCOM Esports got punished big time for that one. I mean, it's another problem that they have to worry about. Kasi kanina, dikit lang naman halos yung labanan natin. But with that poor fight over there, they're for sure to pay the price. I mean, Fabi would be glad to give up his own life just for Naos Esports to secure and establish a huge lead. And this tower sa itaas mukhang very much threatened na rin ng Naos Esports. I mean, you have Cute Bard that could potentially walk up there, Nuggery, pero I think they're a little bit too late. So another tower down for MCOM Esports. And if you're going to look at the stage of the match, naka-torch na dito yung Ari, naka-Triforce na yung Wukong. Leandris also onto that Ziggs. 5-0 and 4. 5-0 na naman si Don.
Man, 5-0 and 4, 2-0 and 4 for Mikey Han. And they seem to be untouchable on the backline. Lalo na si Don. Everyone is busy trying to take down Fabi, Galata, and Concept. Kaso sobrang kunat ng mga yan eh. Especially if Nuggery doesn't have Black Cleaver just yet. All those champions are tankier. They don't have any resistant reduction items. Yeah, they have the DPS from Kreze already. Pero it takes a while. Hindi pa to sapat para sa Lilia para maka-dish out ng damage. Mamaya pa yan. Shogun even prevented from recalling back into the base. Inaurahan ni Concept. Di na nga siya nag-auto-attack eh. Walk up lang talaga.
Oo. Di man lang nagbato ng Zenith Blade. Wala. And that's the thing that I love about Concept is that he has been so aggressive ever since nagano siya yung sa what do you call this, sa Nautilus pick niya. So he was just everywhere. He's just, asserting dominance. Talagang is making sure that Shogun wouldn't have the time of his life, making sure na he's always threatened, making sure na di ka pwede magsaya. I'm here.
Hindi maka-free hit, hindi maka-pwesto, hindi maka-damage sa teamfight. Naos Esports definitely bullying the hell out of MCOM Esports. In terms of gold lead, medyo nagsisimula na. 4,000. Dragon now is going to be... Oh my god. I actually thought it's Infernal Dragon, man. I thought for a second it's an Infernal Dragon Soul. That would be wild for Naos Esports if ever. Kaso nga lang, I think it's a Cloud Dragon. Rift Herald gonna be crashed into the mid lane, so this tower should be taken down absolutely free. And Naos Esports just doing the macro really well. They have established a little
and Rupert,
bit of vision
he's
well.
lost. He's lost.
Walang vision sila, kaso nga si Rupert na ispatan na yun lang, kita na kaagad at wala na siya mapupuntahan. Unfortunate, dun ginamit yung Ryer's Bloom.
No. He was just out of position and he got punished dearly for that one. Nuggery just trying to do his best, to actually clear out the wave and push it out. Nasayang din yung teleport ni Rupert doon. He was caught out. Parang may CCTV camera eh, boss. Ano yan?
Ayun lang. There's gonna be a pause. I think he got spotted by a ward.
No, it's his own ward.
No. On the way.
Yeah. There was a ward placed up
on
top
the Dragon Pit.
Yeah.
I think it teleported in the Dragon Pit, then went over there as well. Kaso nga lang, may ward sila sa may brush na isa. Nasaktuhan na nakita ata siya, tapos boom. Oh.
I mean, vision control now for Naos Esports. They own majority of the map. 70-80% of the map is already there. So, MCOM Esports needs to play on the defensive. And they have been playing on the defensive ever since game number 1. So, Naos Esports still a different beast when it comes to the early stages of the match.
Yeah. Blackfire Torch, Leandris Torment, all the DPS items completed already by Naos Esports. They don't really have anti-heal, but I don't think they need just yet. I think they're very confident that they can just burst down the Silas either way. Kasi yung crowd control nila yun yung problema eh. Lahat ba naman may crowd control? Even the Ziggs has one. Yung knockback niya. MCOM Esports, they have to really... I mean, they have a lot of crowd control, but most of their crowd control requires them to get into the faces of Naos Esports, which is hard.
Especially at this stage of the match where if you go in, you just explode. You're going to be blown off. Quite literally, no pun intended. Pero that's just the case now for MCOM Esports. I mean, it's 4.6k gold lead. I still think that they have what it takes to actually make it back into this game. Nuggery is scaling quite good naman doon sa ating side lanes, but Fabi this time around would be there to actually match him up. Hindi na siya yung Sion from game number 1 na walang magawa. But this time around, may laban talaga itong Ambessa. And speaking of may laban itong Ambessa, mukhang may laban na gusto dito, yung Naos.
Yep. Wala pang Cosmic Drive dito. I think Cosmic Drive yung next item dito ni Kreze. Then maybe I realize as well para hindi na talaga siya mahabol. Kaso nga lang si Fabi, alam nga, grabe talaga si Noguri. Flash out, flash in naman, ang bawi. So nabaliwala lang yung flash ni Fabi. And that's a solo kill by Noguri. Man, this guy is not gonna let anyone down.
Yeah. I mean, he is taking matters into his own hands this time around. He did it in game number 1. What's stopping him from doing it again here in game number 3? Nuggery becoming a threat. Kailangan napansinin to ng Naos Esports before he gets to a point tulad nung game number 1 na ang hirap na niyang pigilan, ang hirap na niyang i-take down. Because once again, if you're looking at the map, he's just going to go back onto that side lane. He knows that he has a teleport. He can just call for a ward. He can just go in for the fight. And, just be happy with life.
Medyo malas na ni Concept. Gusto lang na mag-recall. Tapos nag-check si Shogun gamit true shot parage. Tinamaan yung atakan. So hindi naka-recall si Concept. And no intention of actually canceling any recalls. Concept just stayed in the lane and stayed in the bottom side river instead. Might be in a dangerous position kasi nilalapitan siya ni Kreze. I think pinaka-interesado lang siya is itong Scuttle Crab. Galata is gonna be here. Cyclone gonna be invested immediately. Kaya kailangan nilang patulugin kaagad. Tinama pa rin siya na Megan for the bomb. Myken actually closing the distance. Half HP na lang dito si Kreze. Alanganin nakakaagad. The little lalabay gonna be used onto the Ari, putting him to sleep, but no one is gonna be able to follow up. There's a follow-up actually onto Cute Bard.
Nuggery is here, Nuggery is here.
Still being zoned out. Shogun though has time to free hit. The Lilith's gonna be taken down. No more threat on the side of
Oh no!
Force, but the damage, the burst is still there coming in from the Ezreal. Dawn as well, just bullied back. Forced to walk away. Concept all alone in the bottom lane. Getting chased now by Cute Bard. Is about to get stunned as well. Zenith play to at least get into a more forwarded position. And now Esports, they avoided so many casualties even though they lost 2.
Yeah, and it's looking very reminiscent of game number 1 where MCOM Esports would find the small wins, would find the small engages, and just funnel it down onto Nuggery. And also Shogun is 3-1-2. And this Ezreal, so very scary for Naos Esports because this is not a point where they can just, sit back and relax. Kasi MCOM, palapit na sila ng palapit.
Ang ganda din sana ng paghabol ni Fabi kay Kreze. Kaso nga lang, naka-free hit si Shogun eh. Isa din siya sa mga target eh. Galata even chased him out, then Fabi continued with the chase. Kaso nga lang, nagamit na nila halos lahat ng resources nila. Shogun was free hitting. Nakapag-true shot barrage pa siya sa Wukong. Kaya dahil doon, hindi na sila makatuloy sa fight. MCOM Esports actually are recovering. Look at the gold. 2.7, 2.8 na lang ang natitira ng Naos Esports. And again, in terms of scaling, mas maganda yung sa MCOM Esports.
And I think they want to fight once again. I think nakuha nila yung confidence sila doon sa laban kanina. They gauged the prowess here of Naos Esports and they figured na, nga naman, kaya natin. Because, Dawn is a very burstable hero dito. Pwede siyang i-dive in ni Nuggery. Pero Dominus would be used there.
Napagamit kagad si Nuggery. So, isang pampakunat niya nagamit kagad. Even the Unbreakable Will of Cute Bard was used already. So much defensive utilities forced out by Naos Esports. Munti ka pa katamaan ng Shogun.
Yung puso
that was scary. But now, 2 versus 3 potentially as Galata actually taking a bit of damage already. Liting lalabay is no longer available. The Atakan is started by Naos Esports. Good charm by Mike Han onto Cute Bard, chunking him down a little bit more. But no full commitment by Naos Esports. They're sensing danger already. Sobrang sakit na ng Lilia.
Gumuguhit na rin dito yung damage ng MCOM Esports. And now Shogun
Teleport
being added into the mix. And I think this is going to be one wild battle here.
Yep. No ults on the members of MCOM Esports. Pero may si Silas lang at most yung meron. Mega Inferno Bomb, Solar Flare, and
Hex Flash!
Public execution is available. Papasok na kaagad sila. They're taking a bit of damage. Kalata's gonna be in the vicinity as well. Drine's still gonna be taken down here by MCOM Esports. As Concept's gonna be walking away. Fabi is taking too much damage with the bouncing grenades. Deals so much. Shogun though chunking one to very low in HP. Don looking to back away. It's a 3-for-3 man. Score is tied in that fight. MCOM Esports starting to fight back better.
And not just better. If not for Dawn actually getting off that bouncing bomb, then maybe it was a fight that MCOM Esports truly won. I mean, you're looking at the damage of Shogun. Ang hirap na niyang hulihin. Tas nakita mo ba yun? Nabura sila sa bomba na binitawan ni Don. 7-0 and 7 onto that Ziggs.
But take note, in terms of ultimate, isa lang yung meron.
Yeah.
Si Rupert lang yung meron sa MCOM Esports. Lahat wala. Sa Naos Esports, si Fabi meron, si Don meron, si Concept meron. So
What
in
more?
terms of utilities used, tapos converted into output, man, MCOM Esports got a little, but only had little firepower, but they got a lot of output there. Yung hindi lang nila makuha is yung shutdown talaga kay Don. The spacing this guy always makes is just out of this world, and he remains untouchable the entire fight, this entire game as well.
And MCOM Esports now looking towards this bottom tower. Kreze would be spotted out by Concept. Concept
Wow,
using
wow.
the flash though.
Lahat
And actually
ginamit
landing.
agad, pero naka-out pa rin naman si Krez, and Mega Inferno Bomb gonna be invested already as well. As now, Naguri closing the distance, popping out the dominance. Didn't use the flash, but the slice and dice to walk away, dodging even the charm of Mikey-an. Man, lots of utilities used on both sides already. Pero available pa rin yung lilting lullaby. Tinamaan na nga si Concept pati si Don ng true shot barrage. Pero buti na lang, may shift pa rin naman sila, especially with Concept there as well. And MCOM Esports, they walk away for now, because the biggest interest of both of these teams is on the top side river. Yung Baran available na.
I mean, it's another dominance invested here by Nagari. I really thought we were going to have another big fight. I thought we were going to have a big fight there. But both of the teams, you know, they pulled away. Mukhang ang gusto nila talaga yung sieging capability. Gusto talaga nila yung pang game ender this time around. MCOM
Blood Letters
Esports.
Curse for Kreziden. Hindi pa naka Spear of Soljin dito si Nagari, kaya hindi pa masyado mabilis yung cooldown niya. Meanwhile si Fabi naka Spear of Soljin, dished out his Terox gauge. Let's see. Both of them grouping up in the bottom side. May teleport pa nga
This is the
galing
moment.
dito sa
This is the
Ziggs.
moment.
Don is there already. Meanwhile, Nagari still in the top lane. Looks like they're trying to bait the members of MCOM Esports towards the Atakan. But take note, they're also going to be taking some damage there. Matagal yan. You don't have an ADC. It looks like they're going to be turning onto one member. The Lilia's going to be dead. It was all a ruse. The entire plan was to just take him down. And MZE, they took the bait. They're going to be double downing on the top lane push though. Noguri teleported there alongside with Rupert. And they're going to be attempting to push one more tower.
And Crazy just exploded from that exchange. He got too close to the sun. He got burned off. And now it's Esports getting the Athakan as well. That is huge from them. And Public Execution catches Shogun off
onto
guard.
Shogun. Still has the flash, has the damage, has the chunk down to Fabi. But needs to be very careful. He actually flashes in, but still barely dodges one more of that Q. With the flash and arcane shift. He's low in HP. He's gonna be going back into the base. It's actually Rupert that teleported in the top lane as well, not Noguri. So Noguri still has to teleport and is now pushing bottom lane.
Things are getting so spicy here. You know, it was Shogun just, you know, releasing the true shot barrage. But Fabi was there, used the Public Execution, doesn't land it, goes back with the flash. And then Shogun, you know, being forced to use Psalms as well. It's just action after action after action, and Nagari still being unbothered on the side lanes.
Completely unbothered, man. Kailangan niya magtrabaho eh. Kailangan niyang mag in the zone. Is doing it. There's a huge wave in the top lane. But I think the tower can still resist that amount of wave. Baron and another dragon about to spawn up. Actually, kakaspawn lang din ng dragon. MCOM Esports, man, they cannot afford to lose. Kreze is one of the shredders of their composition.
Yeah.
But also one of the most vulnerable members of their lineup as well. Looks
one who
like
wins this
the
fight gets the
Alistar
Baron.
just gonna be going in onto Mikey Han. Kreze being targeted.
Solar
The
Flare!
Solar Flare connects, and the follow-up is just there! Now Esports finds everyone! That's 3 kills already! But Nuguri trying to tank and deal some damage as well towards them, but that's already 3 kills for now Esports without any trades.
All their hopes and dreams blowing up in their face. Cute Board got too aggressive. They got too clumped up, and the Mega Inferno Bomb from an 8-0 and 11 Ziggs was sure to land. Now as Esports. Wow, what was that play? And they still have time. I don't think that they will take the Baron, but that was a huge team fight. Just removing and eliminating MCOM Esports completely from that fight.
Maximize yung horizon focus ni Don, and what's better is that in that fight, hindi pa siya naka-death cap. Ngayon, naka-Rabadon's death cap na siya.
Times 2.
Times 2. Oh my god, the damage
Doubling
is just
down
gonna be
on
wild.
that AP.
Sobrang unfortunate din para kay Kreze nun kasi wala siyang flash pa nun. Ngayon pa lang siya nagkaroon ng flash. So this time, him, Rupert, and Cute Bard has flash para makaiwas at least sa solar flare, because if they get hit by a solar flare, it's done. It's done. They're gonna be done and wiped out of this map.
And Concept is just, giga chadding this entire game. He's making sure that this plays or this fights actually happen, and it's all because of him. 17 assists. I mean, you have Don as well na isa lang yung na-miss out niya sa kills ng team niya. But man oh man,
Kailangan
4K
ingat ni
gold lead
Kreze.
for
Oh
now
my
as
God.
Esports. Now
Kreze
navigating.
is the primary target.
Uh,
Now
Yeah, Kreze,
Esports just
they're
tracking
looking for
them
him.
down, trailing them na out. Galata as well joining Concept, but they got
Oh.
hit by the bowling ball of Kreze. They need to be very careful.
Double control
both of them
wards.
have pink ward. Dude, this brush is now an objective. The wards are now an objective. Now Esports zoning them away from the Baron. They want to remove every vision that MCOM Esports has. Nugger's taking a bit of damage. Fabi's closing the distance. No lilting lullaby gonna be used. Actually, he uses it towards the Wukong and the Leona, but not every other member is hit. Good headbutt pulverized, but no follow-up just yet. The damage is gonna be there coming from Shogun. And
Nagari.
wow, the damage is there from Naos Esports as well, trying to retaliate. But
Oh!
it's gonna be taken down. Looks like they're getting zoned out. Rupert as well. Oh my god, Nuguri with a 1-for-1 against Fabi as well. But Don is just dealing massive amount of damage. The spacing, the kiting is just too much for MCE to handle. And now Esports, they shoved them back. They still won the fight 3-2.
It looked good for MCE, but still wasn't enough because Dawn, time and time again, just blows them up. Every bomb, every minefield, every satchel, sure to land in the faces of MCE. And Nuguri, he didn't have the opportunity to actually have access to the back lane because Fabi was there to put his life on the line to make sure that Dawn was actually alive and kicking. And now as Esports, I think they need to end this. I think they need to end this in like the next 15 minutes because MCOM Esports is scaling up.
They are. Kreze starting to load up already in terms of damage. Let's check that replay out. That's the moment that Kreze got spotted out and led to Naos Esports getting the Atakan. And another wombo combo here.
Yeah, and this fight, that solar flare,
Boom! Uli, lahat. Even Rupert got taken out. This is the point that we see prowess on Dawn as well. Look at the spacing. Despite the engage already by Cute Bard, there's a lot of hesitation on their side. Sobrang daming hesitation sa side nila. Kasi nakakatakot nga naman talaga yung bouncing. Ang dami mong kailangan iwasan eh. Kahit nga yung mga orbs ni Mike Han eh. Sobrang hassle talaga. Rupert cannot really assassinate anyone. And Don barely takes damage the entire fight. Yun lang, yung naging damage sa kanya. At most.
It's like a constant minigame for MCOM Esports because left and right they'd have to be dodging bombs, they'd have to be dodging orbs. You know, it's a very, very taxing game for MCOM Esports, but they are persevering, and we are seeing that Nagari now has the Spectral Cowl, so nag-build siya dito ng MR to actually be able to actually soak in, siguro makatanggap ng damage from this Ari, from this Ziggs. 11-0 and 11. What more can you ask from your ADC?
Yeah. Grabe. Ang paldo kumbaga ni Don. Dude, this guy remains to be a ghost. Nowhere to be found by MCE. Kaso nga lang si Galata kailangan mag-ingat. Again, he's starting to feel the damage, especially coming in from Kreze. Riftmaker already completed as well. So, malaking tulong yan para sa sustain ng Lilia, especially to add into the sustain already of the Conqueror. Let's see. Naos Esports still has full control of this game kahit 4,000 gold yan. Yan, nakaka-scale na yung MCOM Esports. But one thing remains the same. Lahat kaya pa rin burahin ng Ziggs.
And you also have Shogun on the other end, who's also a threat as well in this matchup. Kaya kailangan na rin mag-ingat ang Naos Esports because one wrong fight, one mistake could actually turn things around. Concept on the other end, Zenith's Blade wouldn't land. He's going to get spotted out. Mukhang umaaura na dito yung Naos Esports and they're looking for something.
Yeah, Galata just lingering by. There's a teleport as well. Looks like everyone on Naos Esports is gonna be committed here as well.
Ouch!
Mikey Han is the one that teleported in the mid lane. So, sa side ng MCE, wala pa nag-teleport sa kanila. Pwede mag-split rush iba sa kanila. Kaso nga si Cute Bar yung unang pupunterihin dito ng Leona.
Concept
is actually taking too much damage! He got too deep! And there wasn't any follow-up! So now, one of the only tanks here of Naos Esports is now blown up! MCOM Esports, they have the numbers advantage. This might be the opportunity that they have been waiting for a long time, but Shogun's gonna be taken down already. No more Ezreal, and now they call the fight. They call the engage. Good Bart's gonna get taken down one by one. The bodies are falling down, and on NCE side, MCOM Esports, they thought they had them, but it's all a ruse. Now Esports getting the ace, and man, Mikey Han started it all.
A false sense of security for MCOM Esports, but Shogun received the Mikey Hand treatment and just gets blown up, and now they're looking to end the base.
Naos Esports, it might have been one of the longest games they've had since their match against West Point Esports. Definitely a great contender against them, but they will be the one to challenge West Point Esports Academy again. 2-1 win by Naos Esports, denying the comeback of MCE.
Oh wow, Naos Esports. As if the fates intertwined. Bago nila makatapat muli ang West Point Esports Academy, they have to go through hell. And that was a well-played still for MCOM Esports. But there you go, your second grand finalist. Naos Esports seals the deal in game number 3. And man, oh man, Don was the reason that they persevered. Don was the reason that they reached the finish line. And Mikey Han put the period into that fight, takes out Shogun, and it was just them running towards the base and cracking it wide open. And there you go, Naos Esports. Just amazing stuff. Wow.
So, grabe, sobrang gusto ko yung laban na yun. I love the resistance of MCOM Esports, but I also love the full control of Naos Esports. Man, this team is really, really good. It's like they took a page from the book of West Point Esports Academy as well. I mean, some of their members are from West Point Esports, and this time they are really just controlling everything. The way that they protect Don as well, and his positionings as well was always on point. Mikey Han too. I think underrated yung impact din ni Mikey Han dito. He did a lot in this entire game. And pinaka-importante din yung pick-up in burst na ginawa niya doon para kay Shogun.
Yeah. Because it was a losable angle, for Naos Esports. If ever Shogun were to live off from that one, kasi they can just turn it. They can just chase the members of Naos Esports, but Mikey Han, over the wall, lands everything, seals the deal, and Naos Esports, it was close. It was very, very close for Naos Esports. But yeah, they would be the victors of this game number 3, denying the sweep from MCOM Esports. And yeah, they're heading to the grand final. So you'll see them on November 16.
Kakita ko lang sa replay, sa live stream. Grabe yung abang na ginawa ni Mikey Han nun. He knew that Shogun would go a little further towards their mid lane kasi yung pinaka tinataguan niya sila Fabi of course and Galata, kaso nga lang andun siya sa may Raptor part, went in with the Spirit Rush, got the charm and the combo, went back and even Spirit Rush in again just inside the Raptor camp, pero inabot niya ng damage yung Ezreal pa rin, and that got him the burst towards Shogun.
That was a play na you don't just see every now and then, di ba? It was one of those decisive plays na it could either backfire, but this time around, Mikey Han, just soaked in or just locked in talaga doon sa moment na yun and made sure that Naos Esports sees the finish line, and see the finish line they did. Nuguri once again almost became the nightmare of Naos Esports. So he's literally one player that everyone must watch out for. He has been phenomenal. But talk about phenomenal, there's one man that has been so phenomenal this entire series. Triple bop from game number 1, from start to finish. Talagang may pinapatunayan. It's none other than Don.
Oh yeah. I think he might be the MVP here as well. Either siya or si Mikey Han lang naman, di ba?
Yeah.
Pero grabe. I think that game might be one of the best games we have seen then this entire game. For the main reason of it being quite close as well. Lalo na yung series na ito, I think both of them really were doing the best that they can to get this win. Ang ganda ng draft ng MCE, pero ang ganda rin ng ginawa ng Naos Esports, especially in how they fully utilize their composition, making sure they always keep some space away from MCOM Esports kasi alam nila sila naman na may better poke. Yung Ezreal yapapoke yan, pero sobrang nakakatakot kasi may Ambessa, saka may Wukong, saka may Leona. Kahit nung wala na yung Leona, nakakatakot
may bomba
pa rin.
na tumatalbog.
Meanwhile, sa MCOM Esports, Alistar Renekton lang yung pwede lumapit. The Sylas won't really go in kasi malambot lang yung Sylas eh. So at most it's the Renekton and the Alistar.
Yeah, because the case for MCOM Esports is once they go in, it's full commit already. Diba? They have to full commit on that fight. Once the Sylas, latches his chain onto someone, they need to go in, they need to swarm back in. Nuguri as well, pag naglagay na ng teleport yan, pag pumasok na yan, it's a point of no return, diba? You have to actually fight it out. So you have to pick the most optimized way to actually take on fights. Kanina, it was an error, diba? For Naos Esports already. Kasi nakita natin na nag-overextend na si Concept, and Concept, died early in that fight. It was a 4v5, but Naos Esports prevailed. They stood strong, they stood their ground. Hindi sila nagpanic. They took that fight slowly. Kumbaga, nakita nila na kaya pa eh. Kaya pa natin.
Man, I like it. Congratulations, of course, first and foremost to Naos Esports for being the victor here in the series. They will be the one to challenge and battle against Western Esports. The rematch is going to happen. Isa to sa mga predict na namin kaagad, umpisa pa lang. Pero man, it just makes a lot of sense as well. Sila yung mga malalakas din talaga dito.
It's fate.
And we got a bit of a taste of what can happen on November 16 kahapon.
Yeah. And it's one thing that you should look out and watch out for, because, there's still a lot in store for Predator Gaming, syempre. But that matchup, West Point Esports Academy versus Naos Esports, will there be redemption for Naos Esports, diba? Or will West Point Esports Academy just grow too strong for Naos Esports to actually handle? I mean, that's still a thing that we would have to know in like the next month. So, for the meantime, this is it. It's Naos and West Point Esports Academy that made it through. And speaking of made it through, let us watch how Naos Esports made it through the grand finals. As here you go, the highlights.
Yeah, it was a jam-packed action as we anticipated. Both of the teams really firing at each other. Don's placement, I think, we mentioned this so many times already, but it also was reflected and demonstrated the entire game as well. Kasi yun sa pinaka naging problema talaga ng MCOM Esports, they couldn't get to the Jigs. Ang hirap talaga, especially with the amount of protection and peel na provide nila Galata, nila Fabi, nila Concept din. It's just hard. This last fight, huli niya si Shogun. After the Mega Inferno Bomb. So, kumaga andun na yung initial damage eh. Grabe din yung calculation na meron sila. Yeah, it was at the cost of his life, but by that time, the deed is done.
Yeah. And that was just a very explosive fight from Naos Esports down to the end. Oh, wow. 11-1 and 14. 7-1 and 16. Monstrous stats from Mikeyhan and Don. And here's your scoreboard. Nuggery, once again, a phenomenal game. 5-3 and 5. 15K. So, ang laki ng gold lead niya against Mr. Blue.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Especially with him taking control of the top lane, or kung saan man siya nagsisplit push, he was carrying a lot as well in this entire game. Kaso yung problem lang, hindi talaga sapat.
Yeah. Almost is never enough. But still, nice try from MCOM Esports, right?
Yeah. Good attempt. They still did a really good job here in this entire game, in this entire tournament actually. And yung maganda dito, mas nakita natin yung improvement talaga ng MCOM Esports. MCOM Esports honestly is one of the teams na nakita natin na sobrang active talaga sa mga tournaments. I can still remember even last year sa lahat ng community tournaments na meron dito sa PH, sinasalian talaga nila lahat, and they always have some sort of placement. Top 8, top 4, tapos nagpapakitang gilas talaga sila. Mikey here is gonna be the MVP on all of the games. Grabe.
Deserved.
Performance niya talaga. Sa yung sa Azir niya, even on, especially yung sa Ari, I think his Ari was insane.
He was just on point from all of the games. He deserved this. He was the man who set it up everyone for success. Hindi man siya super flashy, might not have those double-digit kills, but look at those assists, diba? Look at the impact of Mikey Han. Look at the plays that he made. And, that was just it. Naos Esports closing things out. They all did their role well, and lahat sila nag-step up. Lahat, as in lahat. Super ganda.
Okay talaga na sila yung kinuha sila, sinuportan sila ng Naos Esports, I think.
Yes.
And I'm sure Naos Esports is also going to be monitoring their performance, of course, to assess them, and the assessment is definitely good sa side nila.
Yeah.
I think there are some things na kailangan nila ma-work on, just like any other team naman, to better improve their performance. Not only sa drafting, but also sa execution din, like while in-game, especially sa closing out ng games nila. But let's check out the bracket as well, how everything here at Predator League 2026 developed. And West Point Esports Academy 2-0 Fervent Esports, Naos Esports winning against MCOM Esports, and it's going to be the rematch between West Point Esports Academy and Naos Esports in the grand finals on November 16. Sila ang mga grand finalists natin, West Point Esports Academy and Naos Esports. These players, man, these teams are going to be the top of the top here at Predator League 2026 League of Legends.
Yeah. And stakes are high for both of these teams. One is solidifying their image. One is solidifying their position here in the esports part of League of Legends, while the other, proving na they are the new kings in town. And that was just it, Ang dami pa nating aabangan. And speaking of aabangan, you have to watch out and look out for this awesome products here by Predator. You have Helios Neo 16S AI. Unleash peak gaming speed and power with Predator Helios 16S AI, giving performance that doesn't compromise. And you also have the Helios 18. Step up, stand out, and be ready for anything with Helios 18. Shop now at Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you.
Yun. And of course, it's always a fantastic time to have this kind of tournament. Thank you so much to Predator Gaming, to TNC for making this happen. Of course, Kauri, any final words before we head out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so glad to be here, and I'm so glad to be a part of this tournament. Thank you so much to Predator Gaming, to TNC, and to Gab, syempre, na inauthorize sila tong tournament. To the viewers, they are all out there supporting, being with us every step of the way. Syempre, my special shout out to my girlfriend. Yan. Thank you so much. And syempre kay Boss Giyang, to the other casters, Salvatore and Keenan. Kita-kits sa November 16, especially to you guys. And yeah, I think that's it for me.
Thank you so much, guys, for watching and supporting. Thank you so much to Predator Gaming for making this happen. And to everyone, the League of Legends community is well and alive. Kita-kits tayo sa November 16. On behalf of the casters and production, we thank you all for your support to our players. Grand Finals na sa November 16 between West Point Esports Academy and Naos Esports. That's it for now. Kita-kits. Don. Bye-bye.
you.